Chapter 1, Straight Male Cancer Died Early. Zixuan, is it so difficult to accompany me to a movie? Every time you have to stare at a mobile phone. In one of Xiaoguo's movie theaters, there was a beautiful appearance, and some arrogant and playful women kept complaining to a man around him. The man's name is Xia Zixuan and the woman's name is Hua Hin. Now in their early 20s, Xia Zixuan was emotionally very indifferent when the relationship should have gone further. Hua Hin has never complained about this. Today is May 24, 2019. The Marvel movie Avengers 4 has been released for almost a month. Hua Hin, who is a fan of Marvel, can only hold back to watch the movie today. There is no doubt that this is all Xia Zixuan. Pot. I don't like watching Marvel movies very much, and you don't know, I think this thing is not as good as The Adventures of Jackie Chan. After all, Xia Zixuan put on his earphones and took a look at The Adventures of Jackie Chan with his newly purchased Samsung mobile phone. Xia Zixuan, who watched herself crying, making troubles, and hanging up 3 times, actually watched cartoons on the movie set of Reunification 4. Hua Hin went viral on the spot. Hey! Do you understand the key points? I see a beautiful girl who loves to see flowers and accompany you to watch movies. You actually watch cartoons with headphones. Do you understand Gugushan? Accurately, I accompany you to the movie, and I bought the movie ticket. After all, Xia Zixuan also turned over dead fish eyes and took out 2 movie tickets from his pocket. Hua Hin. What is this called? Straight men with advanced cancer? When Hua Hin was about to grab the phone in Xia Zixuan's hand and shut him down directly, that brand new Samsung mobile phone actually exploded. Boom! Save people quickly. Lying trough. Something scared me. Terrorists attack the cinema. Mom, I'm afraid. For a time, the cinema was completely messed up, crying and screaming one after another. The following day, the official website of the relevant department issued a statement. Yesterday, the explosion at the movie theater at 2:45 p.m. was suspected to be caused by the quality of the mobile phone. This incident resulted in the death of 2 people. The relevant departments will further investigate the specific situation. At the same time, it ordered all Samsung mobile phone sales channels to temporarily stop selling models of the brand's mobile phones. Awaiting further investigation results. Marvel Movie Universe. In a private farm in Kansas, USA, a middle-aged man drove his Hummer and just returned from the orphanage to his manor. The sound of the man pushing the door open was obviously heard by his wife, who was preparing lunch. Andrew, how is it? Did you find a suitable child today? My dear, the children in the orphanage are terrible. They are either physically defective or too old. I am afraid it will take some time to adopt the children. Is that right? Hearing the man's answer, the woman's eyes were obviously dimmed. The couple is the owner of the manor, the man's name is Andrew Morris, and the woman's name is Jura Carter. 2 people in their 30s were supposed to lead a happy life of 2+1, but Jura was diagnosed with infertility not long ago. For this reason, Jura, who longed for a child, has been washing her face with tears all day long. Andrew couldn't bear to see his wife's self-blame and pain, so he proposed to go to the orphanage to adopt a child. The 2 hit it off, and even happily ran to several orphanages nearby. However, there is no child in the orphanage that meets their wishes. In a few days, Jura was desperate. Andrew carried the banner of looking for his adopted son. Every day he drove a Hummer to visit the orphanage, which burned a dozen boxes without gasoline. While the 2 were silent, a cry of babies reached their ears. With curiosity, the 2 hurried out of the house. But I saw a fat doll full of pink and abruptly appeared in Andrew's yard, and there was a crumpled note on the baby's body. Andrew, do you know the words on the paper? Eula saw the baby's eyes suddenly lit up, and only felt that he was waiting for the child. For a time, motherly love flooded like Wang Yang. Well, of course I know, but you also know that there are so many things in my head that I can't remember them for a while." Having said that, Andrew also stepped forward and started to tease the child. After glancing around, and finding no one around, the couple took the child back home. And Yura immediately found the milk bottle that had been prepared from the bedroom, and foamed the milk for the child. Inside the study, Andrew took the note on the child's body and faced the text on it. He asked Google for help. "No way, if you just said you didn't know, you would lose face." Obviously Andrew did not want to lose face in front of his wife. "Xia Zi Xian. Is this the child's name?" It took a long time before Andrew's face showed a smile. At this moment Andrew feels as if he has become the smartest person in the world. Even the ancient and mysterious Oriental characters have been cracked by himself, and he is really amazing. My dear, my dear. I remembered that the words on the note were from the ancient East, and should be the child's name. His name is Xia Zi." When Andrew rushed into the bedroom door, he found that Yura was stripping her upper body and breastfeeding her child. Although there is no milk, the child is extremely happy. "Why do I feel like a whole farm is floating on my head?" This was Andrew's first reaction after opening the door. Time flies, and 16 years have passed in a blink of an eye, and the baby who was wailing at the beginning turned into a handsome teenager. Ding! Detected that the host has met the system opening conditions. Ding! Host Zixuan Morris's past memory is loading. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The spell system has been successfully turned on. Reward the host with a lucky draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the zodiac sign rabbit. As ding 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 sounded in his mind, a huge burst of information suddenly poured into Zi Xian's mind. With the sound of bang, Zixuan Morris fell directly to the ground. Euler immediately heard the sound and ran out of the kitchen, seeing the child in a coma, anxious. Without saying a word, Andrew shouted to maintain the agricultural machinery in the warehouse and let him drive the child to the hospital. In Xia Zixuan's mind, at this time, the memories of the two worlds are constantly merging. Cinema, Avengers 4, Hua Hin, Andrew Morris, Yura Carter. Inside a hospital in Kansas. "Oh! My child, you are finally awake. You have been in a coma for 2 days. I thought I was going to lose you." The moment Xia Zixuan opened his eyes, a figure suddenly hugged him into his arms, as can be seen from her haggard face. "Mom! Mom! Thank you." Chapter 2, Zioi Classmate Report. 3 days later, Morris Manor. "Hey! Boy! Good health." "Of course, Daddy, I feel stronger than a bear now." "Dad! Am I old?" "You stinky boy, you are provoking a powerful quart horse. Do you know?" "Oh? Really? Then let's see who runs home first." At the moment, Andrew is performing daily morning exercises with Xia Zixuan. Of course, morning exercises are actually running in Morris Manor. Morris Manor is one of thousands of private estates in Kansas, USA. It covers an area of about 80 acres and belongs to the category of small farms. If you run a circle around the whole land, it will be more than 2 kilometers. It is precisely because of this that the morning run around his own land has become the daily life of Andrew and Xia Zixuan. Kansas, as a central region of the United States, is not particularly economically developed. Although Andrew is a landowner, from another perspective, he is still a farmer and the family economy can only be said to be petty bourgeoisie. It's just that for the past 16 years, the Andrews treated Xia Zixuan as their own and gave them more care than ordinary American families. This made Xia Zixuan particularly moved. Looking at the slightly heavy pace running ahead, I thought of the couples busy running for themselves a few days ago. Xia Zixuan's eyes could not help being moist. "Hey! Boy, are you bragging? Hurry up, don't you want to catch up with me?" "Oh, Dad, look at your buzz. It's not a minute to catch up with you." After all, Xiaozixuan took a step. Suddenly a strange energy flowed into Xiaozixuan's body, and then Xiaozixuan disappeared like a hurricane, only leaving Andrew with a brutal face. Am I really old? This unscientific? Last night Eula praised me full of energy. Little bunny. You save some face for your dad. Run slowly. At this time, Xiaozixuan, who had already run to the door of the house, was also dumbfounded. What happened to MMP? I ran so fast. The host now has a rabbit charm, this speed is not a big deal. Suddenly, a mechanical electronic sound in Xiaozixuan's mind shocked Xiaozixuan. Host? Is the sound heard a few days ago true? Has your golden finger arrived? System? Are you there? Host, you only need to meditate in your heart. I can hear you shouting like that, it's shameful, you know. Xiaozixuan. Is the rabbit charm you just mentioned the one in Adventures of Jackie Chan? Yes, this system is a spell system, just a rabbit spell, no fuss. Then can I run faster than light now? No, although your body has been slightly strengthened when you get the spell, it can only support you to move at the speed of sound, not to mention the speed of light, even if it is sublight speed, your body will collapse directly. Then can I travel through time like Sister Yu? No, it requires unlocking spell use skills. How to unlock? The host authority is insufficient, this system will not answer. How do I enable permissions? The host authority is insufficient, this system will not answer. Xiaozixuan. Just tell me. What can you do now? This system can provide private customized services, for example, transformed into lowly. Brother Zixuan, are you satisfied with this voice? Xiaozixuan. Only chatting and farting with your own golden finger system? All right. You are the boss to listen to you, you just give me the voice of Hua Hin. Xiaozixuan said subconsciously. Ding. Hua Hin's voice package is loading. Loading finished. Listening to the familiar voice in his ear, Xiaozixuan felt as if he had returned to his previous life. Although the little devil was usually annoying, Xiaozixuan was really uncomfortable for a while without her. System, what's your name? This system is called the spell system. Xiaozixuan. It feels so low. There is wood. From today on, you will be called Xiao AI. That's right. The sticks are too unreliable, and they blasted me directly from Xiaoguo to the United States, or our domestic ones are more reliable. I just don't know if it's been 16 years and whether Hua Hin has married or not. It seems that I have to go to Xiaoguo when I have time. Friendship reminds the host that the world you are currently in is not the original world. You can call it the Marvel Cinematic Universe world. So even if you are in Xia, you will not see Hua Hin. Marvel Movie Universe. Xiaozixuan's eyes widened sharply, revealing an incredible look. What a joke, the Bang Bang mobile phone can also blow itself into the movie. Is he even better than the atomic bomb? So what timeline am I in now? Fulian 4. No, host, your luck is very good. It's 2008. The Marvel movie plot hasn't started yet. But if you don't want to be a cannon fodder for a fairy fight, you have to hurry up and get stronger. Classmate Xiaoi, then I. You stupid boy, do you want to exhaust your dad? Didn't you hear me let you run slower? Just when Xiaozixuan wanted to continue to say something to the system, in the distance, Andrew finally ran over breathlessly. Just looking at his red-eared, sweaty face, it was obviously a bit collapsed. Dad! You can't do it. No wonder my mother didn't give me a brother for so many years. Andrew. Why has this child always felt that he has released himself since he was last discharged from the hospital? Didn't you laugh at my dad? Joke? Is this your dad, can't I? Obviously your mother can't. Nonsense. What was actually taken by this child? Forget it, today is the child's birthday, the day when Xia Zixuan was adopted, and he does not care about him. At night, in front of the dining table, Xia Zixuan couldn't help moving his index finger when he looked at the colorful dishes on the table. Child, school starts tomorrow, and my mother has no other requirements. Remember to bring your girlfriend back when you come back next time. Yes, it is said that there are many beautiful girls in New York University, and you can't be worse than your mother in any way, otherwise the father will look down on you. Xia Zixuan. CO authors whether Xiaguo or the United States, are his parents a virtue? While Xia Zixuan was somewhat suspicious of life, Eula came over, hugged his head, and kissed Xia Zixuan's forehead. Child! Happy birthday! Feeling the full love from Andrew and Yura, Xia Zixuan felt that the meal was extremely warm and sweet. Even after a few hours, lying in his bedroom, Xia Zixuan still snickered from time to time. On the one hand, I am happy that I have a system, on the other hand, I am also glad that my family in this life is so happy. It was just when Xia Zixuan wanted to look out at the moonlight outside the window. A figure wearing a white boiled egg and wearing a golden mage robe appeared in front of its window. Hello Mr. Lord! It is an honor to meet us again. Chapter 3, Guyi and number 039, S Gift. Supreme Mage. Although Xia Zixuan's previous life did not particularly like Marvel movies, the reputation of Marvel's double eggs is still heard. White boiled eggs Guyi, black braised eggs Nick Fury. At this time, who can be the white boiled egg on top of his head, wearing the golden mage robe, except Guyi? Oh? Mr. Lord knows me. What do you call me? Mr. Lord. Xia Zixuan quickly grasped the keywords in Guyi's discourse. Holy Lord! That's right, his own power comes from the spell system. According to Adventures of Jackie Chan, the 12 charms are the power extracted from the body of the ancient archmage after sealing the Holy Lord. If you really completely inherited these 12 spells and were called the Holy Lord, it would be reasonable. Speaking of it, since we last said goodbye, we haven't seen each other for almost 70 years. I came here this time to complete our transaction. Guyi slowly walked forward a few steps, and took the Eye of Agamo from his chest. Transaction. At this time Xia Zixuan was stunned. What is this situation? Why did I meet the boss before I left the rookie village? If you have any questions about the system, Xia Zixuan called the system silently in her heart. Zioi classmate. Here I am. Do you know what the deal is in the boiled egg? I don't know, maybe it's the future. You returned to the past in some way, and reached an unspeakable deal with Guyi. Hello. You have to explain to me what you mean by ulterior motives. I am innocent, not to mention, I will never be tempted by boiled eggs. Who knows? Xia Zixuan. Dear Master Guyi, although I don't know how you know me, or why you call me Holy Lord, but I really have nothing to trade with you? I think you misunderstood. In front of Guyi, Xia Zixuan did not dare to make any mistakes. You have to know that this hundreds-year-old big brother has eaten more salt than he has eaten. Even this is not counted as the Ancient One can see the past and the future. In the unlikely event that Guyi felt that he was harmful to this universe, he might have thoughts of killing the danger in the cradle. I have got what I want from you, and now I will also fulfill the original promise and give you what you need. But I still say that, don't forget the original intention, just be consistent. Some things are not possible try easily, otherwise it will just fall into the quagmire and sink deeper and deeper. After all, the time gem slowly floated out of Agomoto's eyes and flew to Xia Zixuan. With the passage of time a green light in the gem slowly flowed into Xia Zixuan's body, and the crisp voice next to his ear rang again. Ding! Time gem, one of the 6 infinite gems, is detected and the mission system is activated. Ding! Activate the main mission, collect the energy of infinite gems, mission reward, random spells. The progress of the mission is 1/6. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the energy of the time gem and rewarding a random spell. Ding! 12 zodiac charms. The monkey has been activated. With the sound of 4 ding 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 ding, Xia Zixuan only felt a huge stream of information, and once again poured into his mind. The new power from the monkey charm is like a clear spring that nourishes his body. If Xia Zixuan's physical strength reached the limit of ordinary people after obtaining the rabbit charm, that is, 2 times his own weight, then Xia Zixuan's physical strength had already reached 4 times of his own weight. Even if it is simply more than strength, Xia Zixuan is now confident and breaking the wrist with the just strengthened US team. Gu Yi looked at Xia Zixuan no longer absorbing the energy of the time gem, and then put it back into the eyes of Agamo with a smile. Then it disappeared into the vast night again. Xia Zixuan, with this time you don't give me the gem. Show me. Xia Zixuan had just finished vomiting, but Gu Yi appeared again behind him, and immediately patted Xia Zixuan's head fiercely. According to your statement, this is a greeting to a friend who has long lived. After that, Gu Yi's figure disappeared again. Xia Zixuan. Oh! It really hurts me. I didn't expect the Supreme Master to be so black. Just hit it, and say another long greeting, don't you pretend to die. However, from the inexplicable behavior of Gu Yi, we can see that there must be some unspeakable deal between himself and Gu Yi in the future. Ah! The classmate Xiao Ai actually led herself away. Xia Zixuan was still very curious about what the future self had done. Could please move this big Buddha, and let her come with a time gem to show it in front of herself. Seeing the back of Gu Yi leaving, Xia Zixuan set off a storm in his heart. In the Marvel movie universe, his Xia Zixuan is not particularly clear, but Xia Zixuan in The Adventures of Jackie Chan has repeatedly read it many times. There are 12 zodiac spells in total, and I just took 2 at the start. It's like playing mahjong and touching a tianhu, how to make people unexcited. The power of the rabbit charm is the power of speed. With it, in theory, even the speed of light is possible, but only in terms of his current physical strength. Now even if it is 2 times the speed of sound, it is enough to toss and discard this small body, not to mention what is beyond the speed of light. In this way, physical strength has become a key factor in restraining Xia Zixuan's strength. As for the monkey charm, that is the power of transformation. With it, as long as it is an animal, it can change itself. This is comparable to the 72 changes in Sun Wukong in Journey to the West. Thinking of this, Xia Zixuan became more and more eager to try, when even urged the power of the monkey charm in the body. It was extremely loud in the second place. I still have many new tricks to become a bear. Become a falcon. No one wants to escape my eyes. Student Xiaoi, you come out to me. Along with a lazy yawn, the system finally arrived late. Here. What's wrong with the host? I'm sleeping. Xia Zixuan. Don't make trouble, the system sleeps with yarn. In order to better serve the host, I am learning human life and language habits. According to scientific research results, good rest and sleep can effectively improve work efficiency. For the first time, I heard such a fresh and refined look about laziness. Do you know that this is defamation? I'm the most dedicated system. Xia Zixuan was finally defeated by the shamelessness of the system, and he simply gave up to continue fighting with the system. Xiaoi, why can't my monkey charm be used? Monkey charms have lost their internally stored animal data for some reason. If the host wants to use monkey charms, they need to scan and record biological data in advance. Xia Zixuan. How do you feel that this monkey charm comes from a lot of spells, giant pits, there are wood? Can you watch it on TV or pictures? No, it must be scanned by this system in person. After finally trying several times, Xia Zixuan was completely utterly stubborn. According to Xiao Ai, if he wanted to become a kangaroo, he had to buy a ticket and fly to Australia. Well, change the panda to Xiaguo. Change penguin to Antarctica. Xiaoi, Are you sure you are not a Pokemongo system? Chapter 4, I let you 30 seconds. After Guyi's tossing and turning, the night was unconsciously deep. Xia Zixuan decided to sleep well and put aside the matter of the monkey charm, otherwise tomorrow he would have to go to school to report with dark circles. To be honest, Xia Zixuan is particularly looking forward to at Imperial University in New York. As a world-renowned institution of higher learning, Xia Zixuan did not expect that he would be able to pass the exam so easily. After thinking for a long time, I can only blame the content of the primary and secondary education in the United States compared to Xiaguo, which is simply extremely mentally retarded. The 4th and 5th grades of elementary school are still struggling with the multiplication table. Do you dare to believe it? In high school, I only learned the equations of 2 variables, so are you afraid? It's no wonder that most of the decent heroes and villains seen in Marvel movies in the past life have a doctorate. Although Imperial University of New York is also a good neighbor of Queen's citizens, the alma mater of Spider-Man, but from the timeline, at least he is 5 or 6 years older than Peter Parker. Repetition is never possible. If you only want to meet Parker for 5 or 6 years, it is completely unnecessary. Ah! Bright moonlight in front of the bed, 2 pairs of shoes on the ground. Could not fall asleep. I really want to try the monkey charm. While Xia Zixuan was crazy, he suddenly heard some movement downstairs. Immediately, Xia Zixuan settled down and listened. How to say Xia Zixuan at this time is also strengthened by the power of 2 spells, the 5 senses are not a little stronger than ordinary people. My dear, I will send Zixuan to school tomorrow, I am really reluctant. Eula, the child will always grow up, although he is not our own. But I have never treated him as an outsider, whether it is you or him, they are my loved ones. There is a saying in the East, there is no banquet in the world, and chicks will one day become eagles. Andrew, you are so powerful, you can say things that are hard to understand in the East if you open your mouth. My Andrew not only has a great brain, he has a better body. Emma. Can't listen anymore, Dad and Mom want to drive in front of me. This dog food is really unexpected. In my heart, I despised Andrew and the couple secretly. Xia Zixuan shook his head hard, trying to throw out all the pictures in his mind, but this thing was getting more and more. Can't help, the playful figure who often pulled himself to watch movies, but Xia Zixuan came to mind. Henry, work harder, this is the last one today. Just steal it and we will withdraw, but that one just got a lot. Don't rush me, annoying old John. Pick the lock, it takes time. Suddenly, a conversation sounded Xia Zixuan's attention. Is this a thief at home? Although public security in Kansas has not been very good, it hasn't reached the point of this kind of sadness. Don't you need to step on something in advance? But what these 2 goods mean is that they have already stolen a few. Before the release, if he knew that a thief had entered the house, Xia Zixuan would find something to block the door, and then call the police. After all, residents of the United States can apply for a gun. This one doesn't work. The thief didn't catch it, and he was easy to get cold. But now, what I say is also a superpowered person with 2 spells. If 2 hair thieves are guilty, the price will be much lower if passed. Ding triggers the side quest, put down the butcher knife and stand on its way to Buddhahood. Task content, let Henry and John rehabilitate, and keep their duty from now on. Mission reward, open the host properties panel. Penalty for failure, the secretion of estrogen in the host increases tenfold in the following month. Xia Zixuan. Xiaoi, you are a pit father. When estrogen is increased tenfold, shouldn't your chest bulge slightly? Whether it is to activate the property panel or not want to swell his chest, Xia Zixuan is determined to make this task beautiful. Just when Xia Zixuan struggled with how to do this task, the eyes around him were finally fixed on the pair of Halloween costumes in the corner. In the United States, every Halloween, children will dress up as ghosts, and then form a group to knock on the neighbor's door. At this time, the owner of the knocked door will distribute candy to the children in order to ensure the family's safety and the harvest in the coming year. So an immature idea suddenly appeared in Xia Zixuan's mind. A few minutes later, a figure wearing a skull mask and a black robe appeared in the courtyard of the Morris family. "Henry, did you meow page? Pry a lock and get it for a long time. Damn John, close your stinky mouth, you know a fart. The family's lock is made in China. The quality is a mess. Seeing the two stupid thieves have been doing this for almost 10 minutes, I haven't pried the lock," and Xia Zixuan, who has been watching for a long time, feels a little embarrassed. "Hey! I think you need help." After all, Xia Zixuan threw his own keys to Henry. "Thank you." After receiving the key thrown by Xia Zixuan, Henry subconsciously inserted it into the lock and twisted it slightly, and the door opened. But then the two realized that something was wrong, but they knew they were stealing, not going home. The person who can have this key is obviously the owner. The man named John immediately took a dagger from his pocket and turned around cautiously. The dagger gleamed with a bit of cold light under the cold moonlight. Obviously this thing was definitely not bought by Pinduoduo. Looking at the black figure wearing a skull mask, John and Henry looked at each other. What kind of people are there this year? Do you think you are a big tail wolf with a feather duster in your ass? It was just that the next two were shocked. I saw that the black figure appeared in front of me at a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye. Before John responded, he only felt a sharp pain in his wrist, but the dagger in his hand appeared in the other's hand. I don't like people pointing weapons at me. Xia Zixuan threw the dagger in his hand towards John. The sharp dagger fired from Xia Zixuan's hand, and under the acceleration of the rabbit charm, he ran across John's cheek at a speed comparable to a bullet. Hiss! With a tingling sensation on his face, a sense of unreality emerged from the bottom of John's heart. Is this a dream? But the pain on his face reminded himself of the truth. Henry at the side realized that something was wrong at the moment, even when he pulled out his pistol from his pocket. As a perpetrator of theft all year round, Henry is obviously more sophisticated than John, who only knows about fights. Only the next second, the same thing happened to Henry again. With a sharp pain in his wrist, his gripped pistol appeared again in the opponent's hand. Henry! How do you use this stuff? Is the trigger directly at your head? Playing with the pistol in his hand, Xia Zixuan slightly tilted his head, and said creepy words in a curious baby tone. At the same time, he did not forget to point the gun at Henry's head. Why stupid, run! As John's voice fell, a handful of white powder was pulled out of his waist, and he threw it towards Xia Zixuan. After pulling Henry, he ran towards a car in the distance. Xia Zixuan, who avoided the powder with the advantage of speed, showed a playful smile in the corner of his mouth. Run? I will let you 30 seconds. Chapter 5, Tired, Can End Number 039, T-Run. Knowing that he was kicking the iron plate today, neither Henry nor John went to see if the dark shadow was fascinated by the lime powder sprinkled by him. Without a word, he ran towards the car he had just stolen not long ago. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. At this time the car was already in sight, and Henry and John relaxed a little. Although he didn't dare to look back at the man's situation, he hadn't heard anything for so long, and it seemed that lime powder had played a role. I thought that it had been quite fruitful tonight, and the two of them no longer struggled with whether or not they have stolen such a house. This house is too weird, and it is better to stay away in the future. 25 seconds. John, who was stronger, ran to the car first, but the problem was that he couldn't drive, so the car key was also placed on Henry. Looking at the moment, John looked back at the black figure just now. When he found out that the black figure was still in place, he was finally relieved. Over. It seems like a wise move to bring a handful of lime powder with you. At this time, Henry finally came to the door of the main driver's seat belatedly. Because the requirements for car performance in the United States are far higher than comfort, automatic induction doors are not as popular as Xiaoguo and Japan. Just as Henry was about to take out the key and open the door to get in the car. "Hey! Dude! You have fallen things!" As soon as the voice fell, a dagger flew directly, and after penetrating the door handle, it was directly submerged into the car. The acceleration of the rabbit charm is not a joke. Not only can it accelerate your own body speed, but also to accelerate a flying knife. This dagger is either made in Switzerland or Medine, China. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't stand Xia Zixuan's toss. Will you leave without saying hello? Not being polite is not a good thing. At this moment, Xia Zixuan's and Yan Yu's voice sounded like a devil's whisper in Henry and John. "I see. Gloomy. Creepy. No, the mountains will not change, the green water will flow. We will have a period in the future." "No, there will be no period in the future." As Henry's words fell, John on the side threw a handful of lime powder at Xia Zixuan again with great cooperation. "Xia Zixuan. Can MMP be normal? Wouldn't it be a good idea to change the bank?" As Xia Zixuan sighed, Henry and John finally rushed into the car at the right moment. As a roar of the engine sounded, the seemingly insignificant broken car galloped away like a bowed arrow, leaving only a suffocating exhaust in place. "Hey! Brothers, drive slowly. Tens of roads, safety first. Driving is not standard, two relatives." It's just that Xia Zixuan's words didn't finish, and the little broken car had already ran far away, and it would disappear in Xia Zixuan's vision. "Ah! I'm too difficult. I really want to let go of these two stupid thieves, but Xiaoi classmates disagree. In order not to let my chest bulge, I can only wrong you two." Having said that, Xia Zixuan once again urged the power of the rabbit charm, turned into a residual image and chased towards the car. "John, things are so weird tonight, are we really going to get fucked? It's hard to say, how can people move so fast? Or tomorrow we will burn incense in a nearby temple. It is said that going to the temple to burn incense is much more than praying to God for spirit." Obviously, the steel shell and four wheels of the car gave John and Henry a sense of security. Seeing that he finally got on the bus at the moment, the two were completely relieved. Boom boom. With a quick knock on the car window, John and Henry turned their heads and suddenly died. I saw that the black figure with the skull mask was running at the same speed as the car. Even more terrifying is that the frightening figure also tilted its head and waved greetings to the two. "Brother John, you are right. I also think that burning incense in a temple is much more than praying to God for spirit." "John, Henry." Before the two could react, the car window was smashed directly by Xia Zixuan. Then a hand stretched out of the black robe and grabbed the steering wheel. As Xia Zixuan yanked, the steering wheel, which was not particularly strong, was directly pulled down by Xia Zixuan. "John, Henry. Lying trough. Help." Without the steering wheel, the two froze for a moment and immediately issued a scream of hog killing. Fortunately, there are many farms in Kansas and the terrain is wide. With Henry's sudden braking, the car finally stopped slowly. Bang! Bang! As the door was pushed open, John and Henry climbed out of the car in awkward expression. He was lying directly in front of Xia Zixuan. "No running, no running. Kill if you want to kill. Tired, can't run. I don't run away either, the baby is bitter, and the baby dare not say it." Xia Zixuan. Looking at the two people who are already born in love, Xia Zixuan felt a ridiculous feeling for a time. "If you knew today, why did you have it? What are you two running? I gave you the keys. From beginning to end, I just told you not to use weapons to face me. You continue to steal. I won't stop you, really. Really." John obviously didn't hear the meaning of Xia Zixuan's words, and he was so stupid to believe Xia Zixuan. Just a slap from Henry woke him up. Are you kidding me? The other party has the key to that family's house, so either the owner of that family, if not, it certainly has a lot to do. Don't steal, I won't steal in my life. Compared to John, Henry was obviously smarter, and immediately said with a smile. Don't steal it. What about the things in your car? Don't do it. Come, I will give you the key, and you continue to steal. After all, Xia Zixuan handed over the keys to his house again. It was just Xia Zixuan's move that actually scared Henry. He hurriedly refused while climbing up from the ground and nodded to Xia Zixuan to apologize. He promised Xia Zixuan that he would return everything to the original owner, and then surrender to the police station. Although Henry and John are veterans of burglary, they have never injured human lives. If they voluntarily surrender, they will be sentenced to at most about 10 years. But in front of the horrible existence in front of me, one was careless, but his life was not guaranteed. Looking at the two of them in tears and regret, they made up their minds and changed their appearance. I'm afraid I really dare not do this kind of thing anymore. The image of the skull mask is estimated to leave a shadow on these two men's next life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The property panel system was successfully activated. As Xiao Ai's voice sounded in his mind, Xia Zixuan was relieved. In case these two goods die without repentance, rather die, Xia Zixuan really has no solution at all. At that time, the estrogen will increase tenfold and the chest will swell. Hey, it's terrible to think about. Chapter 6, News about Tony Stark. Zioi classmate. Here I am. Call up the property panel. Host, Zixuan Morris. Strength, 40. Speed, 400. Endurance, 40. Intelligence, 6. Combat skills, 2. Energy emission, 0. Activated spells, rabbit, monkey. Spell skills already mastered, none. Comprehensive evaluation, weak chicken. Remarks, the limit of ordinary people's strength, speed, endurance, and intelligence is 10. Xia Zixuan. Small love student, you explain to me, this weak chicken means a few things. The system only makes an objective evaluation. The weak chicken is the weak chicken, which means on the surface. You planted it with me, I promise not to kill you. However, no matter how Xia Zixuan protested, the system always seemed to drop the line and ignored it. Xia Zixuan was so angry that he could only stare. However, although Xia Zixuan expressed dissatisfaction with both intelligence and comprehensive evaluation, the property panel generally reflects the current specific situation. According to the introduction of the system, the strength attribute represents its own strength and defense. The speed attribute represents one's own body's ability to react and the sensitivity of movement. The endurance attribute represents its own enduring combat capability and speed of injury recovery. Intellectual property representative, cough. Xia Zixuan said that this thing does not exist, he is definitely the most intelligent type. As for what IQ just passed the passing line, it was unacceptable to be killed. The 16-year-old had already finished all high school textbooks and even entered the Imperial University of New York. If this kind of self only reached the passing line, most Americans can only describe it as a pig. Fake. Absolutely fake. After tossing around in the middle of the night, Xia Zixuan dragged his tired body home. The sequelae of just racing with a car are also reflected at the moment, and high-frequency exercise will inevitably lead to accelerated metabolism. The most obvious feedback from the body is hunger. Extremely hungry. It's no wonder that DC Heroes Flash is a complete foodie, and every time he does something, he eats several pizzas. After 3 consecutive bowls of instant cereal, Xia Zixuan's stomach barely stopped the protest. I just looked at the brand new sneakers like tatter, and a feeling of powerlessness hit my heart again. It seems that before getting a set of wearable equipment, the power of this rabbit spell must be used with caution. Otherwise, your pocket money will have to fall into the hole to buy sneakers. Oh! Honey, what are you doing? Seeing Yura coming out of the bedroom in pajamas, Xiaoxichuan was shocked like a cat with a tail caught. Fortunately, the rabbit charm greatly increased the speed of its nerve reflex. Just a moment, Xiaoxichuan compiled a reason. Mom! I'll report to New York University soon. I'm a little excited and can't sleep, so I went out and ran a few laps. I was a little hungry while running. Yura! Is this why you have 3 big empty bowls in front of you? Fortunately, I am your mother. Otherwise, you will doubt whether the child has been abused by his parents. Yola thought secretly, but soon understood Xiaoxichuan's statement. This may be anxiety disorder. I think the period before I got married was worse than my baby son. After all, people are always full of yearning and worry about the unknown life. Now. Immediately. Immediately. Go to bed for me and it will be dawning in 3 hours. Are you planning to report to the school with a panda eye? Good mother. Immediately, Xiaoxichuan, like a good baby, went upstairs silently and lay on the small wooden bed where he had slept for more than 10 years. Ah! Bright moonlight in front of the bed, 2 pairs of shoes on the ground. In the early morning of the next day, Xiaoxichuan finally got up from the bed after being tortured by Eula's shouting, 2 pulling, and 3 pulling. Bathing in the warm sunlight shining in through the window, enjoying Yura's carefully prepared breakfast. Xiaoxichuan, who was still a little weak in spirit, was full of vitality. According to the latest news from Global Daily News, Mr. Tony Stark, the CEO of Stark Industries, which holds the lifeline of U.S. military weapons, disappeared near the Kuna province of Afghanistan 2 months ago. According to people familiar with the matter, it is possible it was a terrorist attack. Listening to TV news reports, Xiaoxichuan's eyes brightened. Has it started? According to the latest news from the New York Times, the stock of Stark Industrial Group was confirmed due to the news of the disappearance of Tony Stark, and it was the first time in more than a decade that it had experienced a limit stop. Mr. Yu revealed that he will serve as interim CEO of Stark Industry Group in the near future to save the current situation. Honey, do you know who this Tony shit is? The whole world is all about his news. Obviously Yura, who is a full-time wife, is not clear about these things, but this does not prevent her from asking Andrew. In Eula's view, Andrew is omnipotent and omnipotent, not only from the ancient times to the present, but also from a strong body. Tony shit. While Andrew was thinking about how to fool Yura, Xiaoxichuan spoke. Mom. I think I can answer this question. Most U.S. military weapons are provided by a company called Stark Industries Group. The predecessor of the Stark Industrial Group can even be traced back to the World War II period. Howard Stark, the helm at the time, made a lot of contributions to the United States. It can be said that it is a technological leader of an era. The Tony Stark mentioned in the news is the son of Howard Stark and the CEO of Stark Industries Group. By the way, he is a famous in fashion circles, and it is said that his girlfriend can line up from New York to Washington. Yes, that's it. It's my Andrew's child. It seems that you inherited the advantages of our Morris family well. Xiaoxichuan. This dad, he is really a meow god. His mother's 8 achievements were so fooled by him. Watching his son look at himself with an extremely contemptuous look, Andrew couldn't help feeling his nose. What if bragging is pierced by his son? Waiting online is quite urgent. Dad. Mom. If you still have money left at home, just 1 week after the news that Tony Stark returned, it's time to buy all of Stark's stock, or use the estate as a mortgage to get a bank loan. In short, you can buy as much as you can. Believe me, within 3 months, our family's estate can be tripled. Xiaoxichuan, you stupid boy, you actually want to move our ancestors of Morris family, you see I will not beat you today. Apparently Xia Zixuan's words touched Andrew's bottom line. For Andrew, Yura and Xia Zixuan are the most important in this life, followed by the manor underneath. Although the Morris family is not a big family, this land is the foundation of its ancestors. No. Dad, believe me. Looking at Xia Zixuan's serious eyes, Andrew couldn't help but touch. For 16 years, since Xia Zixuan entered the Morris family, he has always been very sensible. He never put forward any demands on himself, and he has never seen Xia Zixuan show such a serious expression. Okay boy, my dad believes in you. But now, you'll get me to pack your bags now, I'll send you out. Looking at Andrew's angry expression, Xia Zixuan smiled. Thank you for your trust, Daddy. But you will not be disappointed. When the big man returns, the ancestors of the Morris family will be pleased by your wise decision. Chapter 7, Encounter on the Plane. After saying goodbye to Andrew at the airport, Xia Zixuan flew alone to the New York International Airport. Andrew really had nothing to say about the kid he had picked up, and he specifically helped him book a business class seat. The two worlds are human beings. To be honest, this is the first time Xia Zixuan has flown on an airplane. Looking out through the window on the plane that was not much bigger than the head, the white clouds became everything underfoot. Looking at the constantly flowing sea of clouds, Xia Zixuan felt more and more that he needed to find an animal like an eagle as soon as possible, so that Xiao Ai would scan it. After all, flying has been humans' dream for thousands of years. Compared to waiting for a chicken charm with floating ability that cannot be activated until when, it is obviously more realistic to use a monkey charm to change into a bird. Hello sir. Do you need something to drink? When Xia Zixuan was indulging in the beauty outside the window, a sweet female voice spread into Xia Zixuan's ears. Turn around and look, isn't it the legendary stewardess? That figure, that curve, that skin, that... Hiss, unconsciously, Xia Zixuan actually had a spitting brother. Fortunately, the flight attendants of Delta Airlines are professional enough, and they didn't have the slightest disgusted expression because of Xia Zixuan's extremely frivolous appearance. Hello sir. Do you need something to drink? Obviously, for the passengers in the business class, the flight attendant's service also has a higher standard. Seeing that Xia Zixuan neither refused nor responded, he asked again politely. Xia Zixuan reacted immediately and showed an extremely embarrassed look. This is really embarrassing, and Xia Zixuan can only silently say sorry to the mother of Xia Guo in the distance, and he is ashamed of you. A cup of green tea. Thank you. After a while, the stewardess walked towards the other seats after handing over a cup of black tea. Sipping the tea in his hand and looking at the white clouds in different shapes outside the window, Xia Zixuan at this time only felt as if he had entered a fairyland. Oh no! Sir, please don't do this! A scream suddenly caught Xia Zixuan's attention. Turned around and looked, wasn't that the stewardess who just looked sweet? At this time, a dark-haired young man in a suit and a white jade face directly reached into the stewardess's skirt. MMP, Uncle can bear it, Aunt can't bear it. Just when Xia Zixuan was angry because of such scum among Xia Quarren. The young man spoke. Number at asterisk number at %. Stick? Oh. That is not bad. Just say it. How could Xia Quarren do this kind of thing? If it is a stick, then it is completely acceptable. Making a mobile phone can blast yourself out of the original cosmic nation. It is perfectly reasonable to have such qualities. But when Xia Zixuan saw the young man poured a glass of water into the stewardess's pretty face, Xia Zixuan's face was completely black. Genema. The goods are still alive. Thinking of this, Xia Zixuan took out a toothpick from the lunch box that had just been eaten by the stewardess just before eating. A glance at the young man's hand. Rabbit charm. Accelerate. With the blessing of the power of the rabbit spell, the toothpick fired like a sharp arrow, directly penetrating the palm of the young man. Ah! With the sound of a horrifying scream like a pig, the original tranquil atmosphere was directly broken by the young man. Looking at the blood hole still in the hands of the youth, the stewardess panicked for a while. This thing came so suddenly, the man who had just put his hand up and down, his hand was broken in the next second. This happiness really came too suddenly. Fortunately, the professional quality of the stewardess is good enough. Immediately, he took out a first aid kit, did emergency treatment for the young man, and reported the matter to the captain in time. I just don't know if it's out of revenge, or something else, but this stewardess puts extra force on the young man's wounds. The young man yelled in pain. Young people know that they are justified, and if they make trouble at this time, they may not only bear the blame for sexual harassment, but also delay their journey. Although it was a penetrating injury, the wound was small, but it was not a big deal. After I got off the plane and went to a clinic to deal with it, there was no big problem. There are not many people in business class, not to mention that Xiaozichuan's seats are near the front, and there are only 2 seats next to the corridor next to Xiaozichuan who have just taken a small action. While Xiaozichuan continued to taste Xiangming casually, a young boy around 10 years old walked beside him. Then he whispered softly against Xiaozichuan's ear. "Brother, you are so good. Was that just Chinese Kung Fu?" Seeing the little boy staring at himself with his eyes full of stars, Xiaozichuan also smiled at him. Then it quietly compared a catapult movement. "Peter Parker. Don't disturb other passengers to rest." While the little boy wanted to continue to ask something, a big hand stretched out from behind him, grabbed the little boy's ear directly, and dragged him back to his seat. After telling the boy not to leave his seat, the man walked to Xiaozichuan again. "I'm sorry, sir, the child is not sensible and has troubled you. My name is Marissa Tomei, and I welcome you on behalf of New York." After all, the woman politely handed over a business card and then returned to her place. Xiaozichuan looked at Peter Parker, who was still mumbling at the time, and then looked at the business card in his hand. Interesting. Spider-Man? A future student. I just don't know if Hua Hin knows that he will become an idol of Spider-Man. He will become his own student in the future. What expression will she have? Thinking of this, Xiaozichuan took an admission letter from his carrying bag and shook it at the little boy. Imperial University of New York. Peter Parker was thrilled to see the shining characters on the admission letter. "It's a good decision, and I will be admitted to New York University in the future. Then find this great big brother to learn Chinese Kung Fu." In this way, with a beautiful misunderstanding, the words "hoeing strong and weakening" left a deep mark in Peter Parker's heart. Pleasant times always pass quickly, of course, for Peter Parker. Looking at his idol and feeling the idol's breath up close, Peter Parker felt that he had never been so excited. On the contrary, Xiaozichuan felt that the hours on the plane were particularly difficult. Whoever changed it, was stared at by the same sex, and it took a few hours to see it. It was estimated that it would be a bit uncomfortable. Fortunately, there is always a time to arrive no matter how far away. As the plane stabilized, under the guidance of the stewardess, Xiaozichuan ran away while carrying the package, and even slightly used the power of the rabbit spell. Peter Parker's eyes widened. "Is this light skill? Can it run so fast? It's amazing." Chapter 8, Let Go of That Girl. Imperial University of New York, located at the junction of Manhattan and Lower Brooklyn in New York City, is more a city than a university. As one of the world's top private research universities, it has trained 37 cutting-edge talents who have won the Nobel Prize. For example, Dr. Lizard Professor Connors. Cough. Well, it's pretty good. Looking at the glorious and magnificent buildings in front of him, Xiaozichuan more and more confirmed that Xiao Ai's students were not reliable. If he could be admitted to such a cattle school, how could his IQ just pass the passing line? "Do you know where to report the freshman of the Department of Cell Life in the School of Bioengineering?" When Xiaozichuan struggled with his IQ, a blonde woman interrupted her thoughts. When I turned around, I saw a woman with delicate facial features, blonde hair, and a baby with a fat face. She was dragging a lot of salutes just like herself. Xia Zixuan glanced subconsciously, looking at her slim jeans, paired with a very loose white short-sleeved shirt, everywhere showing the word youthful vitality. Just as a breeze blew, the hair blocking the girl's half of her face shook slightly. With Xia Zixuan's current visual observation, it is easy to see a large area of scar on the left face covered by his blonde hair, which is very infiltrating. If you don't consider this scar, this woman is considered a first-class beauty. Alas, it's really jealous. I'm sorry, I just arrived here soon. No, I'm looking for a place to report myself. After all, Xia Zixuan shrugged slightly, and then pointed to a large box he was dragging to salute. Saying goodbye to the blonde woman, Xia Zixuan quickly met her senior sister who came to welcome the new student. Department of Genetic Engineering, School of Bioengineering. Yes, Xia Zixuan chose the major of genetic engineering. As for the reason, Andrew hopes that Xia Zixuan can study hard and inherit Morris Manor in the future. Use the knowledge learned to optimize the sunflower and wheat varieties in the manor. Well, although it sounds material, it also depends on the expectations of this unreliable dad. As a child, Xia Zixuan well carried forward the traditional cultural spirit of Xiaguo and chose to respect his father. Soon 2 weeks passed. The campus life of Imperial University in New York is completely different from Xia Zixuan's previous life in Xiaguo's 4 years of college life. Compared with Xiaguo's common college life of waiting for death, this learning atmosphere is much stronger. The same is true of the students around Xia Zixuan. Perhaps they are not as good as the junior high school students in Xiaguo in literature, history, physics, etc., but once they mention the field of biology, they all have unique insights. The art industry has a specialty, which has always been the foundation of the American education system. As for the freaks like Bruce Banner who have 7 doctorate degrees, Xia Zixuan said that forgiveness is the strongest. We are just ordinary people, compare what we compare with green fat. On this day, Xia Zixuan is holding a book called Crop Genes and Yield and sitting by an artificial lake while basking in the sun while drawing nutrients from the books. Ugly girl, quickly give your academic report to your buddy for reference. You are ugly, your family is ugly. A quarrel not far away ruined this otherwise beautiful and peaceful afternoon. Ah! Really, there are a lot of broken things everywhere, can't you stop for a while? Standing up, Xia Zixuan, who wanted to leave, found out that it was the scar-faced woman she had just met at the school that was surrounded by the 3 men. Forget it, anyway, it's a handy effort. Who makes himself an idol brother of Spider-Man? Hey! Let go of that girl! Listening to this sudden voice, all 3 men and 1 woman looked towards Xia Zixuan. I thought it would be such a strong man, at least a muscular man. But Xia Zixuan's small body was, all 3 men showed a contemptuous look. What the hell? The yellow skinny monkey actually wanted to learn to be a hero and save the beauty. Pooh! It is the hero who saves the ugly. And the scar-faced woman also recognized that Xia Zixuan was the young man who once had a relationship with herself. Just looked at Xia Zixuan's thin body, and then looked at the 3 rough men around him. Go away! I don't need you to control it. Hearing the woman say this, Xia Zixuan, who was still a little unwilling, suddenly got excited. Rare! Is it true that adult ugliness is good? Knowing that she is her only life-saving straw, for her own safety, let herself go? Well, you let me leave it alone, the young man still prefers it. 3 of you. Bullying my girlfriend, don't you think you should say hello to me in advance? Woo, ha ha ha. He said this ugly girl is his girlfriend. Ha ha ha. Don't say that. Dongfang doesn't have a saying, radishes and greens have their own love. Maybe this kid is good. Obviously, Xia Zixuan's words in exchange for a burst of ridicule. At this time, the face of the scarred woman is also a bit weird. Although she can understand that Xia Zixuan is trying to find an excuse for her shot, after all, she is inexplicably a girlfriend of another population, and it will be a bit uncomfortable to change anyone. Just before Xia Zixuan spoke again, one of the three men walked towards Xia Zixuan. In the United States, in the eyes of many whites, yellows, and blacks are inferior creatures, commonly known as racial discrimination. What's more, the yellow race is called the yellow monkey. At this time, I saw a short yellow man who dared to provoke himself. It must be intolerable. Rough Han, who came forward, punched Xia Zixuan's head without a word. However, Xia Zixuan still held the book in one hand, and easily blocked the opponent's fist with one hand. The scarred woman wanted to remind Xia Zixuan to be careful, these three are all from the school taekwondo club. But when she saw that Xia Zixuan easily blocked a punch, she was completely relieved. The other two people who had not stepped forward because of Xia Zixuan also saw a little way out of the block. So, after the two looked at each other, they rushed towards Xia Zixuan. Weak chicken! With Xia Zixuan's lazy voice coming from his mouth. But his fist took a punch at the bridge of the three people at a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye. To be honest, this kind of fighting like bullying children can't mention Xia Zixuan's interest at all. Xia Zixuan's power at this moment is 4 times the limit of ordinary people. If it is not intentionally controlled, even if it is to directly blow the heads of the three people, it is not impossible. Damn it! Stinky boy! You wait for me. All three are members of the Taekwondo club, and their eyesight is still there. Although Xia Zixuan just simply gave a punch to each person, it can be seen from his shot movements that it is definitely a practice. The three who knew they were not opponents wisely gave up and continued to die with Xia Zixuan. After taking a ruthless speech, he flew away with a nose. Thank you. My boyfriend. Seeing the three men walk away, the scarred woman came up and thanked Xia Zixuan. It's just that the words my boyfriend are more exaggerated. Note, myboyf www.bikuga.info rend. Xia Zixuan was also a little embarrassed at this time, just when he wanted to explain. Meet me again, Martha Hanmer. Seeing that the other party was not angry because of this, Xia Zixuan also relaxed a little. Zixuan Morris. Nice to meet you, my girlfriend. Chapter 9, Dimensionality Reduction on IQ. 2 weeks have passed since the day the hero saved the beauty. The news of the return of Stark Industrial Group CEO Tony Stark on this day spread through the channels of major news media. What shocked the world even more was that Tony Stark held a press conference the day he returned. And it was announced in public that Stark Industries Group would revoke the arms R&D department and stop continuing to sell any weapons to the outside world. This news has spread, and it has sparked discussion in all sectors of American society. In terms of weapons, the concept of Stark Industries must be a fine product, which has already been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. In the eyes of the American people, Stark Industries has long equated weapons. As early as during World War II, Howard Stark began to participate in the Manhattan Project to develop an atomic bomb. The U.S. military has reached a long-term cooperation agreement with Stark Industries. At this time, with the convening of Tony Stark's press conference, the Stark Industrial Group was directly pushed to the cusp. Without weapons, what else can Stark Industries Group do? Do baby bottles? Soon, affected by Tony Stark's decision, the market value of Stark Industrial Group's stock fell directly by about 40%. For a time, Stark Industrial Group, the leader of the weapons industry, became the object of hatred by the majority of investors. What's more, he became a scarecrow. After posting a photo of Tony Stark, he stuck a needle day and night, cursing him for returning to the West earlier. Xia Zixuan didn't think of going to Afghanistan to rescue Tony Stark, and by the way, brush a wave of goodwill in front of this future Iron Man. It's just that there is really nothing that can be done except for a slightly supersonic speed. In case one was accidentally hit by a bullet, or was affected by a missile, it would be funny. After all, at this moment, he does not have the ability of the dog charm to live forever, nor does it have the healing power of the horse charm to save the field. Before you can ride the wind and waves, it's better to be careful. Moreover, Afghanistan has a long way to go. Even if he wants to go, he is still overwhelmed. Passports, visas, air tickets. This is all a thing. You can't run past two legs. To understand that the cost of using the rabbit charm is a large amount of food to supplement energy. If you really go to Afghanistan, how much do you have to eat? Think of Xia Zixu in panic. As a superpowered person who can mix himself up so miserably, it is estimated that he is also the only one of the scorpions. As Xia Zixuan pondered, the phone in his pocket rang. Take a look, Martha. Oh. Dear girlfriend, what are you looking for me early in the morning? Mr. Morris, if you call me that again, I'll really turn my face. Since that day, Xia Zixuan and Martha have become friends. Xia Zixuan dared to swear to the sky. I am absolutely pure friend to Martha, without any other emotions. Heart of beauty in everyone. Xia Zixuan does not mind a female friend with a scarred face, but if it is a girlfriend, Xia Zixuan still quite minds. On this point, it is necessary to talk about the importance of the value of face. However, since the other party is regarded as a friend, Xia Zixuan took it for granted, and raised the girlfriend stubbornly. In Martha Hammer's view, it is rare to meet someone who doesn't mind his appearance, even opening his mouth to call his girlfriend. Although the mouth warned Xia Zixuan 3 times, his heart was sweet. The word friend is too rare for her. Listening to the silence on the opposite side, Martha thought that Xia Zixuan was serious and could not afford to joke. Fortunately, Martha is not the kind of person who wants to lose face, even if the service is soft. Okay. Okay. That boyfriend, this is a weekend today, do you have any plans? Listening to the slightly resentful voice across, Xia Zixuan laughed out loudly. Haha. I'm just kidding, look at you urgently. I don't have any plans today, I plan to go to the library to read books. Knowing that she was being played by Xia Zixuan, Martha suddenly felt very upset. You dare to make fun of me? I will punish you to accompany me to go to the zoo for a day. By the way, I will provide some information about biological evolution. I think the genius boy Mr. Morris should not refuse it. Listening to the slightly gloomy voice from the phone, Xia Zixuan seemed to see a little devil, spreading his teeth and claws at himself. Okay? Wrong. Zoo? I'm so stupid. I suddenly felt that Xiao Ai's intelligence score really made sense. Xia Zixuan thought secretly. I have been entangled in the lack of suitable animals to scan for Xiao Ai students, which led to by having a monkey charm but cannot use it. Say animals. There are more in the zoo. At that time, Xiao Ai said that it was necessary to scan to use the transformation power of the monkey charm. I have been caught in a misunderstanding, do I have to find those wild animals? If it is just a parameter scan, the zoo can fully meet its needs. Look, what have you done since you got the monkey charm? Xiaoi classmate. Here I am. List the types of animals I can change at the moment. Mosquitoes, flies, mice, cockroaches. MMP. Hey. You won't really refuse it. I can tell you that this is my first time meeting a friend. If you dare to refuse me, you can really turn your face. When Xia Zixuan accused himself of being stupid, Martha's voice was heard again on the phone. No, no. I'm very happy. I'm just so happy, I just forgot about it for a while. So, I'll wait for you in the downstairs of your dormitory after 20 minutes. I'm all-inclusive today. Yo. It's rare that you, Master Morris, are generous. Okay, Miss Ben, forgive you. But if you dare to let me dove, you should wait to die. Just before Martha's words were finished, Xia Zixuan hung up her mobile phone. MMP. Straight male cancer was not saved. 20 minutes later, Xia Zixuan came downstairs to Martha's dormitory on time. Although it was still early, when Xia Zixuan came to the dormitory downstairs, he found that a bunch of men had been waiting downstairs. Xia Zixuan. Spring blossoms, everything recovers, and it is the mating season again, the air is full of hormones. Cough. Xia Zixuan shook his head, trying to throw out the mess in his head. Hey! Man! Face is born. Is this a freshman this year? Very powerful. It's less than a month. Boy! Come on! Dude! We are optimistic about you. Ollie! Listening to the people around him constantly cheering himself up, Xia Zixuan only felt that some of them were in love. What is he talking about? Oh! Girls! Come and see. There is a new man downstairs. Guess who has fallen again this time? The guy looks good. It's a pity. Ah! I think I'm in the top 10 in the department of mechanical mechanics. How no one claims it? Come on! You have less than 20 women in total. Listening to the laughter among the girls in the hallway of the dormitory building, Xia Zixuan had nothing to say except hee. So he could only take 2 steps back quietly, hiding behind other boys. Look! That little brother is shy. Little brother, if you want to change your girlfriend, your sister likes you so shy. When Xia Zixuan was at a loss, a figure wearing an oversized white sweater came from behind Xia Zixuan. Without saying a word, Xia Zixuan disappeared into the crowd. Chapter 10, There is a paradise called a zoo. An hour later, in front of the Bronx Zoo. This is Martha's zoo. Yes. Is there a problem? The Bronx Zoo is one of the top 10 zoos in the world. The double ticket is $50, and you deserve it. Looking at the flow of people that was not inferior to the scenic spot of the Xia National Day, Xia Zixuan seemed to have only 10,000 alpaca passing by. Just kidding, know that you are scanning animals, not humans. Well, although in a strict sense, humans also belong to animals. Okay? Humanity? Animal? Zioi classmate. Here I am. Scan Martha Hammer's parameters. Martha Hammer, in the parameter scan, 1%, 2%, 3%, 50%, 100%. Ding! After the scan is completed, it is found that there is a defect in the shape of Martha Hammer. Is it necessary to optimize the image? Lying. Really? Xia Zixuan felt that his IQ was insulted again. Owning your true positioning is not Quicksilver, but a magical woman? Yes, optimize the image. Soon the image of a naked and fruity Martha Hammer appeared in Xia Zixuan's mind, and it was still not scared. Zixuan? Zixuan? Are you okay? Do you want to take you to the hospital? You have been bleeding nose. Suddenly Martha's voice interrupted Xia Zixuan's thoughts. No, it's nothing. It may be that in order to stay up late to read a book these days, I drank too much ginseng tea and some became angry. After all, Xia Zixuan quickly took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped the blood stains on his face. It's just that when his eyes inadvertently swept over Martha's body, the nose always increased the flow of nosebleed indisputably. Zioi classmate. Here I am. Remember to remind me not to scan humans at will next time, especially young and beautiful women. Good host. Although I just held the attitude of testing the ability of the monkey charm, I just didn't expect. Facts have proved that the path of the magic girl is not suitable for you, or honestly be fast silver. Zixuan, what are you still rubbing about? Hurry up to our number, you can go in. Oh. Okay, here I am. The Bronx Zoo is worthy of being known as one of the top 10 zoos in the world. Just looking at the guide map in his hand, Xia Zixuan was a bit ignorant. An area of 100 hectares. Just kidding, if you come down in a circle, you can't be tired and paralyzed. Fortunately, from the guide map, the Bronx Zoo uses an intrusive visit model. That is to say, a safe passage is opened in the originally free-range animal ecosystem, and visitors can only visit the animals outside through the transparent glass wall. Or conversely, it may be more accurate for humans to line up for animal visits. As for what animals you can see and whether you can see them, it all depends on fate. In this way, the distance of the visit is greatly shortened. Hello, we are students of Imperial University in New York. This is our student ID. We are going to apply to enter the internal campus to visit to better complete our academic report. However, before Xia Zixuan responded, Martha grabbed the student ID in Xia Zixuan's pocket and handed it to the staff. Xia Zixuan. Mr. Morris, please. This is the prerogative of our School of Bioengineering. Okay. You are so good. Under the leadership of the staff, Xia Zixuan and Martha soon passed a series of measures such as disinfection and security, and entered the inner park of the Bronx Zoo from the staff passage. 2. Which area do you want to visit first? Birds. Mammal. Okay, mammals. To be honest, Xia Zixuan prefers to scan birds first than mammals. After all, birds mean flying ability, which is what Xia Zixuan lacks at present. But think about it carefully, anyway, it's still early, it doesn't matter which one you visit first, and you just depend on Martha. Seeing Xia Zixuan so aware of the current affairs, Martha couldn't help but cast a glorified look. It was only at the moment when the two eyes were opposite. MMP, the unyielding nose, how you are again. Finished, finished. Xia Zixuan felt that after scanning Martha, she could no longer face the girl in front of her. First, primates, all kinds of orangutans, monkeys, then all kinds of bats, rhinos, elephants, deer, even pandas, kangaroos. After a lap, Martha was very busy taking pictures while recording data. Xia Zixuan helped Martha carry all the rented equipment and scan the parameters of the animals she wanted. With the sound of ding 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 in his mind, Xia Zixuan only felt as if he had come to heaven. If you come here for a quick tour, why can't you just become a fly, a mosquito, a mouse, a cockroach? Sin. The two of you will take the special information collection vehicle next, and remember not to open the window casually, because we are going to the beast area. After listening to the staff's introduction, Xia Zixuan's eyes lit up and finally waited. If Xia Zixuan wanted to scan parameters most, it must be a raptor such as a falcon, eagle, or eagle. After all, the raptor not only can fly, but also has a decent fighting power. But it can be said that the lion, tiger, and other fierce beasts can really improve Xia Zixuan's combat effectiveness. The lion running at the speed of sound, just ask you if you are afraid. The beasts in the Bronx Zoo are said to be stalking, but in fact, they are isolated by fences. Because not to mention that these beasts may hunt other animals, even the breeders who have been with them for a long time, if they do not make adequate preparations, they dare not rush into close contact with them. In order to preserve the wildness of these beasts, so that they will not starve to death when they are returned to nature someday. Zoos will use live animals to feed them and give them hunger therapy from time to time to improve their viability. Looking at the brutal appearance of these beasts outside the car window, even Xia Zixuan, who had already done a good job of psychological construction, could not help but feel a little dazed. Ding! The African male lion scan is complete. Ding! The panther parameter scan is completed. Ding! The scanning of the Siberian tiger parameters is completed. Ding! Ding! Slot, who checked the car today, how could it be out of gasoline? Just as Xia Zixuan was complacent because he successfully scanned the parameters of a bunch of beasts, the staff member's words made Martha's face white. Ha ha ha! Don't worry, I have pressed the emergency help button. Someone will come to meet us after a while, and we are now in the area of the American black bear. Their temperament is relatively mild, and usually they will not attack humans. Obviously, the staff just scared Martha on purpose. Because of work reasons, working with animals only for months and months makes the staff here somewhat inexplicably sick. It is rare to see a little girl come here. If not scared, wouldn't it be a little less fun in life? However, just after his words fell, he saw a group of American black bears rushing towards the car where the three were. Oh! With a roar, the American black bears began to kick the car directly. Looking at the angry eyes cast by Xiaozichuan and Martha, the staff member was also at a loss. It was only from his frowning frown that he could tell that he was also puzzled by the current situation. It is important to know that American black bears are solitary animals. Even if they mate, the male bears will leave alone shortly after the female bear gives birth. Such a situation of fighting for the hegemony has never happened before. Chapter 11, Zoo Storm. Bang bang bang. As the 10 American black bears continually patted the window, the car became more and more shaky. Looking at the bear paw photographed head-on, listening to the angry roar. Martha is a bit bad for the whole person. Hey, ma'am, please rest assured, although I don't know why these children are like this, but our windows use tempered glass. As long as we don't actively open the windows, these little guys are absolutely impossible to hurt us. It's just that the staff member hasn't waited to appease Martha's emotions. As the car swayed violently, the whole car was suddenly pushed over by these black bears. Oh! God! My God! Will these black bears eat people? Not far away, the crowd who saw this scene across the fence shouted, and even more well-intentioned people directly dialed the alarm phone and the scenic spot security phone. But with the noisy voice of the crowd, these black bears became more and more angry. One by one, the windows and doors were slapped harder. After about 5 minutes of effort, the window on Martha's side was the first to loosen. Although the glass hasn't been smashed, it looks like it won't last long. Seeing this scene, Xiaozichuan stared at the staff member who was also trapped in the car with a scrutiny, and seemed to ask him to explain that this is absolutely fine. Feeling that Xiaozichuan's eyes were on him, the staff member could only smile awkwardly. At least it's okay until the rescue arrives. Snapped. The glass broke. I think this glass is definitely not made in China. Seeing that he was beaten again, the staff member shrugged helplessly. The movement in his hand was not slow. He picked up an anesthesia gun and aimed at the broken car window. What? Suddenly, a scream sounded and nearly shook Xiaozichuan's eardrum. When he turned to look, a fluffy black head came in from the car window. Swoosh! Fortunately, Martha's scream did not affect the staff member. As he pulled the trigger of the anesthesia gun, an anesthesia bomb with red tail feathers shot precisely at the black bear's neck. Oh! The black bear shot in pain made a scream. After struggling for a moment, he immediately passed out. Seeing his companion fall down, the American black bears, who were already very angry, showed green light in their eyes. The combat power burst into the watch instantly, and all of them slapped the windows. Soon, the window of Xiaozichuan also shattered. Well! Obviously this glass is not made in China. When the staff member wanted to reapply the old trick, he also shot a narcotic bomb at the black bear. Snapped. The glass on the driver's seat also shattered. The staff member turned around subconsciously, picked up the anesthesia gun, and shot at the American black bear who was trying to bite at him through the car window. Outstanding effect. With just a few breathing efforts, the black bear fainted. Moreover, due to the blockage of the two fainted black bears, other black bears were unable to attack from the same car window for a while. It was only at this time that Xiaozichuan's car window had already penetrated half of a black bear. And his large bear paw swung directly towards Xiaozichuan. Look at the sharp claws on the bear's paw, and you don't need to think about it. If you are caught by it, it must be skinned. When I said it was too late, seeing that things had developed to this point, Xia Zixuan couldn't hide his strength anymore. I saw that his left hand was at a phantom speed, and then came first, grabbing the black bear's wrist with one hand. No, it should be said to be a claw wrist. Oh, cute, I hope you won't be killed by me. As Xia Zixuan's voice fell, his right hand was turned into a fist, and he rushed towards the black bear's head. Boom! Fist, Xiang dizzy. Are you kidding me? Xia Zixuan has 4 times the strength of ordinary people, even if it is to break the skull of this American black bear is not impossible. After all, American black bears are notoriously small among bears. Compared to the Siberian brown bear, this American black bear can only be regarded as a younger brother. Of course, the American black bear is not without advantages, at least compared to climbing trees, it is still one of the best in the bear category. At this time, Xia Zixuan was also fortunate. Fortunately, he had just left his hand. If he really punched his head, he might have to be charged with killing a protected animal. Looking at his awe-inspiring fist, Xia Zixuan really wanted to shout at the moment. Who else? I want to hit 10. The staff and Martha who witnessed this scene were also stunned. Hey! Madam, your boyfriend is so fierce. I think it must be very useful. After listening to the ridicule of the staff who had been beaten many times in a row, Martha blushed. What is easy to use, are you driving? Only some people are like this. They say no, but the body is quite honest. In the corner of his eyes, he glanced at Xia Zixuan's powerful fist. Oh my god! What is wrong with myself, so shameless? When Xia Zixuan hesitated whether to go out to turn over these bear cubs, a group of staff finally arrived late. I saw them dragging a pile of cages, as the cage doors opened. A group of little bears leaped out of it, burrowed straight into the arms of several female bears, and began to spoil them. The remaining staff members are holding anesthesia guns, just in case. After 2 hours. VIP reception room at the Bronx Zoo. The head of the zoo has nodded and apologized to Martha and Xia Zixuan for a long time. He explained that the reason why Xia Zixuan and other 3 people would be attacked by the group of American black bears was not that the American black bears were violent. Instead, all the black bear cubs were caught by the Epidemic Prevention Department for vaccination yesterday. Unfortunately, Xiang Zi's car and Xia Zixuan and others took the same car. It is for this reason that the black bears who lost the bears fell into madness after seeing the car driving into their territory. Xia Zixuan and Martha were relieved after they understood the whole story. Who can blame for this? I can only sigh that I am out of luck. There were no casualties at all, and the Brinsk Zoo side also gave the 2 people a lifetime free card as compensation. Xia Zixuan and Martha could have filed a complaint with the relevant departments and demanded compensation for a large amount of mental damages. It's just that a gentleman loves wealth and has a way. After discussing with Martha, he accepted the apology of the person in charge. And accepted the 2 free cards for life. Zioi classmate. Here I am. I just stunned a black bear, don't you say it? For example, how many charms do you give me as a reward? Sorry for the host, the spell is only available in 2 ways, task reward and lucky draw. The previous situation is not enough to trigger the task. Then you have given me a mission. I also have a hope. Turn left when going out, walk slowly and don't send. Xia Zixuan. What a broken system he is, so arrogant. After experiencing this incident, although Xia Zixuan has not successfully scanned the ideal raptor, Martha obviously has no interest in continuing to visit. Fortunately, mammals in the Bronx Zoo, especially fierce beasts, have basically been scanned by Xia Zixuan. This trip is also quite rewarding. Therefore, Xia Zixuan did not insist on continuing to visit. In particular, Xia Zixuan found that Martha on the side, after the incident just passed, always looked strange at herself. This made Xia Zixuan very uncomfortable. After going to the Golden Arch for a quick meal, he sent Masha back to the dormitory. In the sunset, Imperial University of New York was bathed in the glow of the afterglow. Looking at the back that faded away. At this moment, Martha had only one sentence in her heart. Ma egg. Straight man cancer is not saved. P.S. I built a penguin group to understand the 3 martial arts. Chapter 12, Flight. Start with forgiveness. In a dormitory in the Department of Genetic Engineering, School of Bioengineering, Imperial University of New York. Yo! This is not our genius boy, Mr. Morris? Do you know? You are on the campus internet search today. It was Tommy Robert, Xia Zixuan's roommate. The student dormitory of the Imperial University of New York adopts the model of a 2-person suite. Of course, this is not because the school can't afford a single room, but to promote exchanges and cooperation between students and cultivate good habits of students to supervise and progress together. Tommy Robert, a New Mexico native, has inherited the genes of his ancestors at the age of 20 and is a typical black fat man. Although from the appearance point of view, Tommy is indeed not very flattering, but when it comes to IQ, it is definitely the existence of several orders of magnitude to crush Xia Zixuan. When I first met, Tommy even looked at Xia Zixuan. But when he knew that Xia Zixuan jumped all the way and was admitted to the Imperial University of New York at the age of 16, he refused. He even regarded Xia Zixuan as his opponent for life. It was only for a while that Tommy understood why his IQ was far inferior to that of Xia Zixuan, who was admitted to Imperial University in New York at the age of 16. After learning about Xia Zixuan's experience, Tommy felt that Xia Zixuan was simply unreasonable. Kindergartens began to study addition and subtraction within 100. After graduating from elementary school, he has mastered the most difficult Xia language and script in the world. In junior high school, there will be a linear equation in binary, and even the basic geometry is slightly involved. What is even more unreasonable is that in junior high school, Xia Zixuan would actually back the periodic table. Wasn't it used to play in early childhood? How could there be such a perverted person? If Tommy Roberts is a talented school bully, then Xia Zixuan is a hard-working school bully. Anyway, Tommy and Xia Zixuan became close friends for a while. Therefore, the term genius boy is often used to tease Xia Zixuan. Oh! Go to hot search? A few meanings. I heard that you have soaked the princess scar of the cell life department. You see, the post is full of videos of you too. Why haven't I found that your kid has such a strong taste? He said that Tommy also handed over the tablet in his hand to Xia Zixuan. Xia Zixuan took a look at the computer, and it turned out that it was Martha who pulled herself down from the downstairs of her dormitory. Boring. Are you so annoying? You have time to gossip, isn't it good to read more books? Don't tell me. How do you feel about Princess Scar? Isn't it? Ah. What do you think about all day long? I can tell you that Martha and I are only friends, pure friendship, not mixed with nature. Cut. I believe you are a ghost, and you are a bad old man. I can tell you that Princess Scar is the jewel in the palm of Justin Hammer, CEO of Hammer Industries. Hammer Industries knows that although it is not as good as the Stark Industrial Group, it has a decisive position in the field of military weapons production worldwide. When you became the son-in-law of the Hammers, you simply climbed to the top of your life. Xia Zixuan. But Tommy's words still caught Xia Zixuan's attention. Hammer Industry, of course, Xia Zixuan knew. In Iron Man 2, Justin Hammer rescued the famous whip, Yvonne Vank, for a raccoon cat for the prince. Then he grabbed the military order from Tony Stark, and he also started to transform the war gear of Lieutenant Colonel Lord, and installed an X-Wife missile that is as powerful as the Sky Monkey. It's just that Xia Zixuan never thought that Martha was just Justin's daughter. So do you tell Martha yourself, 2 years later, your dad will go to prison? After thinking about it for a while, Xia Zixuan decided to keep this secret for the time being. After all, who is right about the future? In case Justin Hammer didn't come out to do things, wouldn't he be suspected of discrediting Justin? This makes it harder for Martha and her friends to maintain. The reason is to use a change. Hiss. MMP, why do you have nosebleeds again, and if you go on like this, you will have anemia. The night is quiet. After confirming that Tommy was asleep, Xia Zixuan crept open the door of the dormitory, turned around, and then carefully covered the door. There was a thief-like feeling. Without him, the parameters of so many animals were scanned at once during the day. If you don't experience the power of the monkey charm immediately, Xia Zixuan can't sleep. Empire University of New York, as an open campus, does not have a dormitory and as most universities in Xiaguo have. In this relatively open country, it is not worth mentioning what kind of knights do not return. Finding a corner where no one is not monitoring, Xia Zixuan urged the power of the monkey charm in his body, and transformed into a Brazilian tailless bat. Of course, Xia Zixuan was very resistant to this animal that looks like a mouse and has wings. Only after the frustration of the American black bear incident during the day, the bat has become Xia Zixuan's only choice. After all, it is the only mammal that can fly in a decent way. And as the fastest horizontal flying animal among the known creatures on the earth, Brazilian tailless bats have unparalleled advantages in flight. Papa Papa. Xia Zixuan, who was a bat at the beginning, was very unfit for the current state of her body. After struggling on the ground for a long time, I barely found a feeling. So, a drunken Batman flew up towards the long-awaited sky. Snapped. Emma. It hit the wall. Isn't he messing with things? Xia Zixuan almost forgot. The bat's vision is very poor. When flying, he must rely on ultrasonic detection to avoid obstacles and identify the direction. How is this good? And I am not a real bat, although I have the ability of ultrasonic detection after becoming a bat, but how to use this thing? Spit in the mouth? Yuck! Yuck! Nose spray? Hum hum! After trying for a long time, Xia Zixuan finally made a decision. Ma, the master is no longer playing. The strange creature bat is really not suitable for itself. But the problem is that now he is hanging on a wall tens of meters high, how can he keep going? Thinking of being the first superpower to fall to death in the Marvel world, Xia Zixuan felt sad for a while. Suddenly, Xia Zixuan's spirits changed, or should he become a fly? At least fly down and talk about it. When you think about it, with the power of the monkey charm, the Brazilian tailless bat, which is the size of a mouse, disappears immediately, replaced by a green-headed fly. Zioi classmate. Here I am. You explain, why are green-headed flies, can't red-headed ones? Forgive me, I don't think I can control it. Sorry host, you scanned a green fly at the time. Xia Zixuan. Forget it, let's fly from here first. Although the visual system of flies is quite strange, just like watching countless monitoring screens at the same time, it can at least be seen compared to bats. Buzz. Buzz. In this way, a green-headed fly started its long night journey starting with Imperial University of New York. Chapter 13, Night Exploration of Stark Building, for Investment and Recommendation. New York, as an international metropolis, has no night in most places. The hustle and bustle of vehicles and the endless dazzling lights of the street left Xia Zixuan's memories of Kansas night in a rush. Lifting his head, the dim light of the moon in the sky echoed with the light emitted by the neon on the ground, telling the loneliness of the palace in the sky and the prosperity of the world. At this time, a green-headed fly was flapping its wings happily through the streets. Everywhere, Mexican barbecue stalls and sandwich trucks leave their footprints. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a jolly fly. I already knew that I was able to fly in a circle like this. Why would I have to find the bat's filth? As Xia Zixuan murmured secretly, a sweet smell came straight into his mind through the sensitive sense of flies. Turning his head, he saw a short-haired little lowly walking past her with an ice cream crepe. I don't know if it was driven by the instinct of flies, or in the heart of pranks. Xia Zixuan flew directly to the ice cream ball in the crepe with an acceleration. It's sweet. It's delicious. Mom! There are flies! As little Loli screamed, 2 tears burst out of her large watery eyes. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged woman next to Xiao Loli didn't know where to find a plastic bag, and covered it directly towards the crepe in Xiao Loli's hands. Oops! To be caught! Seeing the situation is not good, Xia Zixuan even used the power of the rabbit charm. The green-headed flies instantly turned into a streamer and disappeared into the vision of the mother and daughter. Ah! I'm so hard! The bats don't count, and the flies are so dangerous. Okay? The building in front is a bit familiar. As far as he could see, he saw a towering triangular building standing in front of his eyes. There is also a shut-down platform in 2/3 of the building, which makes this building look strange. Xia Zixuan even urged the rabbit charm to fly towards the building at an accelerated speed. Sure enough, when I saw the 5 shining alphabet LED lights of Stark on the building, Xia Zixuan finally determined what he was thinking. Isn't this the Stark building? This is where the Avengers 1 plot will take place in the future. Just looking at its appearance and the building in Fulian 1, there is still a difference. It seems that Mr. Iron Man should have renovated it afterwards. Out of curiosity, Xia Zixuan flapped her small wings on the back toward the brightly lit office on the top floor, and flew past the open window office. After a moment, MMP, can't Tony Stark afford land? Actually building the building so high, isn't it difficult for me as a small body? So, Xia Zixuan once again urged the power of the rabbit charm in his body, and instantly turned into a streamer and entered the office. As far as the eye can see, the decoration of the office adopts a minimalist style. On the left-hand side is a round tea table with various tea sets on it, and of course there is also a pot of tea with a strong tea aroma. On the right-hand side is a set of sofas that you know at a glance. On the wall are still old photos of the Stark Industry Fair. On the back of the floor-to-ceiling window is a workbench. There is nothing but a computer, a telephone, and a stack of documents. A white middle-aged man in a suit and leather collar with white hair and bald head is browsing information on the computer desktop at the desk. In his mouth, he kept shouting FK. Isn't this the CEO office of Stark Industries? And the bald man, besides Obadiah Stani, who is now dove in the magpie's nest, can still be. Thinking of this, Xia Zixuan once again moved closer. What was displayed on the computer screen was the picture of 10 Rings kidnapping Tony Stark and a picture of Mark I. FK, this bunch of bastards, waste. They had already let them get rid of the stink boy long ago, and actually let him come back well. So many people can't handle such a set of broken armor. Now there is still a face to ask me to buy weapons. FK, FK. Obadiah, who was thinking more and more angry, broke the teacup at hand. Xia Zixuan, who saw this scene, couldn't help laughing. Now you still say that this is a pile of tattered armor. When Tony Stark wears Mark III and goes to the town of Kumala in a few days, when you are mad at the 10 Rings, you will be greedy. Or kill Obadi now. This thought flashed through Xia Zixuan's mind, and then he gave up. How can Tony Stark, who has not experienced all this, become a real Iron Man? What the world needs is that Iron Man, not a playboy. At the moment, Obadiah, who was already upset, also found that the green head fly around him was annoying. After several attempts, none of them slapped Xia Zixuan. Obadi picked up the phone on the table and then dialed a number. I'm Obadi Stani. I opened the Who cleaned my office today. Yes, open it immediately. I don't want to see that again. The reason? You tell him. The world is so big, he needs to see it. Hanging up the phone, Obadi is no longer thinking about continuing to work, turning off the computer and walking towards the door of the office. Before leaving, he took a newspaper and slammed towards the green-headed fly that had been turning around him. It is a pity that, with the old arms and legs of Obadiana, if you can photograph Xia Zixuan with the power of the rabbit spell, it is really a hell. I tried it a few times, and I saw that this green-headed fly was really helpless, and Obadi only felt more angry. In his view, this green-headed fly is just like Tony Stark, not only extremely annoying, but also unable to shoot himself. With a stomach full of grievances, Obadi finally gave up the struggle and walked away. Xia Zixuan is not a cutting-edge computer talent, nor does he have the artificial intelligence like Tony Stark. For the computer on Obadi's desk, there is no way. Otherwise, Xia Zixuan wouldn't mind copying a copy of Obadi's reselling weapons and hiring someone to kidnap Tony, as Pepper Paws did. How can you brush a wave of favors in front of Tony? Although I didn't finish watching the Reunion 4 movie in my previous life, I have heard a lot of spoilers from the friends around me because the time to go to the cinema has been a long time after the release. It seems that this Mr. Iron Man saved the world at the cost of his life. For such a true hero, Xia Zixuan still retains high respect. Since he can't do anything, he can only return without success. How can I say that I have visited the Stark building for free, and also occasionally molested the interim CEO of the Stark Industrial Group? This is not a loss. It just flew out of the window, accompanied by a grunting sound in the stomach. Xia Zixuan felt exhausted. Also, before the energy supply of the body is solved, the cost of using the rabbit charm is that it requires a lot of food to supplement the energy. I think that I have used the rabbit charm several times in a row tonight, and it is reasonable to be hungry. Just think about pocket money. Well, it seems that it's time to find a part-time job. Chapter 14, Jew Downstairs, for Investment and Recommendation. Chinatown in New York City is located in the lower part of the southern end of Manhattan. As one of the two largest Chinatowns in the United States, a large number of overseas Chinese gather here, and it covers an area of 4 square kilometers. And because it is so close to the Imperial University of New York, it has become the best place for Xia Zixuan to find a part-time job. When it comes to finding a job, Xia Zixuan was almost exhausted in these 2 days. But this matter has to start from yesterday. Because I went to the Stark building the night before, and then I went to have a midnight snack, and tossed until the early morning before returning to the dormitory. Unexpectedly, he was caught by Tommy, who had just got up. Especially after seeing Xia Zixuan's exhausted appearance, Tommy was more sure of what he was thinking. Not returning all night, exhausted. Immediately Tommy then filled out the pictures of Martha and Xia Zixuan last night. And when Xia Zixuan put forward his idea of looking for a part-time job, Tommy has even cast his eyes. Needless to say, I understand. After all, in New York hotels, it is not cheap to open a house. Xia Zixuan wants to subsidize the cost of opening a house through part-time work. This is entirely reasonable. Fortunately, with the principle of seeing through and not talking through, Tommy did not use this to tease Xia Zixuan. Instead, through his personal relationships, he contacted several restaurants and convenience stores for Xia Zixuan and asked Xia Zixuan to interview. Only when Xia Zixuan spent a day, after interviewing, he gave up completely. Obviously, white Americans are still very xenophobic, and seeing Xia Zixuan as a yellow man instinctively feels unhappy. So, Xia Zixuan, who had been busy all day and was futile, was lying on the bed like a dead dog. After a while, Xia Zixuan connected the phone with a ring of cell phone ringing. Xia Zixuan guessed who was calling the phone without looking at the electric display. As expected, Martha's voice came from the other end of the phone. Zixuan, we didn't finish the zoo yesterday. Let's go to another time together for another time. I urgently need some biological evolution data as a reference for the academic report. However, before Martha finished, Xia Zixuan interrupted directly. I have sent you some information about biological evolution, which should be enough for you to write an academic report. When she saw her, she was interrupted like this, and Martha was obviously unhappy and quickly protested. That's enough. It's better to collect this stuff by yourself. Or will you accompany me again this weekend? Don't, I was left with a psychological shadow by the American black bear. Furthermore, I was busy looking for a part-time job recently, and I really have no time. If it doesn't work, go find someone else. After listening to Xia Zixuan's explanation, Martha's face went dark even on the phone. Is this an unknown excuse? A girl took the initiative to invite you, and you still refused? Are you deliberately avoiding me? I don't believe that there will be any psychological shadows of the Morris hero who can even beat the dizzy bear. Oh! I said, Miss Hammer. Your hometown is honest, you don't have to worry about eating and drinking. I'm a small citizen, and I have a big appetite. If I don't find a part-time job, I will starve to death. Xia Zixuan's words shocked Martha. Was it found? In fact, Martha did not intentionally conceal Xia Zixuan herself as the princess of Hanmer industry. It's just that Justin Hammer has long divorced Martha's mother because of her private life. The scar on Martha's face was left at that time. So Martha has always complained a lot about her father. In addition, because of the identity of Hanmer industrial princess and the problem of scars on Martha's face, very few people of the same age are willing to make friends with Martha since childhood. Over time, Martha has become an extremely lack of friendship. It is precisely because of this, after discovering that Xia Zixuan does not mind the scars on his face, Martha especially cherishes this friendship. However, after all, the paper could not contain the fire, and Xia Zixuan finally discovered Martha's identity. With endless feelings of loneliness, Martha did not continue to say anything to Xia Zixuan, and hung up the phone directly. One leaned against the wall and secretly hurt himself. In his heart, he resented Justin more. There is such a scumbag dad in the stall. Shouldn't such a self have friendship and love? Of course, Martha thought Xia Zixuan did not know. In fact, Xia Zixuan didn't really care about Martha's family. Of course, the same was true of the scars on her face. Only because of Martha's particularity, the two people's affairs were rumored on the campus network, and Xia Zixuan really was pure friendship to Martha. In order not to let Martha have any unnecessary misunderstandings, this kind of solitary thing is certainly not too much. Secretly shook his head, cleared those things in his head, Xia Zixuan continued to search on Google about the part-time job. Suddenly the three words Chinatown caught Xia Zixuan's attention. Sure enough, does his IQ just barely meet the passing standard? Things gather together, and people group by reason why they never thought of it. New York's Chinatown is so close to the school, I went to interview elsewhere in a silly way. Isn't this just to find guilt by yourself? How good to work with Chinese. The fellow saw tears when he saw the fellow. If you can't find a part-time job in Chinatown with your dark hair and skin color, you can really buy a piece of tofu and die. So, after a night of rest, after recuperating early the next morning, Xia Zixuan came to Chinatown and continued his journey to find a job. Standing in Chinatown, looking at the row of Xiaguo-style buildings, smelling the scent of meals from the Xiaguo restaurant, and listening to the shouting of the street vendors, Xia Zixuan seems to have returned to his previous life. Everything is so familiar, but it reveals a little strangeness. For a time, Xia Zixuan produced an illusion of dissociation from the world. Forget it, no matter what, I still need to find a job. Otherwise, Xia Zixuan would not dare to use the power of the rabbit charm. However, things are not as simple as Xia Zixuan thought. This is 2008. Since last year, the bubble economy that the United States has long relied on financed by real estate has burst. For a time, the entire United States was caught in an economic crisis. The physical industry has shrunk dramatically, and small and medium-sized vendors are in danger. In such a large environment, even Chinatown has been somewhat affected. After a round of inquiries, there are indeed quite a few recruiting full-time employees, but it can be said that part-time work, but all can only helplessly shook his head. Fortunately, Emperor Tian did not live up to his heart. After a busy day, Xia Zixuan finally got his first job in a Sichuan restaurant called Zhu Zixia, which is to take away food. Zhu's downstairs boss is the famous Abbé master in Chinatown, and is said to be a widow. With its superb cooking skills, and the storefronts left by the dead husband, it is very popular in Chinatown. Master Abbé, who has a smooth career in his career, looks even more immortal. Looking at his appearance alone, he can't see that he is 30 or 40 years old. For this reason, he also received the nickname of Pixian Fairy, and the men who admire the good ones can be ranked from Brooklyn to Manhattan. If it weren't for Xia Zixuan and his son's share in the same year as a yellow man, I'm afraid even Xia Zixuan wouldn't even be able to deliver food. Ah, I'm too difficult. Chapter 15, Help Message from Martha. In a blink of an eye, another week passed. Xia Zixuan has been having a great time this week. The curriculum arrangement for students at Imperial University in New York is still quite loose. At this point, more students need to be conscious, rather than being urged from behind. Because of this, the life of the school, library, dormitory, chrysanthemum downstairs, and 4 points and 1 line made Xia Zixuan quickly integrate into the international metropolis of New York. In order to thank Master Abbé for giving him a job opportunity, Xia Zixuan often stayed at Juxia downstairs and stayed to help with some dishes such as washing dishes and sweeping the floor. As a result, Master Abbé was rather sorry. In order to thank Xia Zixuan, he often made a dish for Xia Zixuan as a supper. As the saying goes, seeing is not saying, although Xia Zixuan didn't pierce it, he also remembered Master Abbé's kindness in his heart. You should know that although Juxia downstairs is Master Abbé's industry, she actually rarely cooks in person. Although this apprentice is also superb in craftsmanship, he is not as fascinating as Master Abbé himself. This is not Xia Zixuan's deliberate exaggeration. The dishes made by Master Abbé can make people feel happy, but it is generally recognized in Chinatown. That night, after Zhu Xi went downstairs to close, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Xia Zixuan, who had just delivered the last delivery, returned to Zhu downstairs and began to help clean up the hygiene in the store. Zixuan puts the work at hand first, just give it to someone else. You can call me a little owner, and you two will try my newly developed dishes together. Okay. I will go now. Xia Zixuan happily ran to the back hall, looking for a small head. Lu Angxing, known as the Little Master, is the only son of Master Abbé. He perfectly inherited Master Abbé's culinary talent, and his judgment on taste has reached the point where blue is better than blue. After a moment, Mom! What's this time again? Wouldn't it be possible to try food during the day next time, don't you know? The food you cook is so delicious, it's easy to get fat when you try food at night. Do you want a daughter-in-law? Poof! Listening to the complaints of the little master, Master Abbé couldn't help laughing. Just because you have a poor mouth, if you are fat, don't find a girlfriend. Don't look for it. You are still a mother. He said that Master Abbé held the head of Xiao Dangjiao and rubbed it indulgently. Don't, my mother-in-law. You forgive me, don't you know? As for your appearance, the average girl is ashamed of herself in front of you, and you stick to me like this. There will be no girl willing to I played together. Xia Zixuan was very envious of seeing the mother and son of Huibao quarrel so erratically every day. Although Yura and Andrew regard themselves as their own in this life, after all, there is no blood relationship, and Xia Zixuan is completely afraid to joke with Yura like a small master. Yura and Andrew, who were early fathers and mothers, also lacked horizontal contrast and did not realize Xia Zixuan's alienation. They just thought the child was very sensible. Okay, don't be poor, come and try my 6-in-1 tofu. After all, Master Abbé brought out a hot pot of mapo tofu. Mapo tofu is one of the most soulful dishes of Xiaguo Sichuan cuisine. It is famous for its spicy, fragrant, hot, and colorful flavors, which perfectly interprets the essence of Sichuan cuisine. 6 flavors of tofu. Seeing that Xiao Dangjia and Xiao Zixuan asked the curiousness in unison, Master Abe didn't say much, and nodded with a smile. Xiao Zixuan didn't know how to start looking at the tofu in front of him like a flame, still emitting hot tofu. Just by smelling this scalp-tingling scent, the saliva in Xiao Zixuan's mouth could not help but accelerate the secretion rate. Use a spoon to dig up a little and blow it into your mouth. Hot. 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 So spicy. Hemp. Hemp. So hemp. Okay? What is this? Ground meat? So crisp. Feeling the youthful 6 flavors of tofu, Xiao Zixuan suddenly had 2 green figures in his mind, hugged each other, and then exposed his white front teeth, shouted, "Youth! Burn it! Emma! Spicy eyes! What's wrong? Do I have a problem with the 6-in-1 tofu?" Seeing that Xiao Zixuan covered his eyes, Master Abe thought he had a problem with his dishes, and quickly took out a small book. No, Master Abe, this dish is awesome. I have never eaten such a delicious tofu. It's just that my ancestral home is Jiangnan. I don't accept the spiciness. It's so spicy. Xiao Zixuan also knew that he had just misled Master Abe and quickly made an excuse. Otherwise, how could you tell her to think of the spicy eyes? Haha. Mom, this 6th flavor should be crisp. First, the tofu should be selected tofu. This kind of tofu is denser than the original soft tofu. The second is the ground meat, but I haven't yet. Thinking about how to deal with ground meat will make it like this. When he was young, the owner dug a piece of ground meat from the plate and placed it on the table. Then pinched the ground meat on the table with a spoon. Snapped. With a crisp sound, the broken meatball flew away. The scene in front of him really scared Xiao Zixuan. This elasticity is almost 10 times better than Niujin Wan. Sure enough, it is worthy of the legendary Bai Fairy. Little master, this is your homework. Tell me how to grind meat tomorrow. After all, Master Abe touched the head of the young master, and then turned back to Xiao Zixuan. I will adjust the spiciness again. Zai Xian's suggestion is indeed very pertinent. If promoted with this spiciness, I am afraid most people will not accept it. That being the case, let this dish of 6-in-1 tofu be eaten by Xiao Dang. After talking, Master Abe turned and left, probably to study how to adjust the spiciness. Seeing Master Abe go away, Xiao Zixuan quickly reached out the spoon in his hand to the plate with tofu. I just didn't expect that Xiao Dang ran away even holding the plate. My mother said, this plate is for me, you don't have to force it. Bye. Xiao Zixuan. I'm so hungry, MMP, isn't it responsible for lifting my appetite? This pair of mother and son is simply packing up things. Xiao Zixuan left Ju downstairs. Walking alone on this already familiar street. At the moment Xiao Zixuan's heart was only 10,000 alpaca running back and forth. Secretly, in the small book in his heart, the words Lu Angxing, Xiao Zixuan decided to be a wicked male paper sweat in the future. Just before Xiao Zixuan walked out, a card flew out of a car next to him, just hit Xiao Zixuan's face. MMP. Is everyone responsible for caring for the environment? Xiao Zixuan, who was already unhappy in his heart, was even more unhappy now. But when he looked down at the card, he rushed into the alley not far away. Then it became a green-headed fly, blessed with the power of a rabbit charm, and chased towards the car that had driven a long distance. Because the card just now is a free lifetime card for the Bronx Zoo. On the card surface, the words Martha Hanmer are written. If this is the case, Xiao Zixuan will not be so anxious. The key is that there is SOS written with lipstick on it. Chapter 16, New feeder mission. Ding. Trigger side mission, Hero Save the Beauty, 1/2. Task content, while ensuring the safety of Martha Hammer. Mission reward, open 8 cubic meters of system storage space. Penalty for failure, the host's meal volume is increased by 20 times. Just as Xia Zixuan was about to catch up with the car that kidnapped Martha. In his ear, the voice of Xiao Ai's classmates sounded again. Go. Things have become troublesome again. Judging from that, 1/2, alone, this task obviously has a follow-up. And with Xia Zixuan's current strength, it should not be difficult to save Martha, but if it comes to ensuring Martha's safety, it is not easy to understand. There is also a difference between ensuring safety and ensuring safety. Does it count as a scratch? Are serious injuries that can be cured counted? Or does Martha not suffer any harm? This must be understood, in case you get it wrong. Not to mention it in the storage space, it is only 20 times the amount of rice, even if it is soil, it is impossible to eat. Xiaoi classmate. Here I am. What are the indicators to ensure the safety of Martha? To what extent do I need to do it? The maximum allowed by the system is skin trauma, and beyond the scope of skin trauma, it is regarded as a mission failure. So far so good. It seems that Xiao Ai is still a little human. Xia Zixuan thought secretly. It's just that it's not too late. If something happens, it will be troublesome. So, Xia Zixuan suddenly caught up with the car even if it accelerated. After confirming that Martha was safe through the window, Xia Zixuan stopped in the car, waiting for a suitable opportunity to rescue Martha. At this time, Martha in the back seat of the car was tied tightly. Since the last phone call with Xia Zixuan, Martha has not been in a good mood. After all, there was such a friend. Feeling disheartened, she has been soaked in the library for the past few days, trying to make herself feel better by distracting herself. I just didn't expect that terrifying things happened again. Tonight, just after walking out of the library, he was caught in the car by a group of masked men. The reappearance of the suffocating memories of childhood made Martha almost collapse. Fortunately, Martha, who was close to the car window, saw Xia Zixuan who had just come out of Juju. Under the wit, Martha immediately struggled to wipe the corner of her mouth with her finger, and then wrote SOS on the free lifetime card of the zoo. And while the gangsters who kidnapped themselves didn't pay attention, they suddenly struggled, opened the car window, and threw the cards out. After finishing all of this, Martha slapped her face with one of the gangsters, and then tied it tightly with a rope she didn't know where to find it. I'm afraid nothing more will happen to this live banknote in front of me. As a world-famous weapon merchant, the Princess of Hanmer Industrial Group, Martha faced the danger of being kidnapped and extorted from the beginning of her birth. The reason why his mother divorced Justin Hammer. On the one hand, it was because Justin Hammer's private life was not checked, and more importantly, when Martha was young, she was kidnapped once. At that time, Justin Hammer was spending time with a female reporter from a magazine, doing shameful things. The scar on Martha's face was left by the kidnappers at that time. Now that he has fallen into the hands of the kidnapper again, Martha, who already has a shadow in her heart, how could she not panic? The only thing I can do is to pray secretly in my heart. Xia Zixuan can see the card he threw out and find a way to save himself. Will he come to save me? Martha, who was thinking about it, accidentally saw the weapons in the hands of the kidnappers. If you look closely, you will find that the firearms of these people are all printed with the words Hammer Industry. Forget it, don't come to save me, even if he has the strength to punch the black bear, he can't do anything in front of the gun. The car travels quickly. After deliberately making a few laps, the car finally drove into a dilapidated villa in the suburbs. After closing Martha in a basement, the kidnappers took a few pictures and stopped her, but at the only exit, two heavily armed men were arranged, just in case. Looking at the dim light in this basement, listening to the footsteps and speeches coming from time to time in the aisle outside. An unspeakable fear filled Martha's mind. Martha knew very well that his father would definitely spend money to redeem himself. However, the psychological shadow of kidnapping and extortion since childhood has been lingering. Zixuan. Where are you? Did you see the card I threw out with my life? Thinking of this, a drop of crystal tears slipped from the corner of Martha's eyes. What Martha didn't know was that the person she was thinking about at the moment was passing through the vent that was only slightly larger than her head and stopped opposite it. After confirming that Martha was not in danger for a short time, Xia Zixuan thought about the plan to save people. Zioi classmate. Here I am. Can you help me detect if there is any monitoring equipment in this house? Good host, the system detection radar is automatically scanning. After scanning, it was found that there are 32 monitoring devices in the building. Do you need to hack into the other party's monitoring devices? Okay, immediately take over all monitoring equipment and simulate the illusion of no abnormalities. After a moment. Ding! To complete the takeover of the monitoring equipment. Because this operation consumes a lot of energy in the system, please host the energy replenishment within 24 hours. Otherwise the system will fall into a shutdown state. Lying. What kind of garbage system is this? It's just a black monitoring system, and the energy is exhausted. This is simply a pit. I really envy Tony Stark's Jarvis. It seems that I have to get another artificial intelligence from Tony Stark in the future. After making up his mind, Xia Zixuan got out of the door crack. After glancing at the two heavily armed masked men, Xia Zixuan could not help showing a look of disgust. But at this time, the two who acted as guards were completely unaware that the sickle of death was already resting on their necks. Under the black mask, there was a smile on his face. In their view, the vote is stable. By then, each person will be divided into millions or even tens of millions of dollars, which is not an easy task. Beach, sunshine, wine, and bikini girls. Everything seems to be waving at himself. With the flashing of the aisle lights, suddenly a black panther about 2 meters in length appeared in front of the two. Before the two of them reflected it, they saw that the black panther was a leopard. The sharp claw cut off one of the throats directly. Another person saw this scene and immediately raised the G36 automatic rifle in his hand, intending to kill the beast in front of him. However, before he pulled the trigger, the black panther disappeared into a shadow. Immediately afterwards, the man only felt a chill in his throat. At this moment, he wanted to shout but he could not make the slightest sound. After a few breaths, there was a sound of falling to the ground. The two kidnappers who had previously fantasized about Sunny Beach just went to with a look of horror. Until the moment before death, the two were still thinking about why there was a black panther in this villa. Chapter 17, Disadvantaged. After solving the two guards, Xia Zixuan did not stay any longer, and his body turned into a green-headed fly again towards the stairway not far from the basement door. Suddenly a feeling of dizziness flooded my heart, followed by Xia Zixuan's whole person. No, the whole green-headed fly was bad. The smell that filled the air made it hard for him to breathe. Lying. Is this scent a lemon? Meow. Has the chrysanthemum insecticide aerosol been exported overseas? What about the morality of the old Americans? Doesn't that insecticide aerosol cause pollution? Why do you use it so much? However, no matter how Xia Zixuan's heart is slaughtered, the insecticide aerosol diffused in the air will not dissipate. In fact, if you think about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with it. After all, this villa is far from the suburbs, and you can understand it with a little more mosquitoes. The group of kidnappers was obviously reluctant to endure the crime of being bitten by mosquitoes, and it was entirely reasonable to spray a little insecticide aerosol. However, in this way, Xia Zixuan suffers. In the state of the green-headed fly, it can't bear the high-end atmospheric grade of low-end luxury, low-key luxury, and connotative Xiaoguo products. If he resisted blindly, the pile of mosquito corpses on the ground would be his lesson. Insecticide toxicity is mostly determined by the size of the organism. The smaller the body size, the greater the impact. Reaching this type of human body, as long as the concentration of pesticides in the air is not too high, the impact is actually not great. As for the flies, thinking of this, Xiaozixuan could only transform into a cockroach. Cockroaches, known as the unkillable Xiaoqiang, have extremely abnormal survivability. As one of the oldest surviving insects on Earth, their resistance to drugs is far from that of flies. Sure enough, after turning into a cockroach, Xiaozixuan immediately felt that he was still dizzy and sober. It's just that Begonia House www.htsw.info flashed a thought in Xiaozixuan's mind. I don't know how Yura knows how her baby son is now her most hated cockroach. Shaking his head helplessly, Xiaozixuan went on to start the hero's great cause of saving beauty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Well, there are 7 kidnappers' associates sitting in the living room at the moment. One of them was using his laptop to process the photo of Martha who was just kidnapped, apparently intending to send Justin Hanmer for a ransom. The other 5 are playing poker. As can be seen from the pile of sunflower seed shells and empty beer bottles next to them, they are now in a state of pre-celebration. As for the last person, he was carrying a handful of M16 and was on alert. Judging from the situation in the living room, the other party is obviously a habitual offender, otherwise it is impossible to maintain vigilance in such a remote place. This was when Xiaozixuan was going to shoot, and there was a middle-aged person who was reminded of being obese. David, what have you been doing all day today? Why are there cockroaches in this room? Don't know if the boss doesn't like this stuff? If the boss finds him and eats a gun, don't blame me for not reminding you. After all, the obese middle-aged man stepped on Xiaozixuan. Fortunately, Xiaozixuan was very responsive. Seeing that the situation was wrong, he immediately fluttered his wings and flew to the chandelier on the ceiling. Boss, it's impossible. I did it all inside and out of the house today, and I didn't even have a fly. You smell it, there will be insecticide smell in the air. You know, this is the Xia domestic premium I bought. Goods. Hearing the middle-aged fat man shouting, a thin young man who was playing cards stood up immediately. Going to the corner of the wall while complaining, he picked up a bottle of insecticide spray and tried to clean up the little bug that disturbed his playing cards. Seeing that David was so acquainted, the middle-aged fat man did not hold back, and walked straight to the table, then sat in the position where David had just been. Then he picked up the playing cards David had laid down and joined the game. Xiaozixuan, cooperating with this dead fat man, shouted just to grab a position. This meow scared the young man. The young man thought he was found. This is no wonder. At this time, although Xiaozixuan had the ability that ordinary people can't imagine, he had not experienced a decent battle, nor had he received professional training like Natasha, which made him not a strong person should have the heart. Literacy. After another moment, after making sure that the people below did not deliberately threaten their power. Even if Xiaozixuan no longer hesitated, a flash jumped from the chandelier. In the air, I saw a 2-centimeter-sized cockroach suddenly changed into a black panther with a size of more than 2 meters. As the hind limb slammed with force, the black panther jumped like lightning and rushed to the guard carrying the M16. Before waiting for its reaction, the huge body of the black panther directly threw it to the ground. The sharp claws crossed his neck without hesitation. The living room of the villa is very big, but this sudden scene really surprised everyone. The first reaction came from the kidnapper who was still playing with the computer. Boom! With 2 gunshots. But I saw that the young man's hand that just picked up the pistol fell down. With the sound of nourishing blood on his neck, his body fell to the ground. Double kill. At this moment, Xiaozixuan seemed to hear the familiar electronic sound from his ear. At this time, David, who was looking for cockroaches, quickly pulled out a husp pistol from his waist and pulled the trigger again and again towards Xia Zixuan. Oh! Xia Zixuan, who was just immersed in the joy of double killing, also slowed his body response. One was shot accidentally and accidentally. Fortunately, the bullet only slightly scratched the Black Panther's tail. Feeling the pain from his tail, Xia Zixuan no longer retained his strength even when he was. Immediately he blessed the power of the rabbit charm and turned into a phantom around David. Triple kill. At this time, the 5 people who were still playing cards also took out pistols around their waists and constantly pulled the trigger towards Xia Zixuan. The middle-aged fat man who was called the boss was even more fighting and retreating, taking advantage of Xia Zixuan's lack of attention, quietly moving in the direction of the basement. MMP. This cargo actually wanted to steal the tower across the line. Xia Zixuan, who was busy avoiding the bullets that flew by, Yu Guang glanced at the fat man who moved vainly. Dang even planned to throw him over and ended up with him. I just didn't expect that the goods didn't know where to take a gun I had never seen before and pulled the trigger in the direction of Xia Zixuan. Black Panther's alertness made Xia Zixuan feel an unprecedented crisis. When even pushing the power of the rabbit spell to the maximum it can bear. His figure flicked back a dozen steps. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, a faint blue beam of energy bombarded the place where Xia Zixuan was standing. Wherever the beam passes, everything is turned into powder. Seeing this scene, Xia Zixuan shivered with shock. Meow! Fortunately, I hid fast. What the is this gun? There is such power. Wouldn't you like to bring such a joke? This thing is obviously beyond the scope of current technological development, okay. Ignore Xia Zixuan's vomiting. The fierce fighting in the house attracted the 4 people who were on patrol outside. As the door was pushed open, the 4 heavily armed kidnappers joined the battle again. Go. Okay. It seems to be 1v9 now. Chapter 18, Twin Sisters Flower, for recommendation. With the addition of 4 new kidnappers, bullet nets continue to pour towards Xia Zixuan in a more dense state. If not 4 of them used slower pistols, they would need to stop and change magazines from time to time. Xia Zixuan left enough space to dodge. Otherwise, Xia Zixuan's speed of slightly over Mach 1 is totally impossible to dodge. It's just that the supertech energy shooting from that middle-aged fat man always makes Xia Zixuan startled. No way, this thing is too terrifying, wiping both injuries and knocking death. Anything under this energy beam will only turn into ashes. Fortunately, the supertech energy weapon in the dead fat man's hands does not seem to be able to shoot continuously. It takes about 3 seconds of buffering and energy storage time between each shot and the last shot. But even so, it still makes Xia Zixuan jump up and down, embarrassed. MMP, you can't go on like this, you will lose for a long time. Just as Xia Zixuan was frowning, his eyes saw a pile of bullets on the table beside him. Suddenly, Xia Zixuan couldn't help but shining brightly. After several dodges in a row, Xia Zixuan looked at the timing and rolled up the 2 bullets on the table with his tail. Then, facing the 2 patrolmen who had just rushed in not long ago, they were thrown out. Rabbit Charm Blessing. The 2 bullets blessed with the energy of the spell immediately shot through the heads of the 2 kidnappers at a speed no less than that of flying out of the barrel of the gun. Red and white mixed with some inexplicable liquid, flowing out from the penetrating injuries on the foreheads of the 2. Obviously, he couldn't die anymore. Killing spree. Just as Xia Zixuan was preparing to reapply his old skills, a faint blue energy beam was lased from the weapon of the dead fat man again. What makes Xia Zixuan strange is that this time the energy beam is not shooting towards himself. Boom! MMP. Xia Zixuan didn't understand until the energy beam exploded at the point of fall. It turned out that the dead fat man's target was actually the table where a bunch of bullets were placed. Alpaca. My alpaca, your whole family. Fat man, you have a different kind of meow. Seeing that the turnaround strategy he had just thought of was ruined by the middle-aged fat man, Xia Zixuan screamed in his heart immediately. Fortunately, 2 less firepower, Xia Zixuan's dodge is obviously easier than before. Just a moment later, when Xia Zixuan realized that something was wrong and turned around. But he found that the fat man who had just held the supertech energy weapon was gone. Lying. This product really stole the tower across the line. Xia Zixuan, who realized that things were not going well, immediately stopped entangled with the other kidnappers. Can't help but speed up the pace again. Only in this way, it is beyond the limit of Xia Zixuan's current physical fitness. Although in a few breaths, he cut off the remaining 6 kidnappers. But the pain of muscle strain in the whole body is constantly testing the limit of Xia Zixuan's endurance. The essence of so-called muscle strain is the damage caused by extreme contraction or excessive traction during exercise. If ordinary people exercise too much, it will cause muscle strain. If the situation is light, it has to hurt for several days. It is normal to stay out of bed for a few days. And Xia Zixuan is at this moment almost this state of not coming out of bed. Just thinking about the consequences of the failure of the mission and the safety of Martha. Xia Zixuan could only bear the pain, and walked towards the basement with a flicker. Pushing open the heavy iron door in the basement, what caught Xia Zixuan's eyes was the cold muzzle of the dead fat man. I saw that he was holding a pistol in one hand and pointed at Martha tied to the corner, and in the other hand, he pointed the supertech energy weapon at Xia Zixuan at the door. The face is full of madness. No need to pretend, superpowers are not in our organization, no matter who you are. Come on. At the beginning, Martha was startled when she saw a Black Panther slamming open the iron gate in the basement. But after hearing what the kidnapper around said, it was unbelievable. Is this Black Panther here to save himself? How can this be accepted? It was just the next second that made Martha even more shocked. As the body of the Black Panther changed for a while, a figure familiar to Martha appeared before him. At the moment, the metal door frame is no longer a Black Panther, but a pretty figure. That's right, Martha himself. Xia Zixuan naturally dare not expose his true appearance before the world. Since the other party mentions that there are superpowers in the organization, then it is definitely not a third-rate thing. Xia Zixuan had a secret conjecture in mind after contacting his supertech energy weapon. Looking at the same person in front of him, Martha's worldview collapsed. Under what circumstances, is it true that I am not an only child but a twin? When Martha noticed that she had no scars on her face, she became more determined. Haha! I didn't think that Justin Hammer actually had 2 daughters, and the other was a superpower. He just hit it deep enough. It happened to catch you together, I will take the ransom alone. With that said, the middle-aged fat man's face was even more awkward. I advise you to give up this idea better. Since I can kill your little brother, I can kill you as well. It's just that when Xia Zixuan said this, he was obviously not very confident. Just from the state that he had to lean on the door frame, Xia Zixuan was also at the end of the crossbow. He glanced secretly at the dim basement. Xia Zixuan tried to find something to help him turn over. It was just an empty basement. There was nothing but a metal frame tied to Martha and 2 people. Oh! Really? You can try it. If you dare to make trouble, I shot your twins' heads. He said that the middle-aged fat man shook his pistol at Martha slightly, intending to threaten Xia Zixuan. Go. Go away. Don't worry about me. He won't hurt me. Martha struggled a few times on the side, trying to spit out the mass in her mouth. Xia Zixuan shouted at the door. Obviously, she is a kind-hearted woman, and she absolutely does not want to see her twin sisters in danger. You stinky son! Dare to talk again? Laozi killed you. Obviously, the middle-aged fat man did not expect that Martha would say such a thing at this time. When even the pistol directly touched Martha's head, he growled wildly. And Xia Zixuan was also scared by this scene. In case this dead fat man really started, then not only did he lose such a friend, but even the system task failed. Fortunately, the fat man still had reason and did not directly deal with Martha. Obviously, in his view, two are more valuable than one. His goal is to raise funds for the organization, and of course, taking a small part of himself from the middle is also the main reason. If you really killed Martha, it was obviously worth the loss. It was just that the middle-aged fat man was so frightened that Xia Zixuan, who was already unable to support his body, stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Okay? What did you just step on? Is it? Chapter 19, Do You Fear the Broken Leg? That's right, Xia Zixuan just stepped on it accidentally. It was a pistol dropped by the two guards he had killed before. Good. I surrender, but don't hurt her. Xia Zixuan's wits moved, when even thought of the idea. So Hu raised his hands high and made a surrender, trying to let the dead fat man relax his guard. But Xia Zixuan still underestimated the middle-aged fat man in front of him. As the little leader of the 10 people, how could the middle-aged fat man not see Xia Zixuan's plans? Although it is unclear what Xia Zixuan has at the moment, for him, it doesn't matter what. Just by looking at what Xia Zixuan is now, he obviously used a certain kind of potion or the like to forcibly improve his strength in the battle just now. I am currently in the stage of anti-bite of side effects. I'm afraid that even if I want to do anything about flower heads, I'm still overwhelmed. What's more, there are still hostages in hand at this time. Just not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Out of caution, the middle-aged fat man decided to abolish the legs of the superpowered person in front of him. Anyway, as long as he is alive, it doesn't matter if he lacks arms or legs. Thinking of the bald fat man, he quietly slid of the supertech energy weapon with his right thumb a few times to reduce the impact area of the energy beam. Just bald fat man is calculating Xia Zixuan. Xia Zixuan is not always alert to the dead fat man in front of him. Be aware that the physical fitness that comes with the spell is strengthened, but it also includes vision. Even though this basement is relatively dim, the tiny movements of the fat man still failed to escape Xia Zixuan's eyes. Looking at the dead fat man in front of him quietly, she even realized that Xia Zixuan's intelligence was only 6 points, and she realized that the dead fat man was not good. While the middle-aged fat man's attention is on the of the supertech energy weapon. Even if Xia Zixuan no longer hesitated, he kicked his foot back sharply and kicked the pistol that fell to the ground behind him towards the fat man's hand holding Martha's hand. Rabbit Charm Blessing. After getting the speed blessing of the Rabbit Charm, the pistol immediately turned into a streamer and hit the left hand of the middle-aged fat man. What? With a sudden pain in his wrist, the middle-aged fat man knew that his left hand was afraid that it would be abandoned. Fortunately, the moment I saw Xia Zixuan's feet back, the index finger of his right hand was already aimed at Xia Zixuan's leg and pulled down the trigger. Swoosh! As a faint blue light flashed by, a slender beam of energy was blasted directly from the barrel of the supertech energy weapon. Xia Zixuan, who had expected that the fat man on the opposite side would be engaged in things, was tolerant of the pain from the muscles of his body, and once again used the power of the rabbit spell. He rushed forward sideways and barely avoided. This slender beam of energy shot at his thigh. However, although the energy beam did not hit Xia Zixuan positively, it still rubbed a piece of skin on Xia Zixuan's left arm. Everything passed by the beam of light was reduced to ashes. Of course, it also included the skin on Xia Zixuan's left arm. Fortunately, only a skin trauma left a small scar at most, and did not hurt the bones and meridians. At this moment, Xia Zixuan was suffering from severe pain because of muscle strain all over the body. This skin trauma was really nothing to him. Taking advantage of the supertech energy weapon's buffering gap, a flashing body rushed to the middle-aged fat man. A sharp punch is aimed at his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission, Hero Saving the Beauty, 1/2. Ding! Trigger the side mission, Hero Save the Beauty, 2/2. Task content: ask the behind-the-scenes hand-holding Martha Hanmer. Mission reward: open 8 cubic meters of system storage space. Penalty for failure: the host's meal volume is increased by 20 times. At the time when Xiao Zixuan wanted to end the death of this fat man, Xiao Ai's voice echoed in Xiao Zixuan's mind once again. Fortunately, he just didn't hammer the fat man's head because of muscle pain. So he took advantage of the middle-aged fat man who was knocked out before him. Xiao Zixuan walked slowly to him directly. He stepped on the right hand of the middle-aged fat man. Crunch! With a whisper of bones, the middle-aged fat man's right hand was directly trampled by Xiao Zixuan. Martha, who saw this cruel scene on the side, couldn't help but sideways her head and didn't want to continue to see the picture in front of her. What? Feeling the severe pain in his hand again, the middle-aged fat man was immediately awakened by the pain. Looking at the woman in front of her, covering the wound on her left arm, she was almost paralyzed. Almost all the middle-aged fat man's eyes almost burst into flames. If the eyes can kill people, I am afraid that Xiao Zixuan is now full of holes. Say, who sent you to kidnap Martha, and who is the organization behind you? However, the only answer to Xiao Zixuan was a saliva. Ma egg. Let you drag. Let you drag. Seeing the dead fat man in front of him ignorant of current affairs, Xiao Zixuan stepped on his legs in a rage. Crunch! There were two soft sounds, and the legs of the middle-aged fat man were trampled directly by Xiao Zixuan. Lying trough. FK. The severe pain from the feet directly made the middle-aged fat man scold. However, Xiao Zixuan, who stood aside, was unmoved. Anyway, I have to pry open the mouth of this dead fat man in front of me. Otherwise, in the future, you will have to treat your mouth badly. With this in mind, Xiao Zixuan glanced at the indescribable parts of the middle-aged man. Then he lifted his foot slightly. The last chance, just say, who sent you to kidnap Martha, and who is the organization behind you? Look at this poisonous woman in front of you. Actually wanted to trample on his own life. The middle-aged fat man was immediately scared to death. Hail Hydra! With a shout, the middle-aged fat man directly used his head to do his best to knock on the ground. Only a bang sound was heard, and a pool of red blood slowly flowed out from under him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission, Hero Saving the Beauty, 2 halves. The task reward of 8 cubic meters of system storage space has been distributed, and the host can view it at any time. As Xiao Ai's voice sounded, a stream of information poured into Xiao Zixuan's mind again. I closed my eyes and digested for a moment, which is how to use the storage space. After looking at the supertech energy weapon on the ground, Xiao Zixuan even put it into the storage space without hesitation. Then he took out a dagger from the waist of the real fat man and handed it to Martha. And motioned to cut the rope herself and leave. As for Xiao Zixuan himself, he did not care about Martha after doing all this. After leaving a dashing back, he left the scene danglingly while Martha was still untied. It's just that Xiao Zixuan didn't pay attention to it. With his swing, a card with SOS fell out of his pocket. After walking out of the door of the villa alone, after confirming that there were no other kidnappers, Xiao Zixuan directly used the ability of the monkey charm to become a green-headed fly, and then flew back to Martha. There is no way, the muscle is hurt, and it hurts as soon as it moves. If Xiao Zixuan was allowed to fly to the nearest clinic at this time, he might be cold. Chapter 20, The Film Emperor and the Film Queen, for recommendation, for reward. Early the next morning. Trident Headquarters, Washington SHIELD. Phil Coulson rushed into Nick Fury's office with a document. Director Fury, I think you need to look at this information. Nick Fury took the tablet from Phil Coulson and clicked into the video to view it. What is recorded in the video is the scene left after Xiao Zixuan rescued Martha last night. Director Fury, this is a video taken in an abandoned villa on the outskirts of New York. A total of 14 corpses were found in the villa, 11 of which were killed by the claws of the animals, and almost all of them were sealed. The comparison of the average technical department data should be from the hands of cats. 83.2% of the chances are the traces left by the claws of the leopard. The other 2 dead bodies were caused by bullets penetrating their heads. The investigation department had found the 2 bullets in the villa. Paradoxically, these 2 bullets were not detonated. The last corpse was committed suicide after the limbs were broken. According to the analysis of the scene, it is most likely to have been tortured. In addition, speaking of this, Phil Coulson stopped. Nick Fury has worked with Phil Coulson for many years, knowing that his character makes him so hesitant that it must be no small matter. Then Nick Fury pressed a red button on the side of the desk. With the dim light in the room, the power supply of the office was cut off directly. At the same time, a layer of metal mesh was immediately extended on the wall of the office, obviously to shield all signals. In addition, the traces caused by the energy weapon were found at the accident site, which is very similar to the test product of our Pegasus plan. Hearing this, Nick Fury frowned sharply. The face that had been so dark was darker. I have received news that last night someone kidnapped the CEO of Hanmer Industries, the daughter of Justin Hanmer, Martha Hanmer. What you said is the den of these kidnappers. It's just that Martha Hanmer's mood is very unstable, and she hasn't got any useful information from her yet. Since you have come into contact with this matter, then you are responsible for it. Remember, you must report to me in person when you find any situation, and you must not discuss this matter in any way that may be monitored. I will list it as a Level 10 secret of S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 10? Hearing Nick Fury said that, actually scared Phil Coulson. You know that Level 10 is already the top secret of S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil Coulson followed Nick Fury on the go, and through his head and blood for so many years, and then reached the level of 7. At the current level of Phil Coulson, let alone deal with this matter, even without the qualification to interrogate. Phil Coulson was so excited to hear that Director Fury had given himself such an important matter as soon as he opened his mouth. He almost jumped up. Director Fury, I'm only 7th grade. It's not appropriate to do a 10th grade mission. Would you please help me raise the grade? Roll. Okay. Watching Phil Coulson leave his office with a grudge in his face, Nick Fury looked ugly like a bitter gourd. Are you back? After disappearing for so many years, why are you showing up this time? On the other side, in the female dormitory of the School of Bioengineering, Imperial University of New York, Martha was sitting alone by the bed, quietly watching the free-for-all card days for the lifetime at the Brinsk Zoo. Thousands of thoughts are entangled in my mind. After returning last night, Martha had confirmed with Justin Hanmer over the phone that she had no twin sisters. But if that's the case, what happened to the man who looked almost exactly like himself last night? If it weren't for the scars on the body and the SOS written on the card with lipstick, Martha almost thought she was dreaming. Looking at the bright red SOS, Martha's mind was a mess. This card was obviously thrown to Zixuan Morris. Why did it appear on that person? There seemed to be some important information that was ignored by herself, but Martha couldn't remember it. Hey! Martha! You said I should wear this dress today. This is the couple's outfit I bought with my boyfriend. It was Martha's roommate Diana. When she first moved into the dormitory, Diana looked at Martha like ordinary people. It seemed that the scars on this face were contagious, and everyone could not avoid her. But getting along for a while, Diana also recognized Martha, and even regarded Martha as a girlfriend who said nothing. Okay. But if your boyfriend doesn't wear the same as you, then you will be embarrassed. Yes, since that's the case, I must wear this one today. If he is not wearing a couple dress, I don't want to twist his ears by 180 degrees. Oh. What it means to wear clothes. It's just that I just spoke. Martha froze. That's right, just clothes. If I remember correctly, I saw in the car window that Zai Morris was wearing exactly the same clothes as the person who later saved himself. And the woman that looks almost the same is wearing more than one size larger than her body. If it is for the purpose of saving people, how can it be possible to wear such unfit clothes? Thinking of this, Martha quickly dialed Xia Zixuan's number and wanted to ask a question. It's just that no one answered the call. After taking a look at Diana, who was still changing clothes, Martha moved the phone and dialed the phone directly to Xia Zixuan's roommate Tommy Robert. Tommy, this is Martha, Martha Hammer. What? Zixuan was hospitalized. Okay, I know, thanks. I will introduce you to a girlfriend next time. Hanging up the phone, Martha hurriedly put on her clothes, darted to greet Diana before rushing out of the dormitory. After an hour, Martha saw Xia Zixuan in the inpatient ward of Brooklyn Hospital. At the moment, Xia Zixuan was tied tightly with a bandage, and he was like a mummy. Seeing Martha's arrival, Xia Zixuan was also shocked at first. I was also very curious how Martha found it here, but I thought about what happened last night. Did she find out? This is not possible, and he shouldn't show his feet. Immediately Xia Zixuan went through all the things from last night in his mind. After confirming that he did not show his true body in front of Martha, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zixuan, thank you for saving me last night. Martha couldn't believe her guess until now, so she whispered. How can Xia Zixuan, who has long been guarding against this trick, fail to guess what Martha said? Ro. It's just acting. I will show you what a movie emperor is. Save you? You may have misunderstood, do you think I can save you? After all, he shrugged self-deprecatingly. After listening to Xia Zixuan's answer, Martha became more convinced of her guess. According to Xia Zixuan's character, shouldn't he ask with concern, what happened to him last night? Why should someone save Ro? Do you want to act? I will accompany you. Oh. That's right. It seems that I misunderstood. What's wrong with you? How did it hurt like this? Me? It's nothing. I saw a group of hooligans grabbing a girl's purse on the way back yesterday. You know, I'm someone who is anxious and fair, where can I see the girls being bullied? 100 rounds. This is not. Is it lying in the hospital? Poof. After listening to Xia Zixuan's comment, Martha couldn't help but laughed. Anything. A big hero, let me see if you are seriously injured. Martha walked a few steps closer, but stared at Xia Zixuan's left arm for a long time. Just this look, Martha froze. Did your left arm hurt? How is this possible? Chapter 21, Post-War Reflections, 4 votes, Rewards. How can Martha's small movements hide Xia Zixuan's eyes? Are you kidding me? Do you look good when I have 40 points of endurance? It's just a skin trauma, it's been all night, and it's already gone. Sample fight me. After being separated from Martha last night, Xia Zixuan first went to a fast food restaurant near Brooklyn Hospital, turned into a fly and crawled in quietly to charge Xiao Ai's student. Of course, Xia Zixuan would definitely not admit that the circuit paralysis in the street next to Brooklyn Hospital was a good thing he did. After charging Xiao Ai's classmates, Xia Zixuan came to the hospital to dress up. After all, the appearance of Xia Zixuan was indeed quite permeable. When the doctor finished Xia Zixuan, he was also taken aback. In the end, how vigorous exercise must be done before the muscles of the whole body are strained like this. The bed can stand it. Cough cough cough. People suffer. When even let the nurse carefully wrap Xia Zixuan into dumplings. But Xia Zixuan didn't think of it himself, the 40-point endurance is so good. In the middle of the night, the scab on the wound on the left arm fell off. When I woke up early in the morning today, even the strained muscles were much better. According to this level of strain, ordinary people do not want to get out of bed for half a month. But to myself, it is estimated that it will last 3 days, which saves me a lot of medical expenses. To know the economic crisis this year. It's not easy to earn money. Of course, if you have to say Tony Stark. Or T.E. Zara. Hey? It's not right. When should I go to Africa? See if you can slip into Wakanda and steal a few tons of Genjin back? According to the black market price of 1 gram of Genjin $11,000, if it is filled with 8 cubic meters of storage space. Hey! Hey! Zixuan, are you okay? What strange things are you thinking about? How drooling! After all, Martha looked at Xia Zixuan with vigilance. A look of blame on the Milo. No, I just thought it. Your suit is so beautiful today. As soon as Xia Zixuan's eyes rolled, he started to talk about it. Is it just clothes? Martha whispered secretly, her eyes dimmed. Martha, who had doubts about her IQ, was sent away. Xia Zixuan lay alone in the hospital bed and pondered. Last night's battle fully reflected Xia Zixuan's shortcomings at the moment. As the so-called martial arts in the world are indestructible, only fast and unbreakable. Since the rabbit charm, Xia Zixuan floated. In the case of 4 times the normal physique, Xia Zixuan can already make supersonic movements. If this is placed in the cold weapon era, it is absolutely contempt for the degree of life. But now it is the era of high-tech information. Hot weapons such as firearms, and even the emergence of supertech energy weapons lying in their storage space at the moment. The way of fighting has been completely changed. Not to mention the Marvel Universe here. Think about disgust. Think of Ronin. Think about tyrants. Xia Zixuan couldn't help shivering. It seems that I still underestimate this world. With this strength right now, I want to live freely in the world of this group of mutants and tech geeks. Increasing strength has become a top priority. Zioi classmate. Here I am. How can I improve my physical fitness? It is recommended that the host collect blood samples of strong men such as the Asgard Protoss, and the system will help the host to optimize the genes. Or use biotechnology products such as Super Soldier Serum. Xia Zixuan. MMP, CO authored with you. Is the blood sample of the Asgard Protoss and Super Soldier Serum the Chinese cabbage on the street? At his current level, if he matches Thor. Thinking of this, Xia Zixuan couldn't help but shivered. Miss Nurse. Miss Nurse. Did you turn on the heating? I'm cold. Xiao Ai. After thinking for a while, Xia Zixuan made a decision. In any case, after your injury is healed, go to the Bronx Zoo to continue the work that was not completed last time. The more animals that can be changed, the more natural the operability becomes. As for the future, when Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane tear their faces, they can see if they can blend in. If you can trigger a task or something, it would be best, even if Zioi classmates don't give up. I can also get a good impression in front of Iron Man. At that time, it shouldn't be a problem to ask this top rich man to borrow some money to spend. Rich. You can do whatever you want. A large villa with sea views at 10080 Malibu Street, Los Angeles. Underground workroom. A bright silver mechanical suit stood upright. Jarvis, check weather conditions and air traffic control and monitor ground controls. Sir, before the actual flight, terabyte calculations are required. Jarvis, sometimes you have to try to run before you can go better. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. As the voice of Tony Stark inside the Mark II suit dropped, Mark II's hands and soles immediately burst into flames. Tony Stark's body flew slowly by the counter-propelling force generated by the arrogance. After a slight sway, Tony Stark barely controlled his balance. Immediately afterwards, he saw Mark II suddenly accelerate and rushed out of the long and narrow tunnel. Rushed to the sky that Xia Zixuan yearned for. At this time, Tony Stark screamed in excitement. Compared with the Mark I that was previously kept in a cave in Afghanistan and made of a pile of broken copper and iron, Mark II has not only simplified the body shape, but also the metal materials and mechanical structure with better performance have greatly improved the combat capability of the suit. Tony Stark even added a flight stabilizer to the suit, so that Mark II can not only adjust its position in the air for the first time, but even arbitrarily put on exaggerated shapes in the air. On the other side, Phil Coulson, who hurried to New York, found Martha Hammer. It was only when he presented the work certificate of the National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau that he received a white eye from Martha. It's just that you can't blame Martha. After all, such an unreliable name, anyone who listens to it will have such an expression. Because of the instinctive distrust of this rashly visiting man in a mysterious suit, Martha did not say her guess about Xia Zixuan, and even concealed the fact that she lost her card in the car towards Xia Zixuan. But only objectively described the situation at that time. Of course, it also includes things that the Black Panther becomes like. As a 7th level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Phil Coulson could not see Martha Shang and concealed it. Just from Martha's mouth, Phil Coulson still got a lot of information. First of all, the energy weapon is undoubtedly confirmed, and secondly, there is a superpower who can transform into this matter. With this in mind, Phil Coulson can understand why most of the dead bodies at the scene were killed by the claws of leopard cats. Chapter 22, Got Caught. 3 days later, Xia Zixuan quietly went through the discharge procedures. The first time I ran towards the Bronx Zoo. The reason is to run, not to take a taxi or take the subway. Then you have to talk about the medical expenses in the United States. Xia Zixuan in the past life always thought that Xiaguo's basic medical facilities were pits. It was not uncommon to see a doctor in line up for a day or two. There are even yellow cattle reselling queue numbers. However, after coming to the United States in this life, Xia Zixuan realized how awesome Xia's medical system was. There is no harm without comparison. In these years in the United States, Xia Zixuan deeply realized this. For minor problems, you can only look at them in private clinics. Once you encounter big problems, you want to go to the hospital. Sorry, unless there are special circumstances, please make an appointment more than a week in advance. Well, if you can wait for a week, who still rarely goes to the hospital? Countless patients are delaying the best treatment time. As for the cost, it is even more like a pit to grandma's house. No, after paying for 3 days of hospitalization, and privately adding a plus red envelope to the doctor, Xia Zixuan can only go to a zoo by the 11 bus. No wonder, in recent years, more and more Americans want to emigrate to Xia country. After showing the Bronx Zoo lifetime free card, Xia Zixuan entered the zoo smoothly. But I was fortunate in my heart. If I didn't have this lifetime free card, I was afraid that I wouldn't even be able to pay for the ticket to the zoo. Isn't your own plan to become stronger cold? Whenever thinking of this, Xia Zixuan felt that she should go to Martha to reimburse her hospitalization expenses. Anyway, she was a good money owner. It's just that when this idea comes to mind, it will be suppressed by it for the first time. Xia Zixuan said that this is the pride and dignity of men. What's more, Xia Zixuan, who is in the late stage of cancer, is really a pure friendship to Martha. In case the other party knows the truth, let's make a promise. Thinking of this, Xia Zixuan could only say that he secretly shook his head and sighed. The second time he came to the Brinsk Zoo, Xia Zixuan did not go back to the zoo's inner garden as he did last time, and came into close contact with the cute little guys. Instead, they chose to walk the same way as ordinary tourists. After all, with the last incident, Xia Zixuan really got a shadow out of his heart. Although with the strength at the moment, Xia Zixuan is not afraid of these animals at all, after all, if he can really fight but can still run. But if the performance is too brilliant, is it not exposed? Xia Zixuan didn't want to be targeted by the Snake Shield Bureau so quickly. In the final analysis, the strength is still not enough. As soon as he entered the Bronx Zoo, Xia Zixuan first ran towards the bird area. No way, you can't change a green-headed fly every time. Of course, Xia Zixuan would not admit that what really made him mind was the green, shiny head of the fly. After all, as a normal man, I am afraid instinctively expressing resistance to that forgiving color. The division of birds is different from mammals. In order to increase the chances of visitors seeing them, the Bronx Zoo does not use invasive visits for birds. What tourists can see is still confined in closed independent spaces. Just because of the style of one of the world's largest zoos, compared with other zoos, the Bronx Zoo clearly gives birds a greater range of activities. Ding! The golden eagle parameters are scanned. Ding! Scanning the parameters of bald eagle. Ding! Peregrine falcon has been scanned. With the voice of Xiao Ai's classmates constantly ringing in his mind, Xia Zixuan only felt that he was truly in heaven. We can finally fly decently. For a time, Xia Zixuan even left tears with excitement. Go to your bat. No matter how fast you fly. Master is not rare. Oh, I'm so hard. After scanning the bird area, Xia Zixuan decisively went to the reptile and insect area. After all, the toxicity of the former can often cause unexpected effects, while the latter is not only small in size for detection, but also many insects have good toxicity. After Xia Zixuan finished greeting the cute little ones at the Bronx Zoo, the sky gradually dimmed. Until this time, Xia Zixuan realized that he had not entered the whole day. I didn't realize anything in the excitement of the previous harvest, this task has been completed. Xia Zixuan's stomach protested. Just looked at the empty wallet. Okay. It seems that in the next days, I have to take out the food. Xia Zixuan, who had just walked out of the gate of the Bronx Zoo, was now thinking about not going back to the dormitory to rub Tommy for a dinner. But accidentally hit a man dressed in formal attire. Xia Zixuan stepped back instinctively. Sorry. When he looked up and saw the man showing him the certificate of Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, Xia Zixuan's pupil shrank suddenly. When it was over, he was caught by the Snake Shield Bureau. The person who came was Phil Carlson, who was investigating the kidnapping murder in the suburbs of New York. Fortunately, Xia Zixuan responded in time. When reading the words of Phil Carlson's certificate one by one, even pretending to be silly. Philab. E.R. K. E.R. Sen. Oh. Sorry sir, I just didn't really notice you. After talking, Xia Zixuan wanted to turn around and leave. But Carlson was a flashing body once again blocking Xia Zixuan's road. Then he took out a business card and handed it to Xia Zixuan. President of the Imperial University of New York, Philip J. Carlson. Xia Zixuan. How about, Zixuan Morris? Do you want to communicate with your principal once without reservation? Xia Zixuan's mentality collapsed at this time. Meow. What is the reason why this Carlson will be the president of the Empire University of New York? Although 10,000 alpaca roared in his heart, Xia Zixuan's face was exhilarated. That's my honorable principal, but I haven't eaten for a day. If you don't mind, can you eat together? Of course, I pay. However, you have to pay the fee first. If you think there is no problem, you can deduct from my scholarship. Hearing Xia Zixuan's shameless words, Carlson's face twitched for a while. Never seen such a brazen person, can actually say so fresh and refined. And the scholarships of Imperial University of New York are all awarded to outstanding students who have made outstanding contributions in academics. A freshman who has just entered school soon, where is the scholarship? Of course, as the principal, I like honest children. If Morris classmates are capable, I think it would not be difficult to get this year's scholarship. Ma eggs. Old fox. Seeing that Carlson's pair had settled on himself, Xia Zixuan couldn't get angry. Xia Zixuan can only compromise because of Yinwei of Carlson. Sitting in Collison's car, Xia Zixuan took Collison to Ju downstairs even though he was directing the direction. How to say? This is called since we are unable to struggle. Then. Agent Coulson, is your wallet ready? P.S. I built a penguin group to understand the 3 martial arts. Chapter 23, Huiyu Coulson, for push, for reward. Ju is downstairs in the private room. Looking at the table in front of him, Coulson could not help seeing a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. Following Martha Hammer, she found Xia Zixuan's Coulson, and of course he knew that he had found a part-time job as a takeaway in the downstairs of Juju in Chinatown. I thought it was just a Sichuan restaurant, even if Xia Zixuan let go of it, he could eat a few dollars. But look! Look! Is this a human thing? Sichuan flavor braised abalone, boiled water cabbage, chrysanthemum chicken, tinfoil garlic steak bones, matsu take stewed chicken, camphor tea duck. These dozens of dishes in a large and small table, which is not expensive. Especially that 6-in-1 tofu. A plate of tofu only costs more than $30. This table is about $800 less to eat. This is obviously to slaughter yourself as a fat sheep. Glancing a glance, Xia Zixuan smiled secretly at Collison's embarrassed, tearless expression. Mock up, hit the master's idea, hum. Classmate Morris? Should we eat while chatting? No, no. Mr. Principal, Xiaoqiuo has a famous saying. As a student of Imperial University of New York, our words and deeds outside the campus all represent the image of the school. Only by strictly demanding oneself can one be worthy of school cultivation. Don't be stunned, Mr. Principal. Eat together. This chrysanthemum downstairs is the most popular Sichuan restaurant in Chinatown and even the United States. Eat without talking. Ha ha. Looking at Xia Zixuan's gobbling appearance, Coulson couldn't associate his appearance with the image of Imperial University in New York at all. Xia Zixuan ate for almost an hour before he stopped talking. Just when Coulson wanted to start talking. Ong, give me another plate of golden egg fried rice to pack. Wipe the oil and water in the corner of the mouth. Xia Zixuan nodded slightly at Coulson, indicating that he was full. Collison, who was sitting across the road without moving his chopsticks, sighed with relief. So far so good. I'm finally full. Ignoring Xia Zixuan shamelessly shouted a golden egg fried rice for supper. Coulson even changed a very serious face. I want to ask, where are you at around 11 p.m. 3 days ago? Of course I hope you tell the truth. You can understand that this is the concern of the principal as a student. Of course, it can also be understood as a question to you as a special department personnel. Although it is unclear how Collison found himself, it is clear that in the presence of S.H.I.E.L.D., sophistry is powerless. Immediately, Xia Zixuan also gave up pretending to be silly. Mr. Principal. No, I think I should call you Agent Coulson. Before answering your question, I need to figure out first, how many people besides you know about my intelligence. For example, Nick Fury or the National Turkish Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau know. After hearing Xia Zixuan's name Nick Fury, Coulson's expression was sullen, and his right hand immediately quietly touched the small gun hidden in his pocket. Agent Coulson, I advise you not to have any small movements. Who are you? Seeing that his actions were taken by Xia Zixuan, Coulson quickly asked. Me? Zixuan Morris. Didn't you know, a student at Imperial University in New York? Answer my question first, and I will decide my attitude towards you based on your answer. After thinking for a while, Coulson decided to tell Xia Zixuan honestly. The secretary has listed the information about you as a level 10 secret. No one except me and the director knows about you. Coulson's answer also made Xia Zixuan a lot easier. If only Phil Coulson and Nick Fury paid attention to themselves, then it should not be a problem. Xia Zixuan's most feared thing was to mix with Aegis through the paperclip plan. Hydra members in the game. After all, judging from the strength of Hydra, let alone protect Andrew and Yura, even if you are yourself, it is more and more fierce. I understand, Collison, if only you two, I think I can really have a good chat with you. Although it was unclear what Xia Zixuan was for, so that he did not trust his department, but from his words, Collison still heard his trust in himself and Director Fury. Just as Collison waited for Xia Zixuan to answer his doubts. But seeing Xia Zixuan transformed, a black panther with a length of more than 2 meters appeared in front of him. Feeling Ling Ling's momentum from the fierce beast in front of him, Coulson's hands shivered. But he thought secretly in his mind, no wonder the director put his information in the level 10 secret. It's just that Coulson didn't recover from the shock. The Black Panther disappeared after leaving a residual image. A figure appeared behind him. Coulson, who sensed something wrong, turned immediately. It was Martha Hammer standing behind him at the moment. Okay? Wrong. This dress is still the same one that the kid just wore. That is to say. Suddenly a bold guess appeared in his mind. Speed and disguise. No. To be precise, it should be a transformation. I can switch between several forms. Of course, this is actually a reservation. Xia Zixuan does not intend to tell Collison all the specific information about the monkey charm. How many? Black Panther. Human. Flies. Golden Eagle. There is still a free space. I think I will probably choose an aquatic creature. As a veteran agent, Coulson immediately sorted out useful information from Xia Zixuan's words. First of all, it has a speed that is difficult for ordinary people to capture, and in order to support this speed, it is not worse than physical fitness. Secondly, Xia Zixuan's deformation is limited in number or type. Black Panther is good at attacking. Flies lurking. Golden Eagle flight and reconnaissance. If he really can choose an aquatic creature according to what he said, then he is omnipotent. The most important point is that Xia Zixuan just said that humans, not Martha Hammer. This means that Xia Zixuan can change into anyone. This is simply an ability tailored for spies or agents. It is no wonder that Director Fury will pay so much attention to the child who has not graduated. How did your abilities come from? Is there anyone else like you now? I said I was born, do you believe it? Xia Zixuan glanced at Collison with a dignified look. Presumably you also know that I am not born to my current parents, and they do not know their origins. This ability is something I was born with, but I have always been low-key, you know. We yellow people all admire humility. Oh? Really? Why didn't I see where you are humble? For Xia Zixuan's last boast, Coulson was completely unbelievable, but even so, after knowing this, Coulson had to re-examine Xia Zixuan. Superpowers must be mastered or supervised. Otherwise, the whole world will fall into chaos. About you, I think I need to report to the secretary in detail. You'd better not use your abilities in front of others. And I'm forbidden to leave New York until I get the secretary's instructions. I will keep my eyes on you. Speaking of Cole, he stood up and planned to leave. Before leaving, he erected 2 slightly curved fingers at Xia Zixuan, compared to the gesture of staring at you. Slow walk. Mr. Principal. Don't forget to pay the bill. Otherwise, the president of the Empire State University of New York will be on the cover of the magazine while eating and escaping the bill. Hearing Xia Zixuan's voice behind him, Coulson's body shook obviously. He just wanted to escape the bill. After all, Xia Zixuan is this employee. He ran away, the boss will definitely find Xia Zixuan checkout. With a stomach full of flames, Coulson walked to the counter. Waiter, checkout. Sincerity, $1,831, cash or credit card. Listening to the waiter, Coulson, who had just pulled out $800 in cash from his wallet, shook his hand. Swipe. Moments later, Carlson left Ju downstairs with full of resentment. Only after going out, they called the price bureau and asked them to look up the restaurant. But a few days later, Carlson got a reply that the ingredients used in Juju's downstairs are high-end, and the handling methods are complicated and worth the money. Annoyed that Carlson was bad all over. Chapter 24, Goddamn Tony Stark. Since recovering, Xia Zixuan returned to the calm life of the past. The only difference is that Martha's recent contact with Xia Zixuan is obviously much higher. In order not to be caught by anything, Xia Zixuan can only push and push. If he can't push it, he is called Tommy together. To this end, Xia Zixuan and Tommy signed many unequal treaties. And Phil Carlson, in the past few days, did not mean to find Xia Zixuan trouble. It seems that he received some instructions from Nick Fury. After arranging several agents to monitor Xia Zixuan, he flung it aside. Ah! What a sunny day! Standing on the balcony of the dormitory, enjoying the comfort of the breeze sliding across the cheek and feeling the warmth from the sun, Xia Zixuan could not help shouting comfortably. FK! Zixuan, what's your nerves? Don't you know that it's so ugly? Look, people on the opposite floor are looking at you with dumb eyes. Listening to Tommy's complaint from the house, Xia Zixuan just smiled slightly. It's crazy for others to laugh at me. I laugh at others. I don't see Wuling Hero's tomb. No flowers and no wine ho. MMP, I will serve you if you pretend to be 13. While Xia Zixuan wanted to continue to post a while, CNN's news hookup came to the dormitory next door. It is reported that in a military exercise yesterday, a Raptor F-22 plane crashed without any casualties. For the accident at Mara, military representative spokesman Lieutenant Colonel James Rod said that the military is not clear who is the intermediary force involved. But the US government has absolutely no involvement. Please see a group of newsletters below. Oh? Is Mark III already born? Doesn't it mean that the Iron Overlord and Iron Man battle is coming? Ding! Trigger side mission, Energy. Task content, rob the small arc energy reactor and turn it into the system. Mission reward, immediately spell 1. Mission failure punishment, intelligence attribute permanently decreases by 50%. ZIOI classmate. Here I am. Call up the property panel. Host, Zixuan Morris. Strength, 40. Speed, 400. Endurance, 40. Intelligence, 6. Combat skills, 2. Energy emission, 0. Activated spells, Rabbit, Monkey. Spell skills already mastered, none. Comprehensive evaluation, Weak Chicken. Remarks, the limit of ordinary people's strength, speed, endurance, and intelligence is 10. Okay. Xia Zixuan understood, this little love classmate either did not come out, pit people as soon as they came out. This Meow's original intelligence points barely passed. If it was reduced by 50%, wouldn't he become mentally retarded? No way. Absolutely not. This already involves the dignity of men. Xia Zixuan absolutely does not want to see the property panel next time. Xiao AI's comprehensive evaluation of his own from a weak chicken to a mentally retarded. The dark wind is high that night. A golden eagle soared from a corner of Imperial University in New York. Feeling the cool night breeze blowing head-on, Xia Zixuan was very excited. This is flying. As for the green-headed flies? Nonsense. Forget about it, go to his uncle's green-head flies. Black history can never be remembered. Shaking the wings with a wingspan of more than 2 meters, Xia Zixuan had a sense of heroism at the moment. So-called Daypen rose in the same day, and it skyrocketed 90,000 miles. If the wind came down, it would still be able to shake but the water. Although the body of the Golden Eagle is now compared to Daypen, it is still a little witch. But we have rabbit charms. with the blessing of the power from the rabbit charm in the body. The speed of the golden eagle instantly exceeded the standard of sound speed of 340 meters per second. Mach 1, Mach 1.1, Mach 1.2. Until the speed increased to Mach 1.5, Xiaozichuan felt the discomfort that faintly came from his body. It seems that the limit of his golden eagle body should be around Mach 1.6. Secretly hovering in the air for a while, Xiaozichuan galloped in the direction of Los Angeles. I saw a dim golden light piercing the sky, and Xiaozichuan disappeared from the sky above Imperial University in New York. Sir Carlson, flies turned into golden eagles and left Imperial University in New York. We couldn't catch up and requested satellite tracking. In a dormitory at Imperial University in New York, 2 agents are holding intercoms and reporting to Carlson. The fly in their mouth is the code name of Xiaozichuan. Of course, if Xiaozichuan knew this, he. Both of them are the confidants of Carlson. After receiving the instructions from Director Fury, Carlson strictly followed Nick Fury's requirements and kept it confidential. Therefore, in addition to these 2 people, Carlson did not dispatch any other personnel. Even so, Carlson's assignment to the 2 men instructed to monitor Xiaozichuan's movements. Without permission, no information about Xiaozichuan may be disseminated to anyone in any form. No, I will deal with this matter. You have done a good job and continue to be there, the flies will come back, and report to me anytime. Yes, sir. At the same time, Xiaozichuan, who decided to meet Tony Stark in person, and inquired about the situation, was racing towards 10080 Malibu Street in Los Angeles. With the body of the Golden Eagle, it's not a good wave, in Xiaozichuan's view, it is just a violent disaster. New York is only about 4,000 kilometers from Los Angeles. At the current speed of Xiaozichuan, it was almost dawn when he arrived near Tony Stark's Seaview Villa. Looking closely, Xiaozichuan was so excited before this time. After nearly 7 hours of hurry and rest, Xiaozichuan's heart is full of despair. Especially when I thought I would fly back another 7 hours. What Xiaozichuan wants to do now is to talk about life with Tony Stark. You are sick. The company building is built in New York, and its own villa is built in Los Angeles, California. You're back and forth 4,000 kilometers one way, your brain is amused? Isn't your private jet burning oil? Is it cool? Well. Secretly wrote Tony Stark's name in a small book. When Xiaozichuan hesitated how to enter Tony Stark's Seaview Villa, an Audi came slowly towards the villa. At first glance, isn't Pepper Paw sitting in the driver's seat? The Golden Eagle immediately turned into a mosquito and flew towards the car. When Pepper walked out of the car carrying the bag, Xiaozichuan immediately adsorbed on Pepper's shoulder. Perfect dive. Xiaozichuan secretly praised herself. Riding Pepper, Xiaozichuan had an inexplicable sense of pride. Tony, Tony. You know green chili peppers all day long if you are fine. Now your future wife was ridden by me. How do you feel about it? Secretly Xiaozichuan has no time to take care of even this luxurious Seaview Villa. Accompanying Pepper's footsteps, the man came straight to Tony Stark's studio. Looking at the huge pile of infamous mechanical equipment in front of me, and the golden and red suit in the workroom, they were dazzling. For a time, Xiaozichuan had a feeling of Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Shock, deep shock. In this room, even a set of equipment is enough for Xiaozichuan to splurge. Think about yourself again. I was still worried about the empty pockets the other day. Xiaozichuan instantly understood what was heard in the previous life, comparing the mortal body to the gods. This requires a big premise. If Tony Stark doesn't have the money, even if he is talented, I am afraid he can only be aspiring. Xiaozichuan, who was a lemon essence, flew off Pepper's shoulder. He glanced at Tony Stark's neck and thrust it into Tony's skin with his own straw. Wow! The blood of rich people is delicious. Warning! Warning! Remind the host. You just took a lot of palladium. If you continue to blood, it will affect your body. Xiaozixuan. Chapter 25, Live Grilled Reactor, Recommendation. Okay. Xiaozixuan, who just thought he was green to Tony Stark and was smug, was upset again. Extremely uncomfortable. The blood of the rich is poisonous. Ding. It is detected that there is an arc reactor nearby. Please host to collect it as soon as possible. While Xiaozixuan was in flames, Xiao Ai's voice sounded out of place again. What's the matter? Force me to grab the arc reactor now? Hey! And many more. Not bad. Xiaozixuan glanced at the first-generation small arc reactor placed in a glass box not far away. If you remember correctly, this should be the one that Tony completed in the cave. It was only after returning to the United States that Tony made a new one and asked Pepper to throw it away. As a result, Pepper installed the thing and sent it to Tony Stark as a souvenir. That being said, if I were to take down the arc reactor on Tony's chest now, wouldn't Tony replace the old one immediately? Anyway, Pepper would also be by the side, and it shouldn't be a big deal. When Xiaozixuan hesitated to start immediately, a big hand patted him. Xiaozixuan felt the danger hit, immediately fled the Five Fingers Mountain. Jarvis. Sir, at your service. Why are there mosquitoes in my studio? Why did the servants go? Sorry, your studio has never allowed unauthorized people to enter. The sanitation is done by yourself. Tony Stark, who was bitten by a mosquito inexplicably, wanted to go viral, but then thought about it as if this was the case. But my heart is puzzled, this October. It stands to reason that there should be few mosquitoes near the area of this Seaview Villa. What's more, it's a studio where the sanitary environment is always controlled by yourself. Xiaozixuan, who had just survived, was angry. Meow for a while, just hesitating, will it be kind to pick your arc reactor directly? Now. Xiaozixuan flew into Tony Stark's neckline without saying anything. Stopped directly on the arc reactor in Tony's chest. Zioi classmate. Here I am. Directly recover mission items. Okay, host. Then, with a bang, Tony Stark fell directly to the ground in pain. Tony's sudden action startled Pepper on the side. I saw Tony Stark twitching in situ at the moment. Oh. God. Tony, what's wrong with you? At the moment Tony Stark also found something wrong. Resisting the pain, Tony touched his chest hard. Immediately, there was a look of panic. Reactor. The reactor disappeared out of thin air. Lying trough. Although Tony Stark's mouth is poisonous, his childhood education has made him never swear. But now, this happened too suddenly. Even if it's Tony's literacy, he didn't stop the slots. At the time of the crisis, Tony also saw the first-generation arc reactor placed on the table not far away. So immediately asked Pepper to help get it. At the moment, Pepper was completely panicked, following Tony's commands mechanically. He was replaced with the first-generation arc reactor. Fortunately, this is not the first time Pepper has done this. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Although Pepper instinctively resisted this matter. But seeing Tony's life, Pepper still decided to help him up. Tony, who reloaded the reactor above the boat, looked immediately better. Apparently the arc reactor had reabsorbed the shrapnel near his heart. Jarvis. What happened just now? Sir, just detected a wave of magnetic field that has never appeared before your chest. Data comparison has been done online, suspected to be caused by spatial magnetic field distortion. After hearing Jarvis' answer, Tony frowned. Obviously Jarvis' answer did not satisfy Tony Stark. This is obviously a long-sought, targeted theft. It's not even an exaggeration to say that it's for money. Otherwise, how could it be that the reactor on his chest disappeared without hurting himself? It's just that this fact is too weird, after Jarvis scans the entire Seaview Villa and still has nothing to discover. Tony Stark can only give up the tracing. It's just that the first-generation arc reactor still has energy in its chest. So he started to rebuild a new small arc reactor. After all, there is not much energy left in the chest now, let's not mention it, and the style is too old. Not at all consistent with Tony Stark's aesthetic. For the meeting, Pepper will help to change the reactor, and Tony also has full confidence in Pepper. Tony didn't let Pepper avoid this process of remaking the reactor. But even so, Pepper, who has no talent for black technology, has not seen a reason. To prevent similar things from happening again, Tony did two directly this time. One of the first-generation reactors used to replace the chest, and one was hidden by him for use. Seeing that he still didn't recover from the panic he just got Pepper, Tony looked embarrassed and took out a new reactor. Pepper. I have to trouble you again. No. I can't do this. Pepper, who has experienced such incidents twice, instinctively protested. No. Pepper, I only trust you. Just if you hadn't kept my first-generation reactor before. I'm afraid it would be cold. I need you. I always need it. I always need it. Listening to Tony's sensational words, Pepper moved again. After all, it's a matter of Tony's life and safety, and Pepper still knows the priorities. So Pepper had to endure the huge psychological shadow again and replaced Tony Stark with a small arc energy reactor. In fact, after all, Pepper doesn't think how difficult or disgusting this life is. It's just that every time I think of myself, I accidentally make a mistake. That Tony Stark is likely to die in his own hands. Pepper's heart will naturally produce a feeling of resistance. Just like the same hospital, doctors are generally not recommended to perform surgery on their loved ones. With great psychological pressure, the chance of making mistakes will be greatly increased. At the same time, Xia Zixuan, who was hiding on the side, was happy in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission, Snatching Energy. 12 Zodiac Charms. The pig has been successfully activated. Ding! As the system has received new energy, the system will enter the version upgrade state, and the upgrade will last for 2 hours. During the upgrade, the host will not be able to use the power of the spell. The countdown to system upgrade begins. 59, 58, 57. Lying. Listening to the voice of classmate Xiao Ai, Xia Zixuan, who had just been overwhelmed, suddenly panicked. Unable to use the power of spells. That means you can't maintain the state of mosquitoes. Then there will be a large living person in Tony Stark's workroom. Then he will be caught by Tony Stark. Oh my! Run! Xia Zixuan did not care about anything at this time. She flew away and flew towards the outside, even the power of the rabbit spell was involuntarily blessed. Fortunately, there is a passage in Tony Stark's workroom prepared for the suit, which directly connects to the outside. Even if the door of the passage is currently closed, the body of Xia Zixuan mosquito can easily find the gap and drill out. Xia Zixuan, who flew out of Tony Stark's luxury villa, galloped far away without even looking back. Accompanied by the voice of classmate Xiao Ai shouted one. A figure fell from the sky. Fortunately, Xia Zixuan is now about 5 meters from the ground. Although there is no standard buffering action, Xia Zixuan also learned a little in action movies. With his strong body strength, he did not hurt much after playing a few roles on the beach. But the appearance of being covered in sand is very embarrassing. Sir, an unknown creature just slipped out of your studio at a speed close to Mach 1. Because it is beyond the monitoring range of the villa, it has lost its track of the target. Is it necessary to hack into the military surveillance satellite to search? On the occasion of Tony and Pepper's innocence, Jarvis's voice rang. FK. It must have been the mosquito just now. Jarvis, calculate the speed and direction of the thief's escape, and immediately enter the military surveillance satellite to search. As you wish, sir. Chapter 26, Zixuan Morris. At this moment, Xia Zixuan still didn't know that his shameless pit father behavior had been discovered by Tony Stark. Walk alone on the scenic beach of Los Angeles. Listening to the sound of the waves constantly echoing in my ears. Listen to the sweet songs of seabirds coming from your ears. Xia Zixuan felt that his life had never been as passionate as it is today. In his vision, the best time to get Tony Stark's small arc reactor is when Iron Man defeats Iron Overlord. As long as Xia Zixuan uses the power of the rabbit spell, he pulls the boat reactor from the Iron Overlord deeply stuck in the Stark building, and then takes advantage of the time difference of 10 seconds before the giant arc reactor is detonated. You can do it without knowing it. However, the risks involved are carefully thought out, but there are many xyz. First of all, Stark Tower and Tony Stark's Seaview villas are different. There are various monitoring equipments all over. Xia Zixuan is very distrustful of Xiao Ai's shielding ability. Second, Iron Man vs Iron Overlord, that was a fairy fight. With his physique 4 times that of ordinary people, in case of being hit by a stray bullet. Too much uncertainty makes the risk of such operations greatly increased. Now, not only did he get the small arc reactor without knowing it, but he also pitted Tony Stark. In this heart. Comfortable. Extremely comfortable. Xia Zixuan never dreamed of doing this task, which was rewarded by spells, and it would be so easy. Sir, you have retrieved suspicious targets nearby according to your requirements. With Jarvis's words sounded. The figure of 7 people and their identity information immediately appeared in front of Tony Stark in the form of stereoscopic projection. John Jackson, Los Angeles. David Carmella, Anaheim. Zixuan Morris, a resident of Lawrence, a student at the School of Bioengineering, Imperial University of New York. After reading the identity information of these 7 people, Tony Stark frowned even though his brow was tight. Judging from the identity information of these people, they are all law-abiding citizens with detailed resumes. And most of the household registrations are not very far from Los Angeles. It is perfectly reasonable to travel or do business near Los Angeles. What's more, this Malibu Bay is a scenic spot in Los Angeles. Tony, I think you need to look at this person's information. At this time, Pepper, who was also on the side, opened his mouth and pointed his finger directly at Xia Zixuan's stereoscopic projection. Oh? Is there anything wrong with this person? At the age of 16, Kansas, a student of Imperial University in New York, at this age, it is quite good to enter that school. Of course it is still much worse than mine. To know that Tony Stark graduated from MIT when he was 17 years old, and he was under the title of a robot prodigy, and then he served as the CEO of Stark Industrial Group as the heir. From the resume alone, Xia Zixuan and Tony are definitely a younger brother. No, Tony. If I remember correctly, Imperial University in New York should not be during the holidays. There is a short distance from New York to this. Pepper's words directly woke Tony Stark. It's no wonder that even without Tony's help in the future, this woman who claims to be a little Pepper can carry the banner of Stark Industries Group. The expression that the value of Yan is inversely proportional to IQ is obviously not consistent with Pepper. Jarvis. Check it for me. I want to see all the information about this stunning Morris, including his relatives. It's Zixuan Morris, sir. I thought you showed all the information about it. Zi. Xian. What a strange name. Tony murmured secretly, but he carefully scanned the information about Xia Zixuan. Adopted sons, Andrew Morris, Euler Carter. For a time since Xia Zixuan was adopted, all the information in the book was projected in front of Tony Stark by Jarvis. Of course, this also included Andrew borrowing a large sum of money from the bank, using his own farm as a mortgage, and frantically bought shares of Stark Industries Group. It's kind of interesting. Pepper, how much has our stock market value fallen now? 56.5%. You take a look at this Andrew's recent transaction information. After all, Tony Stark enlarged and displayed the transaction information about Andrew's mortgage and the purchase of Stark Industrial Group stock in front of Pepper. Oh? At this time, I will trust your mess so much, it seems that this family is your fan. When Pepper saw Andrew's transaction information, he was also very puzzled. You know, after Tony Stark announced that the Stark Industries Group's weapons research and development department stopped selling any weapons. Everyone in the world is crazy to sell their stocks in an attempt to stop losses. But Andrew is good, not only did he not sell, but bought it frantically, which is simply unreasonable. After thinking about it for a moment, Pepper, who still has no idea, can only convince himself with the reason that their family is all Tony fans. Sir, from the current data analysis, Ms. Pepper has just accounted for 52.13% of the possibilities. No, no. Jarvis, you are wrong. Your data analysis is based on you knowing my address, so I will use this Zixuan Morris as a worship for idols. But in fact, at the location of 10080 Malibu Street, in addition to the very few people I am familiar with, there are those cover magazine women, cough. In short, the density is very high. Okay, sir, I have calculated for you the possibility of Zixuan Morris appearing nearby. The data shows 8.62%. Jarvis, use all means to closely monitor this person, I want to know his movements from time to time. Mr. As you wish. Compared with the steel armor technology, Tony Stark's emphasis on his own small arc reactor technology can be said to be entirely on a different level. After all, if you just make a steel suit like Mark III, it is not difficult to come to this world where black technology is rampant. On the contrary, without the support of the arc energy reactor, even the most sophisticated steel armor is nothing but a pile of broken copper. I want to make the Iron Suit a Iron Man, not a weapon of war. Then we must hold on to this arc energy reactor technology. But now, the bright reactor in his chest was stolen. No wonder Tony Stark is so nervous. But considering that there is no evidence at hand to show that this Zixuan Morris has a problem. Moreover, the disappearance of the reactor is too weird, and he cannot rashly impose the crime of theft on a child. Thinking of this, Tony can only temporarily give up further tracing the missing reactor. Pepper, I think I still need you to do me a favor. As Tony said, he took out a USB stick from his pocket and handed it to Pepper. I need you to go to my office, hack into the computer host, and get back all the recent shipping lists. With this, I think it is easy to get in. It may be in the administrative folder, or in the hidden disk. If that is the case, you can find the one with the lowest number. Since getting information from reporters at the party yesterday that Stark Industries is still selling weapons, Tony Stark has always felt that there are insiders in the group doing things. In addition to what Obadi said to him at the party, Tony Stark had a bad hunch. Pepper looked at the USB stick in his hand and looked at Tony Stark seriously. If I get the list back, what are you going to do? Of course it's the same old thing. If there is a secret transaction, I will stop it and then destroy those weapons myself. Hearing Tony's words, Pepper slightly stepped back conditionally. In that case, I quit. Turn around and leave. I have to do this. You have been with me for so many years. When I made a fortune by selling weapons that made wives and homeless, you always stayed with me. Now, I just want to protect those who suffer because of me, but you want to leave me? However, Pepper was not moved by it. In Pepper's view, Tony's life safety is above all else. She couldn't push Tony to the edge of danger by herself. Fortunately, Tony's eloquence is quite good, thinking of Ethan saving himself at the cost of his own life while persuading Pepper. If it weren't for this belief, I should have died. Pepper, I'm not crazy, but I understand what I should do, and I know in my heart that I'm right to do so. Looking at Tony's sincere eyes, he felt his transformation from an unruly prodigal son to a hero with a mission. Pepper once again picked up the USB flash drive that was thrown on the table when he was rejected by Tony, and turned away. Do you know? You are everything to me. Chapter 27, Pig Charm. Ding! The system version upgrade is complete. Xiao AI is online. Hear a familiar voice in his ear. Xiao Zixuan, who was forgiven for a moment, burst into tears. The scenery of the Malibu Bay is truly beautiful. That sea wave. That reef. That beach. That. Have you tried staring for 2 hours? Xiao Zixuan, who continued to fly at a high speed for 7 hours, and blew the sea breeze for 2 hours in this deserted bay. At this time, it looks like an unrequited look. It's cold. Hungry again. I'm so pitiful. Woo. 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 Tony Stark, this bastard. Build the house in such a ghost place where the bird does not shit. This is not a tossing person. At this moment, Xiao Zixuan didn't want to do anything except a full meal. Xiaoi classmate. Here I am. Call up the property panel. Host, Zixuan Morris. Strength, 60. Speed, 600. Stamina, 60. Intelligence, 6. Combat skills, 2. Energy emission. Energy tank, 600/600. Natural energy recovery speed, 1.9 minutes. Activated spells, rabbit, monkey, pig. Spell skills already mastered, none. Comprehensive evaluation, strong weak chicken. Remarks, the limit of ordinary people's strength, speed, endurance, and intelligence is 10. Despite seeing that striking intelligence, 6, Xiao Zixuan was extremely upset. However, the attention is still quickly on the newly added attributes. Student Xiaoi, what do you mean by this energy trough and the natural speed of energy recovery? The host consumes a minimum of 1 energy value when using the pig spell. If it continues to output, it consumes 0.5 energy value per second for the duration. Feel the use of pig charms along with Xiao AI's words. Xiao Zixuan has the illusion of leaving others alone. Can be calculated carefully. 24 hours a day, 60 minutes per hour, which means 1,440 minutes per day. The upper limit of his own energy slot is 600, calculated by recovering a little every 9 minutes. If you completely consume all your energy, it will take 3 days and 18 hours to recover. However, in real high-intensity combat, it only takes about 10 minutes for the burst to become blue. Even continuous output can last up to 20 minutes. Small love classmate. Are you teasing me? 10 minutes. Am I too fast? No way, the host's physical strength is not enough to withstand the infinite output of pig charm energy. These limits are just to protect the host's body, if you have to use the power of spells beyond the limits of the body as you did last time. The system cannot guarantee the safety of the host's life. Okay. I wanted to spray Xiaoi's classmates, it seems that I blamed her wrongly. This round of co-authoring is still not good for one's physical fitness. Ugh. I'm so hard. Xiao Zixuan couldn't help but sigh. Grump. When Xiao Zixuan secretly hurt, his stomach once again protested to Xiao Zixuan. Frustrated, Xiao Zixuan could only plunge into the sea with one head and fish for seafood. In any case, fill your stomach before you can make the next plan. As for the current use of rabbit charms and monkey charms to fly to the nearby commercial street to buy food. Xiao Zixuan said tired. Can't fly. Taking advantage of the opportunity to fish for seafood, scan some fish parameters to make up for your shortcomings. On the other side, after saying goodbye to Tony Stark, Pepper drove to Tony's private airport in Los Angeles and flew straight to New York. Tony's task, as her dual-use personal secretary, has always been completed in the first time. Now that he agreed to steal Tony's shipping list from the company, even though Pepper didn't want 1 million, he was thinking about how to do it well. Stark Industries products must be fine products. In a private plane flying at twice the speed of sound, Pepper did not feel any discomfort at all. Looking at the blossoming white clouds outside the window leisurely floating, how much Pepper at the moment hopes that Tony Stark is just an ordinary person. She doesn't care if Tony is the top rich man, whether Tony is famous, or whether Tony is a superhero in the eyes of the world, or an arms dealer who indirectly disintegrates thousands of families. If Tony is willing at this moment, Pepper can completely abandon all this and live a small life with him. However, reality is always so unsatisfactory. 10080 Malibu Street, the basement of Tony Stark's Seaview Villa. I'm sorry, sir, Zixuan Morris jumped into the sea 5 minutes ago and never came out again. Now the location tracking satellite can't capture the information where it is. Hearing Jarvis's report, if Tony Stark can't guess that the kid was weird, then it really doesn't fit his genius. Will normal humans jump into the sea without any equipment or even swimsuits? Ordinary humans will swim for a while and the positioning satellites cannot track it. Obviously impossible. Jarvis hacked into all the monitoring equipment at Imperial University in New York, and immediately reported to me once he was found. After a moment, I'm sorry, sir, all the surveillance of Imperial University in New York has been encrypted by the official department, whether it is necessary to force entry. Can you find out which department? The information of the encryption department has been traced, the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Forget it, I'll talk about it when I get the shipping list done. Remember to remind me when it's time. Okay, sir. Somewhere deep in the northeastern Pacific Ocean, a tiger shark about 6 meters long is chasing a giant octopus larger than its size. It stands to reason that this giant octopus that is more than 9 meters long is not afraid of tiger sharks. But at this moment this giant octopus is faster than anyone else. If you look closely, the original 8 long and thick tentacles have already broken 2 of them. There is no doubt that these 2 tentacles have entered the tiger shark's stomach at the moment. But even so, the tiger shark did not mean to let go of the giant octopus. No matter how the giant octopus ran, the tiger shark would catch up in the first place. Seeing that behind him, he could easily rush directly to eat his tiger shark, the hate of the giant octopus. Isn't this a bully? Do not. Is it bullying octopus? The giant octopus didn't think of resisting, but once it turned to attack the tiger shark, 2 rays will be directly lased in the tiger shark's eyes. The 2 tentacles of the giant octopus were cut off by the laser beam in the previous resistance. Needless to say, the only shark that can do this kind of thing is Xiaozixuan. Since coming to this ocean, Xiaozixuan has completely released himself. This way, Xiaozixuan scanned countless fish, crabs, jellyfish, turtles. All the creatures that appeared in front of him were scanned by him one by one. Of course, after the scan seconds are over, most of these things have entered their stomachs. Of course, this also includes the body of the tiger shark that Xiaozixuan turned into at the moment. When you are full, use the rabbit charm to speed up and help digestion. After digesting, continue hunting. At this moment, Xiaozixuan really regarded himself as a sea beast. It has fully carried forward Xia Quaran's excellent tradition of eating heaven and earth. As far as the eye can see, everything is food. After teasing the giant octopus for a moment, Xiaozixuan also felt a little bored and flew towards the sea. In a blink of an eye, a golden eagle swept directly from the sea and rushed toward New York. If Tony Stark captures his figure at this moment, he will be deeply shocked by his flight speed exceeding 2 times the speed of sound. Chapter 28, Greetings from Old Friends. 5 hours later, Xiaozixuan returned to the dormitory with a bitter face. Although the body is strengthened again when the pig charm is obtained, it has reached the level of 6 times the limit of ordinary people. It is for this reason that the return speed of Xiaozixuan's original road is about 2 hours faster than when going to the Seaview Villa in Tony Stark. The continuous flight for 12 hours still gave him a feeling of nausea and vomiting. Although Xia Zixuan also had a rest in the middle, the fatigue was lingering. This should be put a few days ago. If Xia Zixuan was told, he would vomit himself. Fei Xia could never believe it. But the fact is that this is the case. Xia Zixuan said that flying more is really a very painful thing. Seeing the night shrouded in New York, Xia Zixuan couldn't wait to fall back to sleep to relieve the fatigue of the day. However, when I pushed open the door of the dormitory, I realized that Tommy, who used to watch the game at this point, did not seem to be in the house. Looking towards the dormitory, the black lights were blind. Can only vaguely see a white thing dangling. Turn on the light and take a look. Lying. Black marinated eggs. That's right, Nick Fury is sitting in the chair where Xia Zixuan usually sits. In his mouth, he chewed the betel nut that Xia Zixuan had just bought. No wonder. The swaying white thing was actually Nick Fury's teeth. So you are using black toothpaste? Of course, Nick Fury, who was sitting on a chair and waiting for Xia Zixuan to return, did not expect that Xia Zixuan actually connected himself to the toothpaste spokesperson just now. Otherwise, Nick Fury's expression would not be so calm. Mr. Morris? Or Mr. Druid? Or should I call you Mr. Lord? Listening to Nick Fury's ridiculous words, Xia Zixuan only felt a drop of sweat across his forehead. Why is he meowing again, Mr. Lord? What did the future self do? First was Supreme Master Gu Yi, and now it is Nick Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Xia Zixuan has quite a kind of feeling at this moment. I haven't done anything yet, and you feel like one by one. How about Tommy? After thinking for a moment, Xia Zixuan asked. After all, the classmates have already had a short time. Xia Zixuan did not want his roommate to be blamed by the black halogen egg in front of him. Oh! Did you say that little guy who looks like me? He bought a drink and opened the bottle today. This will probably be seen on the court. Slightly like you? So his real name is Tommy Fury. Obviously you know who I am? Why not sit down and talk? Xia Zixuan actually didn't want to get in touch with Nick Fury. Of course, the main reason is that the snake shield, which is full of Hydra, is too dangerous. However, since the other party has already come, Xia Zixuan is also not at all intimidating. Pulled over Tommy's chair and made a cup of cereal for himself. Xia Zixuan soothed his restless stomach, and motioned to Nick Fury to start. Well, since you are so straightforward, then I will speak straight. What is your purpose? Stop telling me that you want to find a girlfriend. I have heard these words decades ago. Xia Zixuan. Life is so boring, you haven't said anything, you have already begun to answer for me. Looking for a girlfriend? My mother thought so, not long ago she urged me to come like this. But I don't think it's urgent. If you have to say something, my family and I don't like purple potatoes. Purple potato. Apparently Nick Fury didn't hear Xia Zixuan's words. Mr. Morris, I hope you can tell the truth. This is very important to me, and of course it also determines my attitude towards you. Hiss. Why does this sound so familiar? Wasn't that what you said to Phil Coulson the other day? This black marinated egg is too much. Actually embezzled your words. Give copyright? Just thinking for a moment, Xia Zixuan gave Nick Fury a decent answer. Well. First of all, I don't have any ambitions to fight for the world, nor do I want to be famous, let alone family planning. What about money? Just enough flowers. Based on the economic situation of our Morris family, I wouldn't starve to death. Braised eggs. Oh no. I mean Director Fury. Don't think everyone is so dark, not everyone has the idea of changing the world. If you have to say a purpose. Xia Zixuan paused, then poured a mouthful of cereal into his mouth. Hey! The point is coming. Hearing this, Nick Fury even raised his ears. If I want to say the purpose, I don't want my relatives or friends around me to be harmed in any way. Guard? Nick Fury murmured secretly. What a reassuring purpose. In this case, I have an idea. I don't know you. Don't, if you want to say Superboy Heavenly Mission, I'm not interested. Exposure will only put people around me in danger. Before there is no absolute strength to guard the people I care about, I think it is better to keep a low profile. By the way, if you hope that we will have a more pleasant cooperation in the future, I don't want anyone other than you to know any information about me. 4. Then Nick Fury understood that Xia Zixuan had also counted the 2 agents on the opposite floor who monitored him. What if I disagree? If you know that a superpowered person like you is unstable, I can't guarantee that you will never be hostile to this world. After listening to Nick Fury, Xia Zixuan looked immediately. The power of the pig charm immediately condensed in his eyes, ready to shoot at any time. You can try it. If I find that the person I care about has been hurt, even Carol won't be able to protect you. Nick Fury shuddered when Xia Zixuan said Carol. No one knows better than him what Carol means. Sure enough. Even this timeline, he knows a lot. Okay, I know what to do, but I hope you can help me in certain special times. After all, Nick Fury took out a special single-line communicator from his pocket and threw it to Xia Zixuan. Looking at the device like a single-hole headset in his hand, Xia Zixuan did not refuse and directly pushed into the jacket pocket. Then opened the storage space in the pocket and threw it to the corner. Toll. Listen to the 2 words that Xia Zixuan popped out of his mouth. Nick Fury's eyes twitched slightly. Didn't you just say that you are not interested in money? Can. Now that the goal has been achieved, Nick Fury is ready to leave even if he stands up. Just suddenly, as if remembering something, Nick Fury walked quietly behind Xia Zixuan, raised his hand and hammered towards Xia Zixuan's head. It has long been discovered that Nick Fury has an abnormal Xia Zixuan. How could it be so successful? When even a fly flies behind Nick Fury, it turns into a humanoid again. He hammered at Nick Fury's black marinated egg. Feeling the pain from his head, Nick Fury stumbled almost to the ground. I have guarded you against this move for a long time. Do you want to say that this is a greeting from an old friend? Seeing Nick Fury's shocked expression, Xia Zixuan said. Sure enough. How can the future self specialize in this kind of ethics? And Nick Fury, who was covering his head at this time, also secretly fell into contemplation. Is it true that there is such a greeting? If he was just playing with himself in the future, then Xia Zixuan is obviously impossible to know about it. The yellow race is really an elusive race. Chapter 29, Your Principal Needs Help. Ding ding ding. Along with the ringing of the cell phone ringing, Xia Zixuan rubbed his eyes and sat up from the bed. Zixuan Morris. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. However, at the next moment, the roar of the bed next door dispelled Xia Zixuan's sleep. Early. Tommy, I heard you won the prize yesterday. Congratulations. Dare you say it? Last night I went back to the dormitory in the middle of the night. At the door of the dormitory, I felt the whole house trembling. What did you experience? Make your snoring sound so loud. I didn't sleep all night, you know? It was hard to carry a night, barely a little sleepy, and your alarm sounded. What have I experienced? Thinking of yesterday's painful experience, Xia Zixuan couldn't help but burst into tears. 8,000 kilometers. Tony Stark asshole. Had to die to build my villa so far away from the office building. How arrogant is this product? Whenever I think of myself flying yesterday, I curse Tony Stark irreparably. Xia Zixuan couldn't help feeling that this world was full of malice towards himself. Tommy, I said that I flew twice in the sky yesterday. Are you too tired to believe it? Fly twice? At first he heard Xia Zixuan's words, and Tommy was a little ignorant, but then his eyes flashed. Hurry, tell me quickly, how long have you been flying? Xia Zixuan was also dumbfounded by Tommy's sudden question. In any case, I will casually say, is it really true that this product is not true? What are you asking about this? You really believe it? Believe? Why don't you believe it? Tell me the truth, how long have you been flying? Oh. Fly twice, the first time is about 7 hours, the second time is about 5 hours. After listening to Xia Zixuan, Tommy was shocked. His eyes were full of unbelief. 10, 2, small, when? I don't believe it, don't believe it. Doesn't it mean that the average yellow person does not arrive in half an hour? Xia Zixuan. Haha. Obviously, Tommy's color embryo wanted to be crooked again. What's in this mind? Feces? Why is it so yellow? Drive if you don't agree. So, Xia Zixuan was completely silent, tired. Not wanting to bother Tommy's questioning at all. Life. Really lonely like snow. What Xia Zixuan did not know was that he deliberately avoided it, but made Tommy think he was defaulting. This caused Tommy to have a lot of misunderstandings for a period of time afterwards, causing Xia Zixuan to wait for a launch line to send him back to the west. On the other side, in an office in the Stark building, Pepper gently pushed open the door of Tony's office. Pepper was relieved when he saw that there was no one in it. The office door was quietly closed, and Pepper sat anxiously on the office chair leaning against the floor-to-ceiling windows. He opened the office computer in front of him with great skill. However, after a while, the "Please enter the login password" popped up on the desktop was shocked by Pepper. Fortunately, what Tony said at the time made him think of something. Immediately, Pepper took the U-disc given by Tony from the bag and inserted it into the interface on the side of the laptop. Sure enough, after a while, the defense program set up by Obadiah was under the attack of Tony's hacker code, as if it were window paper. With Pepper's operation, Mark I's design drawings, evidence of the trade between Obadiah and the Ten Commandments, and even the video sent by the Ten Commandments when Tony was kidnapped appeared on the computer screen. The facts lie ahead, and Pepper does not believe it. It's just that all of this is too sensational. Pepper also couldn't help covering his mouth, fearing that he should make something that shouldn't be. Although shocked, Pepper still skillfully clicked the copy button. Looking at the slowly copied progress bar, Pepper's heart almost jumped out of his mouth nervously. But at the next moment, something more terrifying happened to her, and Obadiah actually pushed in. Seeing Obadiah walking slowly towards him, Pepper immediately forced himself to calm down. Covered the U-disc inserted in the computer quietly with a side newspaper. Then immediately set the computer desktop to screensaver mode. At this time, Obadiah also came behind Pepper. After glancing at the office computer with a black screen, Obadiah's heart also dropped. The two thought about each other, and chatted with each other in a vague manner. While Obadiah didn't pay attention, Pepper confirmed that Progress Bar had finally completed his mission. Pepper moved the U-disc by the action of the newspaper, then bid farewell to Obadiah and walked quietly out of the door. And many more. While Pepper thought he was a great success, Obadiah stopped Pepper. A drop of cold sweat immediately slipped from Pepper's forehead, but she quietly wiped it off. "Is that today's newspaper? Can you leave it to me?" Obadiah, who did not notice anything wrong, came over and extended his right hand towards Pepper. Of course. After handing over the newspaper to Obadiah, Pepper was walking towards the door as if nothing was wrong. It was just that he had just left the house, but the original slow pace began to run wildly. At the moment, Pepper only hates his parents for giving him 2 legs. Obadiah, who sent Pepper away, found something wrong after returning to his seat. When he opened the computer desktop, the one in its conspicuous successfully copied window made it no longer calm. Shit! Obadiah, who was aware of the incident, couldn't sit still at once, while letting people intercept Pepper, and rushing towards the laboratory, wanting to start his own plan in advance. But when he learned that Tony's Mark I was the prototype, the modified Iron Overlord could not solve the energy problem, even when it went up. In the cave, Tony Stark uses a pile of small arc reactors that can be completed by breaking copper and iron. A group of researchers on his own can't do it with almost unlimited resources and funds. This makes Obadiah's jealousy and frustration grow even higher. No way. Absolutely not. Since things are exposed, you can't blame me. Obadiah, thinking about this, went to the Seaview Villa in Tony, Los Angeles, even by private jet. At the moment, Pepper, who ran out of the material copied from Obadiah, did not tell Tony Stark about it. In Pepper's view, such matters should be left to the relevant departments. Not Iron Man. Pepper subconsciously instinctively did not want Tony to be involved in this matter. With Pepper's understanding of Tony, if Tony knows, he will definitely find Obadiah the first time to settle the bill. By then, the two will have a battle, and Pepper sincerely does not want Tony to be harmed. At the time of Pepper's tangle, Phil Coulson's figure appeared in front of him. Pepper still remembers this man who once had a connection at the reception, although his department. Okay, Pepper, who has such a long name, cannot really remember Pepper. However, it seemed to be very good, and Pepper immediately told Phil Coulson about the matter. Coulson was also aware of the seriousness of the matter, and even if an agent was arranged to protect Pepper, and took the U-disc in Pepper's hands, he went to the nearest branch for verification. However, the fact is always so unexpected that even Coulson was shocked by the information in the USB stick. As the calls were dialed out one by one, more and more agents gathered towards the branch. But even so, Coulson was quite upset. After thinking for a while, Coulson still took out the special communicator that Nick Fury gave him. "Hello. Is it Morris? I think your principal needs help now." Chapter 30, You Do Not Understand the World of Local Tyrants, Recommendation. It is true that the U.S. functional departments have been slow enough to move from Pepper to Coulson to reflect the situation, to Coulson to gather good people, and began to search the Stark Building laboratory. Even in the case of Coulson's 7th-level agent status, the green light was still on, it still took more than 9 hours. And the most grateful for all this is Obadiah. After the East Window incident, Obadiah immediately took a private jet to Tony Stark's Seaview Villa on Malibu Street in Los Angeles. Supported by the technology of Stark Industries Group, it took Xia Zixuan 7 hours to travel, and Obadiah arrived in only 3 hours. Of course, this is also because Xia Zixuan spends a lot of time on the rest, and the aircraft does not need to rest. Obadiah, who thought Tony already knew the truth, was also preparing to stage a confession drama, in order to take advantage of Tony's inattention and take down his chest. It was just unexpected that when Pepper called Tony Stark and intended to tell the truth. Everything is too late. With the help of a small paralysis device, Obadiah, who took advantage of the loophole, easily achieved his goal. "Tony, do you remember this stuff?" Waving the small paralysis device in his hand, Obadiah said proudly. "Even if it can only make people temporarily paralyzed, it is very practical. Unfortunately, the government did not approve production. Do you know? I was still worried when I ordered to kill you. I killed an old hen who only lays golden eggs. But look! You shouldn't die, because you have to finish the last golden egg." Looking at Obadiah, who was talking in front of himself, Tony Stark set off a storm in his heart. The man who trusted him so much, the man who regarded him as uncle, actually. But now his body is not only paralyzed, but after losing the arc energy reactor, the pain caused by the shrapnel near the heart is even more painful for Tony Stark. When Tony heard that Obadiah wanted to build a new generation of weapons with a small arc energy reactor at its core, Tony Stark is all blown up. Since receiving the washing of his soul in Afghanistan, Tony instinctively resisted weapons, something that brought disaster to the world. But now, after making a circle, he still achieved Obadiah's ambitions. Looking at the figure of Obadiah disappearing into darkness, Tony Stark couldn't help thinking of what Ethan said before he died. Treasure life, don't waste it. Yes, I can't give up. What else I can do? At the moment, Obadi, where the small arc energy reactor arrived, even returned to the Stark Building laboratory in New York by private plane. Along the way, Obadi, who was nearly torn down by this 4,000 kilometer distance, was like Xiaozichuan in his heart, scolding Tony Stark tens of thousands of times. He is absolutely sick. If it hadn't been for a supersonic private jet, the daylily would be cool when he flew back to New York. What exactly Tony Stark thought was that he would build his Seaview Villa and Company building on the two east and west coasts of the United States, thousands of kilometers apart. Isn't it too far to go to work? Fortunately, the accident that Obadi worried about did not happen. Even if it took a full 7 hours, Obadi hurried back to the laboratory of the Stark Building. The imagination was bad. Things still didn't happen. Until this time, Obadi was greatly relieved. That's it. Mr. President is indeed a leader. If it weren't for his wise leadership, how could those functional departments be such waste? How could I use this time difference to make a perfect counterattack? Thinking of this, Obadi became more proud. But what he didn't know was that Tony Stark, who had slowed down from the Obadiah attack, immediately pulled a piece of magnetite from his trouser pocket. As early as the last time the small arc reactor was taken away by Xiaozichuan, Tony Stark was always prepared to fall into a similar dilemma. Tony not only built a small arc energy reactor as a backup, but even brought a super strong magnet with him for emergency. After all, it is to eat one grain and grow one wisdom. At the moment, Tony Stark is extremely grateful to the little thief who stole the reactor from his chest. If it weren't for that pain, I'm afraid it would be cold now. After replacing the brand new spare reactor, Tony Stark also realized that things were not good. Worrying about Pepper's safety, he immediately put on the Mark III armor with the help of Jarvis' robotic arm, and flew towards the Stark Building in New York with full horsepower. Jarvis, help me dial Pepper's mobile number. Good sir. Tony, wearing a steel suit, was most concerned about Pepper's safety at the moment. However, at the moment, Pepper is using his mind to use the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. behind Collison to eradicate Obadiah, not paying attention to the constantly shouting mobile phone. Sorry, Ms. Pepper, it seems inconvenient to answer the phone. Is the positioning system turned on? Nonsense, hurry up. As you wish, sir. For the first time in his life, Tony feels that Jarvis is so long-winded and has no energy. This kind of thing still needs to ask? Sir, according to military positioning satellites, Zichuan Morris is now heading in the direction of Ms. Pepper. Hearing Jarvis' words, Tony became more and more certain that Xiaozichuan was the thief who stole his reactor. And from the current situation, Tony Stark inferred that Xiaozichuan is likely to be a person of Obadi. Thinking of this, Tony Stark couldn't help but clenched his fist again, and his eyes were even covered with blood of hatred. Jarvis, turn the power of the thruster to the maximum, I think I must get to Pepper as fast as possible. As you wish, sir. As Jarvis' voice fell, Mark III's hands and solace burst into flames. Tony Stark also turned into a streamer and disappeared into the sky. Thanks to Xiaozichuan's trouble, Mark III at this time was different from the original plot. At this time, the small arc energy reactor in Tony's chest was full of energy, which was enough to support Tony's splurge. And Tony used it completely without the constraints of the movie. On the other side, Xiaozichuan, who was missed by Tony, was also riding the bicycle he had just bought, and slowly walking towards the Stark Building. Xiaozichuan, who just received an order worth $1 million over the phone, was relieved at this time. Even his own unexpected, Nick Fury is so generous, this opening is $1 million. What Xiaozichuan didn't know was that Collison did not report to Nick Fury in this action. According to Nick Fury's instructions, all matters related to Xiaozichuan must be reported to Nick Fury personally by Collison. The situation now cannot be delayed. Naturally, Carlson didn't have the idle time to report to Nick Fury in person at the Trident headquarters in Washington. As for the $1 million, it was Pepper who promised to stand beside him when Carlson and Xiaozichuan were talking. When Carlson told Pepper that he had a contact for a superpower, and said that as long as enough money was given, the other party would be willing to help. The wealthy Pepper, even if he raised a finger, said he could hire the other party at this price. Pepper originally meant $10 million, but Carlson, who has always been used to, can understand the meaning of local tyrants, even if he quoted a price of $1 million. Xiaozichuan, who was also a poor man, immediately agreed without saying anything after hearing $1 million in playing fees. Pepper, who witnessed this scene, was also on the spot. Is it so cheap to hire superpowers? Chapter 31, The money is worth it, 4 votes, for reward. After a moment, the door of the Stark building. Looking at Xiaozichuan, who was late to ride a bicycle, Coulson instantly felt a sense of powerlessness, especially the extremely inferior plastic mask on his face. On the other hand, Pepper, after knowing that this weirdo with a grimace mask in front of him, was the superpower who had invited him for $1 million, and his eyes twitched slightly. This is really unexpected. It's no wonder that as long as 1 million will be willing to help, pay a penny. Okay. That's right, that's it. Pepper thought so, but his face was still not showing any dissatisfaction with Xiaozichuan. I'm sorry everyone, the mask shop I often visit is closed, and finally found this thing in Chinatown. So this is why you are late? Mr. Mask. Carlson, who was particularly attentive to this matter, was obviously extremely dissatisfied with Xiaozichuan's performance. There was even doubt in Nick Fury's eyes. This is what the secretary called the ultimate fighting power? Nonsense. It's not reliable anymore. What does it matter? You also know that without a mask, I feel insecure. Well, thinking of Xiaozichuan's identity, Carlson reluctantly accepted this explanation. It's an honor to meet you. Beautiful Ms. Pepper. You can call me a demon, the Lord will do anything. Okay, Mr. Demon, I just want to catch Obadi now and give it to the official. If you can help me do this, I don't mind letting Tony hold a fancy dress ball for you. Apparently, Pepper was not at all fond of such a low-key Mr. Devil, and went straight to the subject as soon as he came up. Then go. Xiaozichuan shrugged and motioned to lead him. At this time, Obadi located in the underground laboratory saw Pepper and others through monitoring. But when he saw the mechanical suit that had been debugged around him, Iron Overlord, the corner of the mouth slightly curled up. Looking at the silver jacket with a height of more than 4 meters, Obadi, like a man in love, gently stroked his cheek, and his eyes were full of fanaticism. Tony deserves the name of a genius, with his dad's demeanor at that time. Unfortunately, in the end all this is mine, no one wants to take away my glory. To be honest, Obadiah is still very sorry for Tony. With such a talent, it cannot be used by oneself. With complex emotions in mind, Obadi put on his dream iron suit. Yes, that's it. This is the power, which is enough to realize my dream. The metal that makes up the suit is cold, but at the moment Obadiah is hot. Because in his opinion, in a short time, his name of Obadiah Stan will be famous in the world. All the talks before and after the meal are his bad achievements of Obadi. Boom! With the sound of a small bomb being detonated, the electronic combination lock that was enough to stump most hackers in the world was blown into a pile of waste. People such as Pepper and Carlson also entered. It's just different from the original movie plot. The underground research room at this time is brightly lit. There are several spotlights converging on the Iron Overlord. Looking at the steel figure more than 4 meters high, looking at the ultimate weapon equipped with a lot of thermal weapons. With the exception of Xiaozichuan, who had long been expected, everyone could not help but take a breath. Dear Ms. Pepper, are you here to witness my reputation in Obadiah? Or are you here to discuss with me how to deal with Tony's affairs? With the electronic synthesis of Iron Overlord just falling, a golden red figure flew from behind Pepper and others. But seeing that golden and red figure, he didn't hesitate to punch the Iron Overlord. Hey! Tin trash! If you are talking about me, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. I don't like people arranging my funeral. That's right, it was Tony Stark who came over 4,000 kilometers. Since this time, Tony has been monitoring Pepper's every move through Jarvis, afraid of any missteps. While looking at the figure in front of him, Obadi was also shocked. At this point, shouldn't Tony be dead? Obadi. I think we need to talk. When he said nothing, he saw Mark III rushing up, picked up the Iron Overlord and rushed towards the ceiling. Boom! With a loud noise, the solid concrete ceiling immediately broke a large hole. The figures of Iron Man and Iron Overlord also appeared in front of the world. The Iron Overlord, who was slowing down, when he picked up a motorcycle that was passing by him, smashed it hard against Mark III. No one wants to stop me. With the vigorous and powerful blow of the Iron Overlord, Mark III only smashed a dozen meters away, until he hit a container hard, and then stopped his body. It's just that Obadi didn't plan to let Tony go. I saw his left arm held high, and a row of missile launchers on the left arm immediately fired a series of small high-explosive missiles towards Mark III. Boom! With a burst of sparks, Mark III and the entire container fell into flames instantly. The original steel on the outer layer of the container was blown into pieces and flew away. At this time, Pepper, who heard a loud noise from the big hole in the ceiling, grabbed Xia Zixuan's neckline. Hurry up and help, if Tony is in trouble, I won't give you a penny. Okay, okay. Actually, I think Mr. Stark should be enough, but since you have spoken, then I don't mind making this process faster. After all, Xia Zixuan suddenly turned into a golden sculpture and flew out of the broken ceiling. Pepper, who saw the scene with his own eyes, almost thought he was hallucinating. Such a big living person, so turned into a bird? With an incredible look on his face, Pepper turned to look at Coulson. You are right, Miss Pepper, this is indeed one of his abilities. It wasn't until Pepperson's answer that Pepper confirmed that he was indeed dazzling. Of course, it was also until this second that Pepper didn't feel that the $1 million was not spent. From the door of the Stark Tower all the way to the underground laboratory, Pepper felt afraid of being deceived. In front of him, this masked man doesn't look like a superpower. Rather than being a powerful abilities, Pepper would rather believe that he is a liar. Especially seeing Xia Zixuan looking away and seeing everything fresh, even convinced Pepper. Pepper Paws is not stingy about that $1 million, but just feels that it is worthless to ask for waste. But the golden eagle that soared at the moment was once again subverting Pepper's worldview. Can people really do this? When Pepper wanted to come, the superpowers that Coulson referred to were at most a fire control, or a little more power. Turning into an animal, this is something she never thought of. Chapter 32, Tony, I want to kill you. Ding! Trigger side mission, I'm only stronger than you. Mission requirements, to resolve the Iron Overlord before Iron Man and ensure that no casualties are caused. Mission reward, Intelligence Attribute +2. Mission failure punishment, fall into an unknown time vortex and experience the unknown timeline life for 2 years. Xia Zixuan, who flew out of the underground laboratory, had intended to continue watching good shows. After all, compared with the original plot, Iron Man at this moment is in a state of full energy, and there is no possibility of losing to that cottage. But the task reminder from Xiao Ai made Xia Zixuan stumble, almost falling from the sky. Xia Zixuan's complaint about intellectual attributes is not a day or two anymore. Whenever he sees the 6 characters that have just reached the pass level, Xia Zixuan is full of vomiting desire. At last, the dream is right in front of you. Immediately, Xia Zixuan thought about the task details. First of all, you must take down the blood of the Iron Overlord. Since it is the Iron Overlord, it means that it is okay whether Obadi is dead or alive. Secondly, there must be no casualties. According to the last mission to save Martha, Xiaozichuan can also guess that the bottom line that the system can tolerate is skin trauma. Xiaoi classmate. Here I am. What does the unknown timeline mean? It refers to any point in time when the host may be exiled to this plane. It may be a point in the past, such as the age of the dinosaur, or it may be a point in the future, such as the first one of the reunion 3 seconds, the exact situation is unknown. Xiaozichuan. That is to say, if the mission fails, I may be assigned to ancient times, when savages for a few years. This possibility is not ruled out. No. Absolutely not. Kill the improper savages. After making up his mind, Xiaozichuan's eyes changed when he looked at the Iron Overlord again. Fang Cai's calmness was completely absent, and he was still inexplicably dangerous. Boom! With Mark number 3 flying again by Iron Overlord. At this time, Tony Stark has learned well, and Mark 3 is not a combined enemy of the Iron Overlord under the pure power competition. But Mark number 3 wins in small, light, flexible, and agile. Under the action of the flight balancing device in his hand, Tony has fully exerted the advantages of Mark 3. While circling around the tyrant, he was bombarding the iron armor's outer armor with his energy launcher. And Obadiah, who was completely irritated by Tony at the moment, was also crazy, pouring ammunition desperately around him. Just think of yourself as a mobile fortress. As a result, the people nearby are suffering. Amidst the stray bullets, the crowd continued to scream and cry for help. Seeing this scene, Xiaozichuan was so scared that his face was white. Lying trough, this is an iron heart. I want to send myself to experience the Savage 2 years tour in ancient times. Uncle can bear it, Aunt can't bear it. Thinking of this, Xiaozichuan even exerted the power of the rabbit charm to the extreme. In the eyes of others, a golden eagle disappeared in the blink of an eye. When his figure appeared again, the golden eagle had arrived directly above the Iron Overlord. At the moment, the battle between Iron Overlord and Iron Man has also become fierce. Iron Overlord, whose ammunition has consumed 7, 8, obviously has some stamina, and is being punched into the sky by Iron Man. Sir, it is detected that a golden eagle with super high-speed mobility is directly above you. Golden eagle? I don't think I'm an animal fanatic, don't worry about it, Jarvis. But Tony's voice had just fallen, but he saw 2 laser beams violently shot in the eyes of the golden eagle, directly penetrating the outer metal armor of the Iron Overlord. Yet, the shot is crooked. Xiaozichuan's first blow was shot at the small arc energy reactor in the Iron Overlord's chest. As long as the energy source of the Iron Overlord is destroyed, the big guy in front of him is just a pile of broken copper. But the continuous attack of Mark III made the huge body of the Iron Overlord move around, making it difficult to aim. Xiaozichuan, who has not experienced professional training, is not particularly good at shooting. After being so disturbed by Iron Man, the front sight immediately went to the grandma's house. Your sister? Tony. Are you crazy? Quickly go aside, leaving a place for the young man. Only Xiaozichuan shouted like this, but in Tony it sounded like a cry of birds. At the moment, Tony Stark, wrapped in Mark III, was also stunned by the laser beam that Xiaozichuan had just sent. What's going on? Is the bird so fierce now? To know that the external armor of the Iron Overlord, even the energy impact gun of the Mark III palm, there is no way to directly penetrate it. Jarvis, test the bird's breed, and after the fight, I want to raise 10. Sir, according to the appearance judgment and the database comparison, this should be a golden eagle, a true genus of the eagle family, mainly living in the subtundra region of the northern hemisphere. But if it can release powerful laser rays like this, there is no relevant information in the database. Listening to Jarvis' introduction, Tony Stark is also excited. What I say is a big tech billionaire. How can I lose to such a broken bird? Jarvis, an energy launcher that concentrates energy on the chest. With Mark III's full punch, the Iron Overlord figure once again flew a few meters. Immediately after Mark III's chest, a beam of dazzling energy light was emitted. Boom! The Iron Overlord, who had eaten Iron Man's full blow, turned over dozens of heels in the air and only barely leaned on the propulsion device of the leg to stabilize his figure. It was just the next second that Golden Eagle shot again. No, it should be obvious. But C2 laser beams blasted out from the eyes of the Golden Eagle again. Unlike the previous burst, Xia Zixuan learned the previous lesson and used the method of continuous energy output. The fiery ray is like a sharp blade, directly cutting the invincible Iron Overlord into two halves. The Iron Man suspended aside was dumbfounded. What's the situation? So the Iron Overlord, who has fought hard for a long time, is gone? Was the pride of his billionaire trampled by a broken bird? Tony Stark was a little suspicious of his life as he watched the Iron King, who was falling to the ground and was still smoking at the moment. Jarvis, locate this bird, I must catch it. I'm afraid Mr. No, I just looked up the monitoring data and found that this bird was turned into by a young man who came with Ms. Pepper. According to data analysis and satellite positioning survey, this person is 99.96% likely to be Yu Zixuan Morris, who asked me to follow. Hearing Jarvis' explanation, Tony Stark's eyes suddenly opened up. Zixuan Morris? Real hammer, this is the little thief who stole his reactor. Well, I didn't ask you to settle the bill, but you sent it to your door. At the moment, Xia Zixuan didn't even know that his identity had been exposed in front of Tony Stark. Looking at the thick iron billowing smoke, Xia Zixuan slightly pouted. Weak chicken. Just like you want to send me to experience the Savage 2 years tour in ancient times? Nonsense. Just before Xia Zixuan finished, Tony Stark refused to accept the defeat and just missed a small missile. The Iron Tyrant, which was already thick with smoke, burst like a fireworks under the bombardment of small missiles. The debris of the explosion blasted an agent in the distance who was walking here to check the situation. Bah! With a crackling sound, the agent's left arm was cut off by the debris. Ah! Feeling the severe pain from his left shoulder, the agent immediately covered his left shoulder, which was spewing blood, and wailed. Ding! Host branch task, I'm only stronger than you. Mission failed. The time vortex is about to start, please prepare the host. 3, 2, 1. Tony Stark. I will kill you. Chapter 33, 1943, for recommendation and reward. As a burst of white light flashed, Xia Zixuan's location should have been a space distortion. Tony Stark only heard a strange bird song, but he could not find Xia Zixuan. Sir, it has been detected that there is a violent quantum fluctuation at the location where Zixuan Morris is located. The intensity is beyond the currently known range and cannot be simulated with the current technology. Obviously Tony Stark was also shocked by Xia Zixuan's sudden disappearance. He stayed for a moment before he recovered from Jarvis's voice. I know, Jarvis, continue to use the military's positioning monitoring satellite to find it. Once the person's whereabouts is found, I will immediately inform me. As you wish, sir. It was only at this time that Coulson and others, who were only late, looked at the messy battlefield in front of them and were deeply shocked. Especially at the location where the Iron Overlord was right now, burning flames are burning at the moment. Seeing that Tony was safe and sound, Pepper pushed away Coulson in front of him for the first time. He rushed towards Tony and offered his own hug. Tony, are you okay? God bless. It's really nice to see you are not missing arms and legs. Maybe disappointing you have no chance to take care of me who lacks arms and legs. Tony also kissed Pepper's forehead. This dog food was sprinkled, even Collison and others who were not far away, slightly turned their heads sideways and could not bear to look directly. Just looking at the extremely uncomfortable expression on his boss' face, Pepper clearly noticed that something was wrong. "Mr. Demon? Isn't he here to support you?" After a moment of hugs, Pepper finally let go of his heart and finally found the problem. "Mr. Devil is gone. If you are talking about the baby bird that grabs the head, I think you probably won't find it." Tony grumbled slightly and said, apparently extremely dissatisfied with Xiaozichuan's facelessness and stole others. "Pepper, now I'm pretty sure that it was the who stole my reactor." Seeing Tony solemnly mention this matter, Pepper even showed his anger. You know, if he didn't happen to be on the scene, Tony would probably be cold. For the person who hurts Tony, Pepper is definitely not likely to have a favor. Even the commission for hiring Xiaozichuan this time, Pepper does not want to give it. At the press conference the next day, James Rhodes announced as a military spokesperson. The incident about Stark Industries last night was an accident caused by robot failure. At the same time, Tony Stark was holding a newspaper at the press conference to enjoy special services from Pepper. Oh, Pepper is lighter, I can't. Looking at Tony, who was enjoying himself, Pepper felt angry and couldn't help but speed up a few minutes. That's right, Pepper at the moment is rubbing some swollen shoulders for Tony. Although the fight last night was due to Xiaozichuan's intervention, Tony didn't even receive a skin trauma, but because of the crazy ravages from the Iron Overlord, Tony's arm was slightly red and swollen. Who made you succeed? Don't you know? I've been worried about it. In case you have a bad luck, I'm going to find a new job. Are you disappointed? Listening to Tony, Pepper did not speak. It was only when Tony saw the report in the newspaper that he threw the newspaper out. Pepper picked up the newspaper, and the big headline above said awfully. Iron Man lost to the mechanical giant, and the biochemical eagle reversed the situation. Tony Stark abandoned weapons manufacturing and switched to biochemical technology. Iron Man? Although it sounds good, can it be said that it is gold titanium alloy? And when did I change? At this time, Coulson came in and handed a note to Tony Stark. This is the press statement we prepared for you. Okay, I know. Tony took the manuscript delivered by Coulson and glanced at it. At the time you were on the yacht, we made customs documents. You were on Avalon Island all night last night, and of course there were 50 witnesses at the scene. Why not say that only me and Pepper are the two of us? I think this is more in my style. However, Coulson completely ignored Tony's unreasonable troubles. You just have to say it word by word, we have arranged everything. How come there is no explanation for Obadi? Of course, we always do things carefully. When he was on vacation anyway, the accident rate of small passenger aircraft has been quite high. For Collison's explanation, Tony can only hey. The two had a conversation, and Coulson also knew Tony's character repeatedly emphasized that he must read according to the speech. It's just that when Tony really stepped onto the press conference, the phrase "I am Iron Man" still made the scene cheer. However, a reporter's next question asked Tony to get rid of the manuscript and turn away. I would like to ask Mr. Stark, according to witnesses at the scene, there was a bird that was more powerful than Iron Man last night. Is that the latest technology product of Stark Industries? Mr. Stark, did you really switch to biotechnology, as some reports say? Mr. Stark, it is said that the bird will emit laser beams. Is this true? Excuse me. I thought he was the eye-catcher of how Tony could stand the reporter's question. Tony's fragile little heart, if it hadn't been a small arc energy reactor hanging for him, might even strike. At the same time, there is a corner of Brooklyn in New York. As a flash of white light flashed over, a figure suddenly appeared in this dark alley. Grey concrete walls, conscription posters, worn blue brick pavement and 3 metal trash cans behind. Everything seemed so run down. The pouring rain washed the last trace of warmth in the alley. Xia Zixuan, who was soaked all over his body, only felt dizzy at the moment. Suddenly, there was a tumbling in his stomach, which made him unable to hold the wall with one hand and began to vomit. Tony Stark, you are pitting, vomit. You'd better pray that I die in this ghost place, otherwise I will play with you to death after 2 years, vomit. The cold rain quickly made Xia Zixuan much better. Xia Zixuan, who first experienced the time shuttle, also deeply realized the terrible time vortex. If it weren't for his strong physical fitness, he might have to lie on the ground for a few hours at this moment. Zioi classmate. Here I am. Tell me, where is this? The host is currently located in Brooklyn, New York, USA, in 1943. Oh. So far so good. In 1943, it was much better than the worst primitive era. Okay? Wrong. In 1943? World War II? Lying. This is Captain America's timeline. Chapter 34, I wore Barnes' underwear. Remind the host, because the power to create the time vortex is also derived from the rabbit spell, and it is beyond the power the host can control. The self-protection mechanism of the host body makes the host instinctively reject the power of the rabbit spell. Therefore, until the host body regains the power of the rabbit spell, the host will not be able to use the rabbit spell again. Xia Zixuan. It's my fault to blame the CO author for the rejection. It's not the time vortex you want to start. This is the result of the host's inability to complete the system's tasks. Alas, too. Who could have thought that everything was fine, and Pitbitney would throw a missile? That's right, that's it. It's all Pitbitney's pot. Since you are not kind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. If you dare to pit the Lord will pit your father. Secretly making up his mind, Xia Zixuan felt that he would go back to 1943. If he didn't do anything to Howard Stark, that is, Tony's dad, this Tone could not be overwhelmed. As for Howard Stark? No hurry, just look at the poster on the wall and know that it will be time for the Stark Industry Fair in a few days. Xia Zixuan did not believe it, and Howard himself would not show up. The cold ice rain slapped randomly on the face. Warm tears mixed with cold rain. Walking alone on this quiet Brooklyn street, Xia Zixuan's heart was as cold as this rain. Very hungry. First I drove all the way from school to Chinatown and bought a mask. Then I rode from Chinatown to the Stark Tower. Finally, he participated in the Battle of Iron Man and Iron Overlord as a golden eagle. At the moment, the hungry Xia Zixuan was a bit bad. Looking at the dim lights on the street, Xia Zixuan couldn't help thinking of Hua-hin, Eula, Andrew, Tommy. However, all this has gone away from him. Not to mention that Hua-hin, whose life and death are unknown, even Yura and Andrew, who want to see these two people again, have to survive these 2 long years. Xia Quarren advocates that their parents are not far away from the trip, and the tour must be well-rounded. I don't know if I have been away for 2 years, will Yura and Andrew think they are missing? Thinking of that warm little family. The cold ice rain slapped randomly on the face. Warm tears mixed with cold rain. Suddenly Xia Zixuan's attention was drawn to a house still lit in the distance. Would you like to ask for some food? After this idea came to Xia Zixuan's mind, he began to sway his presence. It seems to be urging Xia Zixuan to hurry. Don't ink, it's important to fill up the stomach. In the end, the contest between face and belly still won. Boom. 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 Excuse me, is anyone there? This is a relatively old house, which is obviously a bit dilapidated compared to other nearby buildings. But this is Xia Zixuan's only choice. If you don't knock on the door, you will be hungry. A moment later, with a creak, the wooden door was pushed open. I saw a blonde young man wearing a white vest suddenly appeared in front of Xia Zixuan. I just looked at the 1.5 meter and the thin body. It is a refreshing notion of Xia Zixuan's mind that the white man is tall and strong. Hello sir. I'm sorry to bother you late at night. I had a little accident. I was robbed shortly after I arrived in New York. There is no place for me now, and my stomach is even hungry. See, is it convenient for me to go in and avoid the rain? It would be better if you could eat a little bit. Looking at the young man soaked in rain in front of him, the blond man was also sympathetic. Come in, I'm just exercising. I prepared some supper for muscle gain. If you don't want to give up, then eat together. With the consent of the man, Xia Zixuan was overjoyed. Look! Look! This world is still a lot of people. For a time, Xia Zixuan felt a cry of joy. With the consent of the blond man, Xia Zixuan first took a hot bath. After all, it had just been rained for so long, and the clothes were soaked. I'm sorry, I may not have new clothes for you to replace, but my best friend's physique is similar to yours. If you don't mind, you can wear it first. Okay, thank you very much, sir. Your kindness will definitely touch God. Hearing Xia Zixuan's words, the blond young man smiled slightly. Then, he started to do push-ups again. After a while, Xia Zixuan put on the clothes given by the blond youth, not to mention fit. Hello, my name is Zixuan Morris, from Kansas. Thank you very much for your help. You're welcome, you can eat at the table, you are free. My name is Steve Rogers. Steve didn't ask Xia Zixuan carefully, how could he be so embarrassed? In his view, if you can help others easily, eating and drinking is not a problem at all. Steve Rogers. Xia Zixuan took a piece of bread from the table and nibbled down the name silently. Until after a long time. Steve Rogers? Lying. American team. So, are you wearing Bucky's underwear now? Although Xia Zixuan did not particularly like Marvel movies in the past, if he had to choose a favorite hero in the Marvel universe, there was no doubt that it must be Captain America. Compared to strength, Hulk can hit the female team with one punch. Then the speed, 10 US teams cannot run fast silver. For fighting, if you don't consider the super soldier's serum bonus and simply compare the skills, the US team will definitely not beat the Black Widow. Then technology, cough. But even so, his golden heart touched Xia Zixuan countless times. Especially after seeing the fake identity certificate on the table. Xia Zixuan knew that Steve ran countless places in order to join the army and made countless forged identities. Everything was just to protect the people and serve the motherland. This realm alone is beyond the reach of Xia Zixuan. Steve. Can I call you that? Of course. You are still exercising in the middle of the night, do you want to join the army? I'm sorry, I didn't read the information on your desk on purpose. It's just spread out. Hearing Xia Zixuan say this, Steve stopped doing push-ups. He stood up straight, sat opposite Xia Zixuan, and took a sip of milk. I want to join the army, especially to join the 107th Regiment, that is my dream. Oh? Can you talk about it? Are you trying to fight against the enemy and make military achievements? No. I didn't join the army for myself. I don't want to kill anyone or be a bully, but I don't want to see Nakwi to hurt others. Well. It's a lofty ideal. I think maybe I can go to the army with you too. If I can become a comrade in arms with you, it would be an honor for me to come. Hearing that Xia Zixuan also had the idea of joining the army and serving the country, Steve's eyes lit up immediately. Rarely encounter a like-minded person. Don't you think I'm a dreamer? I should see my medical report. Are you talking about asthma? Scarlet fever? Rheumatic fever? Or is it your physique? Listening to Xia Zixuan's words, Steve's eyes were somewhat sad again. That's right, these are the hard conditions that prevented him from joining the army. If it weren't for poor physical fitness, Steve Rogers might be on the front line now. How could Steve's expression escape Xia Zixuan's eyes? Xia Zixuan stood up and patted his shoulder. You are wrong, the inner strength is often more important than the body. You will definitely become a great soldier. Steve. Ollie. Chapter 35, Watch cartoons together. Zioi classmate. Here I am. Call up the property panel. Host, Zixuan Morris. Strength, 60. Speed, 60. Stamina, 60. Intelligence, 6. Combat skills, 2. Energy emission. Energy tank, 600/600. Natural energy recovery speed, 1.9 minutes. Activated spells, rabbit, rejecting, monkey, pig. Spell skills already mastered, none. Comprehensive evaluation, weak chicken. After looking at his property panel, Xia Zixuan laughed for a while. It took a lot of hard work to change from a weak chicken to a strong weak chicken. Go. This time it has changed back. Xia Zixuan has the heart to die. Due to the rejection of the rabbit charm, Xia Zixuan soon lost the blessing of the rabbit charm, and even the speed attribute was changed from 600 to 60. To know that the speed attribute is not just the running speed, which also includes the nerve reflex speed and the shooting speed. With a speed of 600, Xia Zixuan was able to avoid the bullet just when the other party just pulled the trigger. But now 60 is not enough at all. This is 1943. Is World War II good? A careless one will be cold. Whenever he thought of this, Xia Zixuan could not help thinking, Tony Starkwood has Tintin, Tony Starkwood has Tintin. Hey, Zixuan. Woke up early. How about trying to go to the recruiting office with me? It was Steve Rogers who spoke. I saw that he came over from behind Xia Zixuan, patted his shoulder, and it didn't look like he had just met last night. Of course, this is mainly due to Xia Zixuan said he also intends to join the army. Steve Rogers, who has a strong obsession with joining the army, even had a feeling of sympathy for Xia Zixuan, and the feeling of hate for meeting each other late. Even the homeless Xia Zixuan simply became his tenant. Looking at Steve with a sincere look, Xia Zixuan thought about it. All right, then I will go with you to have a long experience. Just for joining the army, I have other plans. My ambition is to join the Scientific Strategic Reserve team. Scientific Strategic Reserve. Steve was interested in this strange name. Yes, the Scientific Strategic Reserve. That is a special force that is being prepared by Colonel Phillips and Dr. Abraham Erskine. It sounds great, but me. My volunteer is to join the 107th Regiment. Just. Steve Rogers seemed to think of something, and his eyes were a bit sad. Steve, did you forget what I told you last night? Don't underestimate yourself, you are the best. Yes, I am the best. Steve has always been on the road to join the army, whether it is from outsiders or his best friend Bucky. Rarely encountered a person who wanted Xia Zixuan to encourage him and recognize him. It is precisely because of this that the confidence in Steve's eyes today is particularly high. As for Xia Zixuan, he has an instinctive resistance to joining the army. After all, the bullets on the battlefield are ruthless, and the swords are blind. Without the rabbit charm, Xia Zixuan felt very guilty. However, there is no way. This is forced. Last night Xia Zixuan received a new assignment from Xiao AI. Side mission, men should be so strong. Task content, join the Science Strategy Reserve with Steve Rogers and accept Dr. Abraham Erskine's Super Soldier Serum modification. Mission reward, Cup of Life. Mission failure punishment, always lost in the current timeline. For this task, Xia Zixuan said hehe. Do you have the right to refuse? The answer is negative. Xiao AI's classmates never released tasks for consultation. Do it or not. If you don't do it, you will be punished for the failure of the task. Xia Zixuan said that such a system, whoever wants to take away. Absolutely without retention. Not all online novels of previous life say system tasks. Can the host decide whether to accept it or not? Why is it that he is forced to take it all by himself? There is no human rights. Fortunately, for the task reward, Xiao Ai's classmates have always been quite awesome. The cup of life, like the 12 charms, comes from the adventures of Jackie Chan. The water in the glass can make people younger and get eternal life, similar to dog spells, but excessive drinking will degenerate into babies. People who have drunk water in a glass will lose the effect if they haven't drunk it for a while. This is simply Tang Seng meat. Looking at this task reward, Xia Zixuan vaguely thought of something, but he still couldn't catch the hint of inspiration. 2 hours later, the New York recruitment office. Michael O'Connor. Henry Kaminsky. As the staff of the recruitment office shouted their names one by one, the strong men in the house also went to the information auditors one by one to get their military participation certificates. Steve Rogers. Upon hearing his name finally screamed, Steve immediately dropped the newspaper in his hand and stood up. Go ahead and believe in yourself. Even if it doesn't work this time, you will have another time, as long as you have a firm belief. Xia Zixuan nodded to the side. Steve resolutely walked towards the auditor. The auditor looked at Steve, who was thin in front of him, and almost thought he was dazzled. What a joke! Guchengdushu.com. This is it. Turning over the information about Steve in his hand, he frowned tightly. What happened to your father? Mustard gas during World War I. He served in the 107th Infantry Regiment, and I also hope to be assigned to. However, before Steve finished his speech, he was interrupted by the auditor. For the little man in front of him, the auditor was not at all able to make any effort. As for the confirmation of the information, it was nothing more than a walk. After all, this is his duty. How about your mother? She was a nurse in the tuberculosis ward. She was infected and didn't make it through. However, for Steve, the auditor did not listen at all. Because at this moment he was shocked by the medical report of the little man in front of him. Rheumatic fever, scarlet fever, chronic or acute typhoid fever, hypertension, heart disease. Are you kidding me? If all can join the army, I am afraid that Hitler will laugh crazy. I'm sorry, boy. How experienced Steve doesn't know what the auditor will say next. When even opened his mouth to beg for love. Please. Give a chance. It's not enough for asthma alone. To know that this is going to the battlefield, the medical soldiers don't have the effort to take care of you alone. The auditor's attitude is very firm, although it does not sound human, it is completely reasonable. However, after being encouraged by Xia Zixuan, how could Steve give up easily? Can't you do me a favor? But seeing the auditor nodded slightly and picked up the 4F, which represented the unqualified chapter, and he put it on Steve's material without hesitation. That's what I meant, boy, I saved your life. Looked at Steve, who was walking down the conscription room with the information. Xia Zixuan waited for a long time and smiled. Isn't this obvious? The current US team Xia Zixuan can easily play dozens with one hand. Is this physical quality joining the army? Just thinking so, Xia Zixuan continued to comfort Steve. Steve, don't be discouraged, nothing can beat you. Forget it, I'll talk about it next time. I think I'm very suitable for watching cartoons or something. Having said that, he walked toward the cinema across the road with self-deprecation. Do you want to be together? No, thank you. I'm not interested in black and white dramas, especially black and white cartoons. Just kidding, do you think you are Hua Hin? Two big men watching a movie together? What? Xia Zixuan showed an expression of disgust. Unexpectedly, the American team still has this hobby. It seems that I have to find a way to move in and move out. The Steve family is not safe. Chapter 36, Charm Skills, for recommendation, for reward. Watching Steve's back, Xia Zixuan sighed slightly. I walked straight to a valuables recycling place I saw when I came. There is no way to eat and drink Lhasa, you have to spend money. You can't keep eating and drinking in Steve. Sir, do you want to mortgage or sell? Seeing Xia Zixuan walk into the store, a young man in formal attire immediately came to receive him. Sell, look at this value. After all, Xia Zixuan handed out an Omega watch. This table is still a gift from Mula when he was admitted to Imperial University in New York. Okay sir, wait a minute. The youth knew the goods very well, and at a glance, Xia Zixuan's watch was of extraordinary value, and he dared not pick it up. Instead, he turned directly to the store manager. Haha! I said that I always jumped my eyes when I got up this morning. Sure enough, there was a VIP coming. He heard his voice before seeing him. Xia Zixuan just sat for a while, and upstairs came a shaggy old man with white hair. Pullman Monroe, nice to meet you, my distinguished guest. Looking at the hand from the enthusiastic old man in front of him, Xia Zixuan also extended his hand to the village and shook it with him. Mr. Monroe, I want to sell this watch. Please help me see how much it is worth. Compared to the previous youth, Pullman was obviously more professional, but after seeing him wearing special gloves, he gently took over Xia Zixuan's watch. Omega? I haven't seen this model. Is it custom-made? Looking at the watch in his hand, Pullman seemed to appreciate rare treasures. From the strap to the dial, no details were dropped. Sir, I would like to say that this watch is worth at least $50,000. Its craftsmanship is unheard of since I have been in business for so many years, but I can only give you a recycling price of $20,000. You also know that nowadays war is everywhere, and luxury like this is very difficult to sell. Not to mention the name engraved on the back of the dial, which greatly increases the difficulty of its sale. Although Pullman said so, he still let Xia Zixuan shine. This watch was bought by Xia Zixuan and Yura at the time, and the price was more than $6,000. Due to inflation, more than $6,000 is not a small amount, but it is not a big money for the Morris family with a farm. But in 1943, the United States had just experienced a financial storm, and the United States was caught in the mud of World War II. $20,000 is 10 times the annual income of a skilled worker. Without much thought, Xia Zixuan happily agreed with Pullman's offer. After all, this price has exceeded Xia Zixuan's expectations, although according to Pullman, Xia Zixuan suffered a big loss. But at some point, it's a blessing to suffer, isn't it? What's more, Xia Zixuan is now poor and crazy, not to mention $20,000. Even if Pullman said $6,000, Xia Zixuan would sell them. Of course, whether it was pumped by Ura's Solace or Andrew's broom 2 years later, that's another matter. Holding a thick stack of dollar bills, Xia Zixuan was comfortable. I finally have money, and I have never seen so much money in my life. 20,000. Listen. The clattering sound of the bill was really sweet. I have to say that Xia Zixuan floated, and floated very badly. Just looking at the pace that his 6 relatives did not recognize, Xia Zixuan at this moment totally forgot the embarrassment of begging at Steve's door last night. But don't forget that it was New York in 1943. Such a little boy in his 20s swaggered through the market with a stack of money. Soon a group of people surrounded them. I saw the sloppy-headed man who seemed hungry for a long time staring at the banknote in Xia Zixuan's hand. Boy, hand over the money. Brothers will leave you a way to live. He also threw the iron bar in his hand. For such a person, Xia Zixuan has seen no wonder. No matter what the world is, it throws money into the storage space. By the way, he also took out the super technical energy weapon captured when he rescued Martha. A shot was aimed at the man's foot. Boom! With an explosion. Everything that the energy beam passes is turned into powder. Yet is in a good mood now, leave me alone. Okay. Feared by Xia Zixuan's shot, almost everyone peed on the ground and heard Xia Zixuan let them go, and they disappeared without a trace. It's a quick run. One by one, don't hate to grow a few legs. Ding. Detected whether the laser energy weapon made of space gem energy needs to be merged with the pig spell. Yo! Classmate Xiao AI is coming. The frequency of your appearance recently is quite high. Since the host has obtained the small arc energy reactor, the system has been upgraded. After that, not only will the number of tasks be increased, but the intelligence of the system will also be improved. Haha! If this is the case, I would prefer you not to upgrade. See, what are you doing? I'm delicious and delicious, with a lot of hardships, feeding you a lot of feces and urine, it's easy for me. You throw me into this ghost place and don't let me use the rabbit charm. Humph. Love fusion, not fusion. Was it really smart? It's actually arrogant. Okay, tell me how fusion is. Humph. Small love classmate. Humph. Love sister. Humph. Xia Zixuan. Finished, the system is farther and farther away on Jiao Road. Cough. Seriously, Xiao AI, please perform your duties as the most powerful braking system in the universe. Humph. Lying trough. You are endless, I and you. Go. Don't talk about it, I'm sick. Does your property panel have a spell skill? If you fuse the weapon in your hand into a pig spell, you can use the skill of the pig spell. At that time, you can switch between the laser beam and the energy beam emitted by the energy weapon. Is it so good? Okay, I want to merge. Ding. Fuse the space gem energy weapon with the pig charm, please ask the host to confirm. Confirm. As Xia Zixuan's words fell, his weapon disappeared even though he disappeared. At the same time, the property panel has also changed. Host, Zixuan Morris. Strength, 60. Speed, 60. Stamina, 60. Intelligence, 6. Combat skills, 2. Energy emission. Energy tank, 600/600. Natural energy recovery speed, 1.9 minutes. Activated spells, rabbit, rejecting, monkey, pig. Already possessed spell skills, space annihilation ray, pig. Comprehensive evaluation, weak chicken. Prompt the host, when using the spell technique, the cost is double. Student Zioi, why don't you say that early? The host didn't ask early. Okay, you cattle break. You drag. You are the boss. You decide. Xia Zixuan said he was unable to vomit about this broken system. Fortunately, this is not a loss. The energy in this energy weapon will eventually be used up one day, but now it is integrated into the pig charm, which means that Xia Zixuan can use it as long as he has blue. Just think of yourself to face Tony Stark Infinite Baiu in the future. The depression in Xia Zixuan's heart disappeared completely. This is not, the 6 parents are not even recognized the pace of walking more and more shocked. No. What do I seem to have forgotten? After walking for a while, Xia Zixuan always felt that something was missing around him. At this moment, a man in military uniform walked past him. Lying trough. I lost the American team. P.S. I built a penguin group to understand the 3 martial arts. Chapter 37, Horrible Bucky, add more to recommended ticket. In the alley next to the cinema, Steve Rogers is being mad by a man in a plaid shirt. That fist fully explained what is called fist to flesh. Because this man complained to the smelly and long recruiting advertisement before playing the animation in the movie. This made Steve uncomfortable with his eager desire to join the army. In Steve's view, this is simply insulting his dream. So Steve started to stop the noise of the man without thinking. Immediately. Boom! Another punch. Steve, the small figure, was directly beaten by the sturdy young man 3 meters away. However, Steve, who was knocked to the ground 3 times and 5 times, did not mean cowardice at all. I saw him standing up again and again, rushing towards the man who was a head taller than him. Boom! You just don't give in, right? The man in the plaid shirt was obviously tired too. After he saw that playing Steve was no different from playing children, he felt bored after playing for a long time. Steve just stood up and wiped the corner of his mouth, but he still had no idea to admit it. I can spend a whole day with you, do you believe it? After that, a hook hit the plaid shirt man again. However, Steve's full blow was easily blocked by the plaid shirt man. Immediately after raising his fist, he struck Steve's cheek. The imaginary fist to the sound of flesh did not sound again this time. I saw a palm not much bigger than Steve's hand clenched his fist firmly in his hand. Sorry brother, am I coming a little late? No, I will solve him soon. Looking at Steve's dying face, Xia Zixuan shrugged slightly and said that what you said is what it is, I am not against it or not. That wouldn't mind me loosening my muscles. Pooh! Steve spit out the blood in his mouth, then glanced at the plaid shirt man again. Okay, but you cook tonight. Okay. Okay. What can Xia Zixuan say, eat him, drink him, and let himself cook too much? Just thinking like this in my heart, the movements in my hand are not paused at all. The speed and power of 6 times the limit of ordinary people fully demonstrated its power in the hands of Xia Zixuan. I saw that with a thunderous thunder, his fists stretched out and hit the shoulders of the plaid shirt man respectively. Click! Click! With 2 crisp sounds, the man's shoulder blade was directly shattered by Xia Zixuan. What? Immediately afterwards, a horrible howling of pigs rang through the alley. The man in a plaid shirt sagged his hands weakly, looking at Xia Zixuan's eyes full of endless fear. Terrible, is this man a demon? A random punch directly discarded his arm. Why do you see me? There are flowers on my face? Or do you want to try my fist again? After all, Xia Zixuan picked up the lid of a metal trash can and started to rub it and squeeze it up. I saw that the iron sheet was as soft as paper in Xia Zixuan's hands. With Xia Zixuan's squeeze, it quickly became an irregular iron ball. Boom! As Xia Zixuan threw it, the iron ball fell to the ground and was deeply embedded in the slate. Strange things. Monsters. Ah! With a scream, the man fled towards the alleyway. It's just that he didn't go far, but he was knocked down on the ground again by a man in a military uniform. Forget it, Bucky, let him go. That's right, the comer is the good winter friend of the US team James Buchanan Barnes. Bucky glanced at the plaid shirt man who had fallen to the ground, gave up the idea of continuing to abuse the vegetables, and went straight to Steve's side, picking up Steve's conscription data on the ground. Sometimes I think you just like to be beaten. I think you might be late this time. Look, I have found a new bodyguard. Oh? Really? You mean this boy wearing my clothes? Zixuan Morris, it's an honor to see you, Sergeant Barnes. Steve always reminds you before me that you are his only best friend. Well. Nice to meet you, James Buchanan Barnes. You can call me Bucky just like Steve. Looking at the extremely handsome young man in front of him, Xia Zixuan even realized his identity. But he also understood why the US team has such a deep obsession with his base friend. This soap, cough. And at this time, Steve also heard clues from Xia Zixuan's words. Sergeant Barnes? Did you receive the order? Yes. 107 Infantry Regiment, set sail for England tomorrow morning. Hearing that his best friend had embarked on the path of his dream, Steve's eyes looked very dim. Patted the ashes on his body. I should go too. Bucky looked at the conscription data. Come on. Do you know that it is illegal to falsify on the conscription sheet? Forget it, I'm relieved to see that you have a new bodyguard to protect you, don't think about it anymore, Steve. Then Bucky turned to hug Xia Zixuan. He whispered in his ear. I think I am not his only best friend now, and I will trouble you in the future. Hey! My ears are very good and I can hear what you say. Steve heard Bucky actually entrusted himself to Xia Zixuan like Tuogu even when he pretended to be angry. Come on! Man! Today is the last night before I officially join the army. Why not indulge? Bucky put his arm around Steve's neck in one hand and walked towards the commercial street with Xia Zixuan's shoulder in one hand. Feeling the embrace of Bucky's guy, Xia Zixuan's body shivered. Can you hug each other without moving like this? Isn't it enough that you have Steve? I would rather die than my lord. However, Bucky didn't feel Xia Zixuan's strangeness at all. Hey, hello. Where are we going? Future. After all, Bucky handed a newspaper to Steve, which read Tomorrow's World Expo, the predecessor of the Stark Industry Fair. Looking at the newspaper in Steve's hand, Xia Zixuan's pupil shrank suddenly. That's right. But before that, I have to help you change your head. You are all grey and one is wearing my old clothes, so you can't reach your sister, ha ha ha. Xia Zixuan only felt that his goosebumps had fallen off after listening to Bucky's proud breeze and a smug laugh. Walking on the spacious streets of New York, shuttle among the bustling crowd. Xia Zixuan always felt that the people around him looked at themselves with a strange feeling. Even at this moment Xia Zixuan has intentionally kept some distance from Steve and Bucky. No, no. You must stick to your heart, but you must not be bent by Bucky and Steve. Chapter 38, Charge Interest. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the scene of the World Expo tomorrow. The night sky is like a colorful 100 garden, colorful fireworks are as dazzling as crystal stones, and colorful fireworks are like colorful silk. Under the fireworks, Xia Zixuan has a feeling of passing the New Year's Eve in the past. Zixuan, what's wrong with you? Keep up with it, what a daze. Steve, who walked in front with Bucky on the shoulders, suddenly found that there was something missing, turned around, but saw Xia Zixuan staring at the night sky alone. So he got rid of Bucky's arms and walked behind Xia Zixuan, without putting his hand on his shoulder. No. I just haven't seen such a beautiful firework for a long time. The last time I estimated it was more than 10 years ago. Feeling the weight from his shoulder, Xia Zixuan lowered his body subconsciously, shook off Steve's hand and walked quickly towards Bucky. I was talking in my heart. I'm so hard. Oh? Is our little brother Morris fascinated by fireworks? Still fascinated by this beauty? Almost all men in New York went to work as soldiers, and now there are at least 3.5 million women left. Why are you so anxious? Listening to ridicule from Bucky, Xia Zixuan only felt a little embarrassed. Hey! I said Bucky, do you think I'm the same as you? You know I'm not yet 18 years old, you are abetting minors to fall in love. Ha ha ha! Don't make trouble, where are you from my fallacy, you have to know that in Mississippi and Washington, you are legal even as a father. This time, Steve was amused by Xia Zixuan's comments. The regulations on legal marriage age vary greatly among the major states in the United States. Most local men are 21 years old enough to qualify, but this does not prevent some local men from getting a marriage certificate when they are 14 years old. For this reason, the concept of premature love before 18 is considered nonsense by Americans. Okay, you two don't make trouble, I asked my girlfriend to call his girlfriend too today, but there is only one, you both have their own skills. Fortunately, Bucky's timely opening allowed Xia Zixuan to escape the fate of being ridiculed by Steve. But when Bucky mentioned his girlfriends, he saw his eyes bright. Bucky, how did you tell them to me? Poof! Bucky laughed, and then punched Steve in the chest. Relax, It's all good words. Soon, the three met with Bucky's girlfriend and his girlfriends, and the 3 men and 2 women swayed in the fair with a smile. During this period, the girlfriend of Bucky's girlfriend threw an ambiguous look at Xia Zixuan from time to time. Steve, who ate a potful of dog food, immediately counseled. After looking at Steve, Xia Zixuan couldn't help laughing. Yan Yan is justice is true. The ancients would never bully me. When Xia Zixuan was complacent, there was a round of warm applause in the crowded place, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Ladies, gentlemen, how about Mr. Howard Stark? As the host's voice fell, applause from the scene rang like thunder. Surrounded by applause from the crowd, a young man with a look similar to Tony Stark's 6 points, dressed in a formal suit, walked onto the stage. Only when it came up, they had a passionate kiss with the hostess. Oh! Sure enough, this thing is inherited. Looking at the youth on the stage, Xia Zixuan could not help clenching his teeth, and his fists were creaked by his grip. No way, the son is back. Howard, don't blame me, blame your pit father's son. Thinking of this, Xia Zixuan used the power of the monkey charm to turn into a wasp even if the above toilet found an unnoticed corner for excuses. Buzz! Buzz! I am a pony bee. Not sting you, not sting him. Special sting Howard. As Xia Zixuan this little wasp flew excitedly. Lying trough. Pain. Pain. Suddenly, Howard, who was introducing the suspended car to everyone, screamed. Immediately after covering a swollen face, he kept wailing. That voice heard Xia Zixuan feel comfortable. Immediately thereafter, Fu Wushuan was not alone. The suspension car shown by Howard Stark has just floated, and it fell heavily on the ground because of the immature technology. It was just at this moment that Howard Stark, whose facial expression was a bit ugly because of the pain on his face, had no interest in adjusting the atmosphere at the scene. With the sound of boos coming from the audience, Howard was embarrassed and rushed off the stage. Howard Stark, this is interest today, we will not change the green hills, the green water will flow for a long time, there will be a period in the future. Looking at Xia Zixuan, who had changed back to his original laughter. Both Bucky and Steve cast their gazes looking neurotic. Xia Zixuan looked embarrassed. I have to say that there are still a lot of highlights at the World Expo tomorrow. Soon everyone's eyes were attracted to other projects again. Only Xia Zixuan patted Steve on the shoulder, and then pointed to the recruitment office at the carnival not far away. Sure enough, Steve's eyes immediately became eager again when he saw the recruiting office. That look was more eager than just seeing the beauty. Bucky, let's go there and see. You have to accompany the 2 girls. Xia Zixuan smiled and greeted Bucky, and then pulled Steve towards the recruiting office. After seeing the sign of the recruiting office in the direction of the 2, Bucky shook his head helplessly. There are not many people in the recruiting department. After all, this is the site of the World Exposition tomorrow. Most of them come here for entertainment and to open their eyes. Steve looked at the billboard at the recruiting station, but he was deep in thought. The face is full of yearning. Steve? Can you tell me why you are so obsessed with joining the army? Xia Zixuan interrupted Steve's contemplation. Everyone is desperately on the battlefield, I can't hide behind, I don't want to prove anything, I just think I should do it. Yes. I'm not the same as you. The reason why I want to join the army is because I don't want to watch the families displaced by the war. I don't want my family and friends to be hurt one day, but I can't help myself. I want to live, and live with all the people I care about. Of course, Xia Zixuan's remarks were mixed, and he really hoped that his family and friends would not be harmed, but his target was not the kui, but the purple potato. More importantly, Xia Zixuan has found Dr. Abraham Erskine, who stopped to watch the 2 not far away with his keen senses. It was only a moment later, when the 2 were waiting for a doctor's examination at the medical examination office, the doctor was called out by the nurse somehow. Instead, he walked in with a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a Mediterranean hairstyle. Looking at Steve, who was sitting in front of him, Xia Zixuan patted his shoulder gently to relax. It was only when Steve saw the slogan "illegal and forging conscription information" written on the wall, but he was even more uncertain. The three looked at each other for a moment, but Dr. Erskine spoke first. "So, are you thinking of killing KUI members abroad?" Hearing this middle-aged man's question in front of him, Steve was confused. "Hello, this is Dr. Abraham Erskine. Strategic Science Reserve. Hello, this is Steve Rogers. Zixuan Morris." Chapter 39, Soldier Steve. Looking at the two energetic young men in front of him, Dr. Erskine stunned. "Not bad, very interesting. Two gentlemen, how about we talk first?" Xia Zixuan knew in his heart that this was Erskine's challenge to them, even when he shrugged. "This is our honor, Doctor. Where are the two? New Haven? Or Params? Mr. Rogers wrote 5 different cities in your 5 documents. And Mr. Morris, are you really from Kansas? There are not many yellow people there." Looking at Dr. Erskine looking through the information, Xia Zixuan appeared to be calm, but he became a dog. Just wait for Xia Zixuan to speak. Steve, who didn't come out of the pit where it was illegal to forge conscription information, immediately explained. "I think you're afraid you got the wrong document." Listening to Steve's rebuttal without any technical content, the cold sweat could not help slipping from Xia Zixuan's forehead. This is what he thinks. Do you think other doctors are vegetarian? Lies have to be a little tricky, okay? No. I think you got it wrong. I'm not interested in the content of the file, but you tried it 5 times. Do you want to kill KUI members? And you, Mr. Morris? I am even more curious about your situation. Although this is the first time you have signed up for the army, you should be Asian. I think patriotism is not your purpose." Dr. Erskine's words were straightforward, but Steve was nothing, but Xia Zixuan's brain was writing madly. "No way, this directly determines whether he can complete the task. Doctor, I think you have a misunderstanding. The Second Industrial Revolution is over and the distance between the world is getting closer and closer with the support of technology. The reason for the cold lips is not sure if you have heard of it. I don't want to kill anyone, or want fame and fortune. All I want is my loved ones, my friends, and of course you, and I won't lose the happiness I should have because of some people's ambitions. I hate war, I hate killing. But this also confirmed my determination to join the army." Xia Zixuan's words hurt Steve's face in reverence, but he thought his buddy's ideological awareness was slightly higher than his own. At the moment, Xia Zixuan, who looked solemn, secretly praised himself in his heart. "Are you kidding me?" Xia Zixuan did not have the consciousness to think, but Xia Zixuan had no difficulty in this question. Do you think that all the messy movies he watched with Hua Hin in his previous life fed dogs? Don't ask, the question is learned in the movie. After listening to Xia Zixuan, Dr. Erskine showed a satisfied smile. "What about you? Mr. Rogers, why did you sign up for the army 5 times? Is this a test?" Steve was very puzzled about Dr. Erskine's questioning. When it comes to the process of signing up for the army, he is also considered to be very experienced. For ordinary people, signing up to join the army, either through the battlefield, or failed, go home to work. Where would it be like Steve, again and again, again and again? It's just that even Steve, an old bird, has never been asked about the purpose of joining the army. As Dr. Erskine nodded, Steve looked at Erskine's eyes firmly, even when he stood upright. "I don't want to kill people, I don't want to be a bully, and I don't want to see my home destroyed by a bully, no matter who it is, no matter where it is." Steve's words were short, but in his eyes, Dr. Erskine saw the blood in his cavity. "Okay, although there are already a lot of big men fighting, but I think adding a small one is also good. I can give you a chance, but this is just an opportunity. As Dr. Erskine picked up the conscription materials for the two, he walked to the table. Now tell me where you are from, to be honest. Brooklyn. Kansas. Of course Xia Zixuan knew that this seemingly inadvertent question was the final test for the two. It is for this reason that when Xia Zixuan spoke the place name, he directly used the local dialect tone. When Dr. Erskine heard Xia Zixuan's answer, he was stunned for a moment, and then reflected it. Then, accompanied by bang, bang, twice. 2 conscription materials with 1A qualification certificates were handed back to the two. Congratulations, you're soldiers. Steve took the information and looked at the seal of 1A. A look of surprise appeared on his face, when even rubbing his eyes to determine if this was an illusion. Xia Zixuan, who was standing aside, saw his look, but he shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, Steve pulled it out. Ah! Suddenly Steve turned around and pinched Xia Zixuan fiercely. Emma! Pain, Steve, you're crazy. I'm sorry, Zixuan, I just want to confirm if this is a dream. Now I'm sure this is true. He said that Steve rushed towards Xia Zixuan, wanting to express his joy at the moment with a hug. Seeing that the situation was wrong, Xia Zixuan, when even one flashed away from Steve's hug. MMP. If you don't agree, you want to break me. Never promise. At the moment in the distant starry sky, above a huge space cruise ship. Came back. Okay. On the throne, 2 slender figures are kneeling in front of a purple figure. If you look closely, the 2 are blue and green. The 3 of them seemed extremely dissonant together. How is the mission? However, the green figure hasn't answered yet, but the blue figure pretends to be a competing figure. Sir, my father, I have cleared half of the population of Anbei Bixing and Talangji Zhangxing as you ordered. After listening to the report of the blue figure, the purple figure on the throne nodded slightly, and then looked at the green figure again. With the purple figure's eyes falling on the green figure, a scepter floated slowly, and flew slowly towards the purple figure. Taking over the golden scepter floating towards him, the pupil of the purple figure shrank violently. Ha ha ha! Good! 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 It's my daughter! It is my honor to serve you, my father! Looking closely at the golden scepter inlaid with a blue gem in his hand, the purple figure only felt that he was one step closer to his dream. In particular, the faint blue light gleaming out of the golden gemstones made an inexplicable force fill the whole body of the purple figure. Just a moment later, the purple figure recovered from the joy of getting the treasure. Okay, you did a good job, and your next task is to find soul gems. I look forward to bringing you good news again. You all step back. Follow your orders, my father. This blue, green, and 2 figures have just walked out of the throne hall. The blue figure attacked the green figure with a fist. However, a flame was directly in front of him. Camera, you can resist the magic of flame. However, the voice of the blue figure just fell, and a flash of lightning was thrown out of the green figure's hand, directly charging the blue figure out of focus. Nebula, my patience is limited, don't challenge my belly. Looking at the figure slowly drifting away from the distance, the blue figure that fell on the ground glared at it with a very unwilling look, then fainted. Chapter 40, Dried this bowl of poisonous chicken soup. New Jersey Caspian Camp Recruit Training Base. At this moment Xia Zixuan is standing with 11 other recruits including Steve Rogers, waiting for the coach's training. Until this time, Xia Zixuan had some regrets. How could he be so strange that he came to serve as a soldier? God! Military career! I thought that my future days would be dark. Xia Zixuan had an idea that he wanted to die on tofu. The sun was scorching, and the earth was scorching. 12 people who had been standing for more than an hour obviously began to get anxious. At this time, a military jeep walked down a woman with a hot figure but full of heroism in the military uniform. Gentlemen, I am Agent Carter, and I am responsible for overseeing all matters in the department. Obviously, Agent Carter's image did not overlap with the image of some coaches who had just joined the army. Looking at the beautiful face in front of him, the flames and red lips, and the golden curly hair are the coaches that can touch the hearts of thousands of young people. When even someone teased, "Oh, what's your accent, my Queen Victoria?" I thought I was working for the U.S. military. As a senior military agent, Peggy Carter has long been accustomed to these. "What's your name, soldier?" "Gilmer Hodge, My Majesty." Obviously, Gilmer was also a newborn calf, not afraid of tigers, and actually caught up with Peggy. However, the next moment, Gilmer knew he was wrong. "Your uncle is always your uncle." Gilmer, who had just been called out, was severely beaten by Peggy. Looking at Gilmer, who couldn't afford to fall to the ground, Xia Zixuan's back spine froze for a while. The corner of his eyes glanced unconsciously at Steve. It seems to be saying, "Look, this is your future girl. Brothers go all the way. I am silent for you." It was embarrassing to see Colonel Phillips, who was watching Carter abuse the recruits from a distance. When even drive to understand the situation. By the way, also make a leadership speech. General Barton once said that war depends on weapons, but victory depends on soldiers. We will win this battle because we have the best soldiers. It was just here that Colonel Phillips saw Steve Rogers standing in the crowd. No way, the shortest of these recruits are 170, but Steve 160 is particularly dazzling. Phillips' words stopped as a result, and his gaze glanced at Professor Erskine, who came together not far away. "However, Erskine is a matter of concern to me." "Don't ask, just ask what you don't know." Angrily, Phillips could only continue his speech with his eyes closed and his teeth bitten. Despite a series of nonsense, Xia Zixuan still grasped the key information from it. The training was only a week, and after a week, the Super Soldier program would be launched. If Xia Zixuan cannot satisfy Colonel Phillips and Dr. Erskine by then waiting for him will be the punishment for the failure of the task. After Colonel Phillips' speech was finished, a big bell was carried by several soldiers. There is a saying that if you want to defeat the demon, then you have to be more terrible than the demon. The next week, you will all receive the most rigorous training in history. A week later, I will select the elite among you elite and let him get the honor of Super Warrior. During the training, if you can't keep going and want to give up, ring the bell. When the bell rings, it means that you gave up the glory and you will be sent to other ordinary troops. So my elites, do you want to try it? Listening to Phillips, everyone's eyes could not help but converge on the bronze bell not far away. Immediately afterwards, all of them were unyielding in unison. "No, sir." "Very good, then what are you doing here?" "Let's warm up after 10 kilometers of training." "Observe the sir." As everyone's voice fell, they rushed towards the cross-country track. 10 kilometers? You. Xia Zixuan collapsed at the moment. "It has long been known that military life will not be that simple, but I didn't expect it to be a 10 kilometers training session. Is this just a warm body? No, we have lazy cancer. God help." Steve next to Xia Zixuan is the other extreme compared to Xia Zixuan. But seeing him under the guidance of Phillips, when even the flames of youth burned with hope, Steve ran on the path of dreams. 10 minutes later, Steve looked determined. 20 minutes later, Steve looked firm. 30 minutes later, Steve looked still. After an hour. "Steve, you want to be a strong male paper man." Steve tipped his toes, he was closer to the sun. All Steve's efforts are not to make others think you are great, but to make yourself look up to you. Steve. With Xia Zixuan bowls of poisonous chicken soup, keep pouring down. Steve, who was already crumbling, fell to the ground with a bang. "Come on Steve, stand up and wipe your tears, you are still the most dazzling star." It's just that with Xia Zixuan's chicken soup going down one more night, Steve has a vague appearance. Xia Zixuan. What a joke, Master Fei spent a lot of hard work and has encouraged you all along the way. How about you? Peggy Carter, who was riding the military jeep and following the supervision, saw Steve vomited by Xia Zixuan. When even walking down from the jeep, he checked Steve's physical condition. Then he looked at Xia Zixuan with a very strange look. Talent. This man named Zixuan Morris, if he is placed on the battlefield and equipped with a tweeter, is this not equivalent to putting a negative weakening state on the enemy? Of course, Xia Zixuan did not feel the deep meaning in Peggy Carter's eyes. Otherwise, 10 consecutive kilometers of heavy cross-country trail running, even these well-built soldiers, are all like frosted eggplants after running 8 kilometers. Of course, there are no exceptions. Supported by the endurance attribute of 60 points, this 10-kilometer distance seems to be no different from Xia Zixuan's running 100 meters. Adhering to the idea of never giving up teammates. After Peggy Carter determined that Steve was not in trouble, Xia Zixuan resolutely took up the brother who once had a favor for him. Then he ran towards his destination, and of course he did not forget to give Steve poisonous chicken soup. Not far in front of Xia Zixuan, a young man named Jacopo who just ran in front was no longer able to support it at this moment, and his speed obviously dropped. But when he saw Gilmer, who was obviously one order of magnitude worse than himself, and he was still in very good shape at the moment, he was very curious. Gilmer, you guys are good, you are so good, you don't see your tired look at all. Don't mention Jacopo, you ran fast before, don't know. Did you see the one behind me? That's right, it's the one who's carrying that little man who changes tea. I can tell you, don't mess with him in the future, this man is poisonous. I saw him staring at the little man with my own eyes, and then told him that he was dizzy and still spitting foam. After hearing Gilmer's words, Jacob looked back again. As expected, Steve vomited at the moment. But Xia Zixuan still didn't let go of his meaning. Steve. Lying trough. No wonder you haven't slowed down at all. In case you are caught up with this cargo, you will be able to get a set for us. Thinking of this, Jacob shuddered. Just when the two wanted to say something. Front, wait for me. Let's run together and chat. Hearing Xia Zixuan's voice, Jacopo and Gilmer seemed to be hitting chicken blood, and suddenly a sudden acceleration accelerated and disappeared into Xia Zixuan's sight. Chapter 41, If There Is Any Help. At a light pace, Xia Zixuan was like a walk, running with Steve in mind. Occasionally he would say hello to Carter, who was passing by himself. If you look closely, you will even find that Xia Zixuan is not sweating at the moment. By the time he arrived at his destination, almost everyone was lying on the ground like a dead dog and could not move anymore. Xia Zixuan, however, lay leisurely with Steve on the ground. Steve. Look at the sky. Don't look at our bleeding and sweating now, persevere, one day, we can enjoy the beauty of the sky. Oh. Come on. Unexpectedly, Xia Zixuan, Steve actually returned to him weakly. Yo. Steve, you are awake. I will tell you. Brother Morris, Uncle Morris. I beg you, you can blame others. It's just that Steve's words just fell, and the people sitting around him immediately stared at him with murderous eyes. If the vision can kill, Steve may become minced meat at the moment. In fact, Xia Zixuan did not intentionally blame Steve. Mainly for the military life, Xia Zixuan has greatly improved at the moment. Although the body has been strengthened by the power of the spell for a long time, Xia Zixuan's concept is to stay in the state of being an ordinary person. Especially now that monkey spells and pig spells are not used and the body repels rabbit spells. Xia Zixuan had no sense of security at all. But before running with everyone, Xia Zixuan's attitude toward joining the army was a 180-degree turn. This devil training seems to be fun. It's not as scary as I thought. Look at the step just now, Carter is discussing with another coach again. It seems to be arranging the content of the next spring tour. Ah, it's training content. Okay, soldiers, the rest is over. I think you are all sweats now, why not take a shower together next? Seeing the sea in front of you, I dropped your weight and swam back to Caspian camp along the coastline. The 3 people who finally arrived at the camp did not have his share of supper today. Hearing that all the soldiers, including Steve, showed an unrelenting appearance. Completely without the weight before the off-road training. Xia Zixuan alone, but his eyes shined. Great, you can eat seafood again. This military life is really suitable for me, just finished walking, just to eat. This is not the rhythm to gain weight. With the sound of diving sound, the 12 soldiers jumped into the water like frogs and began to swim diligently towards dinner. Not having dinner means no energy for the next training. No strength means that the back is likely to be thrown away by others again. In this way, a vicious circle is formed, and it is not far from ringing the bronze bell. Although everyone except Steve is big and big, it doesn't mean they have all muscles in their heads. The distance of 5 kilometers is not short, although there are many reefs in the middle for everyone to rest. However, if you sprint in the freestyle as soon as you come up, you may end up having to rest for a longer time because of your effort. Thinking this way, everyone soon turned into a frogman, demonstrating his superb breaststroke skills. And Steve was backed by Xia Zixuan for a long distance in the previous load-bearing cross-country training, but the physical strength at this moment is much better than most people. The small size also means that the resistance to seawater is small. For this reason, Steve showed no signs of lagging behind the big troops this time. Coach, did you see that Zixuan Morris? Why can't I find him? Peggy Carter looked at the soldiers in the sea with a telescope in hand, but there were only 11 people, so he asked the coach beside him. I think it should be fine. Didn't you see him carrying Steve Rogers all the way before? With his physical qualities, there can be no accident at all. And even if there is an accident, as a soldier, if he can't even bear this setback, how can he qualify for the glory of a super soldier? The coach's attitude towards Peggy Carter is still very respectful. After all, in the army, the ranks of the officials are overwhelming. But since he is the immediate chief of these soldiers, he still has the final say on how to train these recruits. At this time, Xia Zixuan was an incarnation of a tiger shark, and he didn't know where he was swimming. In short, just by looking at his bulging stomach, he knew that this product should be very satisfying. But if someone can read the expression of the shark, Xia Zixuan's face must be found at the moment. Because 1 minute ago. Ding! Remind the host that the water quality near the coast is extremely poor, and it is suspected that the industrial wastewater has not been discharged. The organisms in the water are likely to exceed the heavy metal standards. Listening to the report of Xiao Ai's classmates, Xia Zixuan was even unhappy even though he looked happy. Shouldn't such things be said earlier? However, Xiao Ai's classmates are as good as ever. Xia Zixuan was even dismissed as "you don't ask" early. Xia Zixuan's body shivered for a while. Fortunately, there are still many pearl mussels around here. After getting a dozen pearls, Xia Zixuan went to the deep sea with a tiger shark's body. It was only after the storage space was filled with seafood that he swam back toward the original route. At the moment, Steve Rogers has lagged far behind the other 10 people after swimming for 3 kilometers. No way, Steve's physical fitness before becoming the US team is too bad. Even the 10 soldiers who are fighting with other blood in full blood are still invincible. Suddenly a wave of waves hits, and the already tired Steve chokes into a sea of water by accident. Although he struggled as hard as he could, it still didn't help. Gradually, Steve, whose consciousness was a little vague, even felt that he might be cool in the water. As he was about to give up struggling, an upward drag pulled Steve straight out of the sea. He awaked to look under him. Suddenly, the ecstasy of the rest of the life after the robbery came to my mind. Because at the moment Steve is riding on a dolphin. More importantly, the dolphin seemed to be extremely psychic, so he took Steve without a word and swam towards his destination. Within a few minutes, the other 10 soldiers only felt a wave of waves fly by. Immediately afterwards, he saw Steve riding past a dolphin. They even turned back and greeted them. Everyone. Steve had a feeling at the moment, just like the chicken soup Xiaozichuan said. The Dea ist help more, the Dea ist helpless. I am so dedicated to the country, to the people, to justice. It must have touched God. So they will send messengers to help themselves. That's right, it must be. The more I think about it, the more Steve is sure of this possibility. At the same time, it firmly strengthened its belief in being a good soldier. It wasn't until Steve's idea disappeared that it was less than 200 meters from the coast. It seems that because the dolphin was tired on his back, he actually turned Steve off, and then slapped Steve vigorously with his tail fin, and then he went away. Covering his hot cheeks, Steve vaguely understood the meaning of the word slap. After just a few breaths, the first person to reach his destination appeared. That's right, Xiaozichuan. Just from the look of his face, we know how happy he is at the moment. Let you be ridiculous, MMP, ride the young man to pay a price. Chapter 42, Eat enough to support, for recommendation and reward. The sun sets and the sea breeze bursts. Evening glow reflected on the cheeks of the 12 soldiers, outlined a beautiful picture. However, there is a very discordant existence in this picture. That's right, that is Xiaozichuan. After 10 kilometers of weight-bearing cross-country training and 5 kilometers of swimming, the remaining 11 people were all wet and paralyzed. But Xiaozichuan was the first to arrive at Caspian camp, so he took advantage of the time difference to take a shower in the dormitory and changed his clothes. Carter looked at this crowd, especially Xiaozichuan and Steve. Can't help but hold his forehead, turned his head slightly. Brain pain, brain pain. To be honest, from the performance so far, Carter is quite satisfied with the vast majority of recruits. It's just that Xiaozichuan and Steve are really different. An obvious physical fitness is better than ever seen before, but it is a clean quirk. No, I just showered and changed my clothes just after I got out of the water. Please, is this army training? Not your spring vacation. Isn't it normal to be sweaty or grey? Of course, if Xiaozichuan made Carter unhappy, Steve made Carter extremely uncomfortable. Because the contact time is not long, Carter has not had time to see the flash of Steve. But he looked like a dead dog at the moment, but it was deeply engraved in Peggy Carter's heart. Can such a weak chicken join the army? Carter expressed extreme suspicion that Steve could pass the conscription request. Okay, soldiers. I already have a full understanding of your physical fitness. Next, I organized the team and trot to the cafeteria. Of course, as I said before, the last 3 arrived, and now, immediately, give me 4 kilometers to the playground. The coach's voice was very cold, and there was no tolerance for the fatigue of the 12 people at the moment. However, when he looked at Xiaozichuan, there was a few expressions in his eyes. Reporter, I report that Steve did not swim back on his own, he came back by dolphin. Jealousy is everywhere, and the 10th soldier who arrived at the Caspian camp even stood up and called Steve's small report to the coach. In his view, as long as the coach judges Steve violated the rules, then he will get rid of the last 3 and eat dinner. Sure enough, the coach heard the man's report, and despite his unbelief, he still looked at Steve solemnly. Steve, did you come back on a dolphin as he said? Yes, sir. Even when Steve went out, he saluted a military salute and answered affirmatively. Although for this seemingly absurd statement, as long as Steve denies, the coach will certainly believe him. But Steve has always said one thing, without any intention of concealment. Very good, then don't eat dinner, and practice with the 3 of them. Okay, sir. Having said that, Steve trod out of the eating party and stood in the queue of the last 3. Reporter, Steve Fowles, I should get dinner. It's just that the 10th place who just made a report is obviously not satisfied with the coach's statement, even when he protested. Hey! I am the coach, I have the final say. You. Now go to the playground for me to practice. Sir, I am not convinced. I should be 9th, and I should have dinner. But the answer came from the indifferent eyes of the instructor. If you don't agree, you can ring the bronze bell. You can not only eat dinner, but also get a rest. May I tell you, soldier? The subsequent training will be more difficult than today. What I need are soldiers who absolutely obey orders. Only one voice is needed in the army. The 10th place who felt unequal and unfair treatment, when even out of the queue, walked towards the bronze bell. Before leaving, he even glanced at the coach with a hate-like glance. I will charge you with the military court. You random boy. But I am not afraid of it. Obviously, the behavior of this man disappointed the coach. For this kind of person who lacked social beatings, the coach said that he would not turn left when going out. And Carter, who was making notes on the side, also put a red line on the person's name. The so-called rabbit is dead and sad, and seeing this only takes a long time. One person left. The remaining 11 people swallowed unconsciously. Reporter, because I didn't report to you, I took a bath with the early time difference, and I applied to you to practice with them. Xia Zixuan's words were not expected by everyone. In the eyes of everyone, although he did not comply with the rules, it was understandable. Who made him so good? Only after hearing Xia Zixuan's report, the coach's eyes were splendid. Fang Cai was a little lonely because of the soldier who gave up, but even swept away. Very good, this is the soldier I want. I thought in my heart that the coach even agreed to Xia Zixuan's application. The 4-kilometer jog without load was originally a trivial matter for soldiers. But don't forget that everyone at this moment has just finished high-intensity physical training, and these 4 kilometers are enough to become the last straw to crush the camel. After a while, on the runway of the training base, Xia Zixuan is jogging around the playground with Steve. Zixuan, you don't have to be like this. You can go to dinner. Steve was very moved at the moment. His brother first ran for a long time, and now he practiced with him again. Seeing the truth in adversity. Cough. As the so-called tiger brother. Cough. As the saying goes. In short, Steve didn't feel like his brother had been in vain. Hiccup. Sorry, Steve, I'm actually mainly for digestion after a meal. Hiccup. Consumer. Since this journey, Steve has heard Xia Zixuan hiccup several times. But only when he was hungry, and now Xia Zixuan said to eliminate consumption, he was immediately puzzled. That's right, eliminate food. When I first swim, I touched fish and caught shrimp. Well, this is for you. After all, Xia Zixuan took out 2 pieces of lobster meat larger than his fist while no one was paying attention. Gudong. Looking at the 2 crystal-clear pieces in Xia Zixuan's hands, they also exuded a sweet smell of lobster meat. Steve was speechless for a while. Swim to die and live alive with yourself, if not relying on the help of dolphins for nearly dead training. Not only did this product take first place easily, but also a seafood buffet by the way. Finished, finished. The mentality collapsed. Hold it, Steve, eat it secretly, don't let anyone see it. All my shells have been peeled off for you, okay, a big man of yours is still so squirming, can't be hypocritical. Hold it fast, I won't run with you anymore, I have to run a few more laps to eat and drink and panic. When the words fell, Xia Zixuan shoved the lobster meat in Steve's hand, and then took a step to get away. Looking at Xia Zixuan running while hiccuping, Steve couldn't help showing a look of contempt. Then he took a bite of the lobster meat quietly while he was not paying attention. Well, really fragrant. Chapter 43, Xia Zixuan and number 039, fingers. Ding, there is a call from 2008, the signal is located in Kansas, does the host need access? At the moment, Xiao Zixuan is doing shooting training with breath. Xiao Ai's voice came so abruptly that Xiao Zixuan shot a bullet directly at Steve's target next door. 10 rings. Zixuan Morris, are you blind? If this is on the battlefield, you will kill your teammates. The coach on the side saw this scene, but even if it went viral, he began to reprimand it without saying a word. Reporter, I want to shit. My stomach hurts and I can't hold it anymore. Get out of here. Thank you, sir. Having said that, Xiao Zixuan put his gun away and trot towards the Maokeng training camp. At the same time, in my heart, Xiao Ai students directly connected the phone. Scary boy, haven't I charged your phone bill? I've been to school for so long and didn't know to call home. Sure enough, the voice of Father Andrew Morris came across the phone. Hearing his familiar voice, Xiao Zixuan was speechless for a while, but this time he left for 2 full years. Thinking of the 2 long-standing figures, Xiao Zixuan's heart was mixed for a while. The host does not have to worry, as long as you complete the task, the system will send you back to 2 days after you passed the time point. Hearing Xiao Ai's voice, Xiao Zixuan suddenly gave a chuckle, but secretly gave Xiao Ai a thumbs up. It seems that this system is not bad. In this way, at least he will not be expelled from the school. And Andrew and Yelena also explained. Hey! Boy, why don't you talk? Is the signal bad? No, Dad, I just miss you too much, and I choked up when I heard your voice. Ha ha ha. Yes, your kid is a little conscience, and I didn't waste my feces and urine to feed you. Xiao Zixuan. Xiao Ai, I finally understand who the host learned this sentence from. Zixuan. I tell you, our family made it. As you said, 1 week after Tony Stark came back, I bought all of our family's money in Stark Industrial Group stock. Guess what? Xiao Zixuan didn't understand until this moment that he didn't want to call himself when he was a CO author of this dad. This is a good news to show off, by the way. Dad, don't you guess? Ha ha ha. Can you guess? Don't guess? How can you not guess? I can tell you, Stark Industrial Group is now the owner of Clean Energy, and do you know? Tony Stark is actually Iron Man. The market value of the stock I bought has increased 12 times. I will say it. My Andrew is definitely the most investment talent in the world. Listen to Andrew telling excitedly. Haha. Xiao Zixuan said that this is not surprising at all. If Andrew knew that Tony Stark, who talked about him in his mouth, had lost his baby son, it was estimated that he would not be so happy. Come on, Daddy, stop here. I'm in New York. I knew this earlier than you. I'm going back to class to talk back. Remember to take care of your mother. When you make money, buy more healthcare and skincare products for her. Don't keep thinking about expanding Morris Manor. Wait, don't hang up. And one more thing. Have you found a girlfriend? Your kid may serve me a snack. And one more thing. Remember to wear more clothes and it gets colder. And one more thing. You will always be the pride of Dad. Hanging up the communication, Xiao Zixuan faintly tears. But immediately, the flames were burning in my heart. Let it burn. My youth. Pooh. I must complete the task and go back as soon as possible. Zixuan Morris. Are you inside? If you never come out again, I don't mind letting you stay in that pit forever. When Xiao Zixuan moved, the coach's voice came from outside the toilet. The tone of listening to him was obviously very dissatisfied with Xiao Zixuan's escape. Reporter, sorry, I didn't bring paper. With fingers. Xiao Zixuan. Meow for a while, I will just say, you will get it if you don't return, really when I come to the toilet. Return finger. Nonsense. Listen. This is still human language. After coming out of the toilet, Xia Zixuan found that everyone had finished shooting training. But when Xia Zixuan returned to the team, everyone looked at him with a very strange look. Even the soldiers standing next to Xia Zixuan moved a few steps towards the side invisible. Zixuan, did you really use your fingers? Steve said softly. Xia Zixuan. At this time, it has been 7 days since Xia Zixuan officially joined the Strategic Science Reserve, which means that today is the last day. After today, everyone will be selected for the best super soldier transformation. Since this week, what obstacles are off-road, rain in the middle of the night, fighting skills training, shooting training, 18 hours of high-intensity training every day, that is a small matter. The most unbearable thing for Xia Zixuan is that every time the instructor wakes them up, they throw a tear gas into the dormitory. This is simply unbearable for Xia Zixuan, who has unique feelings for the bed. Under this inhuman training intensity, the original 12-man squad has only 6 people left. For this reason, Xia Zixuan's team has now joined the remaining soldiers of several other teams to form a new team of 20 people. As for the missing 6 people, they could not bear this kind of torture, and chose to ring the bronze bell and transferred to other troop establishment. Of course, one of the most incredible things about Coach and Peggy Carter is that Steve, the little chicken in their eyes, persisted. For this reason, whether it was Peggy Carter or Colonel Phillips, he was impressed. Okay, soldiers, now we are doing push UPS. The 2 slowest moves are next to sleeper Xian Morris tonight. With the coach's order. The remaining 19 people, including Steve Rogers, even when lying on the ground, one by one used the strength of breastfeeding to do push UPS. Xia Zixuan. Coach, do you know you are poisonous? Very toxic. Seeing everyone's reaction, Xia Zixuan immediately began to vomit in secret. These are too much one by one, do you really have no fingers? At the same time, in the camp, Colonel Phillips and Dr. Erskine walked towards the training crowd. You don't really want to choose Steve Rogers. Not thinking, I have decided to be him, this is a wise choice. You know, I always thought that when you brought that 90-pound asthma cat into my army. I have no objection, I want to control him, maybe you just want a little white mouse. I never thought you would be so optimistic about him. I think Zixuan Morris is the most suitable candidate. Strong, resourceful, and kind, although occasionally unreliable. Colonel Phillips also pointed to Steve and Xia Zixuan, who didn't change their colors before they did a few push UPS. No, what I like is quality, not size. After hearing Erskine's words, Phillips frowned. You must know that for this project, both the military and the government have put a lot of effort into it, and Phillips will never allow Erskine to mess up. After a while, the two were really arguing. Phillips took out a prop grenades from the side shelf, pulled out the pull ring, and threw it into the crowd. There are grenades! As Phillips shouted, most of the soldiers who were still training were extremely frightened. Immediately afterwards, they were scattered as birds and beasts, and ran quickly towards the distance. Some even dragged the soldiers who ran fast, trying to make themselves run faster. Chapter 44, Good Combination of Chinese and Western Medicine. Seeing this scene, Xia Zixuan immediately flashed the touching scene of Steve holding a grenade in the original plot. Seeing Steve rush towards the grenade. Even if Xia Zixuan realized that the opportunity was coming, if he couldn't use this to brush his favor in front of Erskine, I'm afraid my task will be suspended. So, Xia Zixuan immediately flew towards the grenade. Fortunately, Xia Zixuan's physical fitness and nerve reflexability are far from Steve's. Even after thinking about a bunch of messy things, he still hurried before Steve and pressed the grenade under him. But then, before Xia Zixuan cast Steve's lobster kick. What? With a burst of weight on the back, Xia Zixuan couldn't help crying out. It turned out that while Xia Zixuan held the grenade, Steve rushed towards the grenade. Xiaozixuan only felt a wave of protest from his old waist, and he folded Rohan with Steve. Run! Run! Hiding! Before Xiaozixuan pushed Steve away from himself. Steve actually held Xiaozixuan and kicked. Steve, I star you gorilla! Xiaozixuan wailed in his heart. Unexpectedly, I have lived for 2 lifetimes, and when I add up, I am almost 40 years old. I was held by a little man. Thinking of this, a drop of crystal tears could not help but fall from the corner of Xiaozixuan's eyes. Until a moment passed. Colonel Phillips smiled and said that the grenade was fake. Steve just loosened his arms holding Xiaozixuan's body tightly and stood up in dismay. But Xiaozixuan still kept a sad face lying on the ground. The alarm is lifted and everyone returns to the team. As the coach yelled, the talents who had just escaped one after another came back one after another and rearranged the team. But whether it was Erskine or Phillips, or even Peggy Carter, looking at the two of them could not help but bring a little different taste. Colonel Phillips was extremely satisfied with Xiaozixuan's performance. He gave Erskine a provocative glance. Look, I said, Zixuan Morris is the best candidate. Erskine was clearly shocked by Xiaozixuan's performance at the moment. Since seeing Xiaozixuan on the day of the conscription, Erskine began investigating Xiaozixuan in private. After all, compared to Steve Rogers, Xiaozixuan is the best candidate in his mind. Only when the agent told him that Xiaozixuan had no such person, Erskine directly marked Xiaozixuan as a spy. However, because there is no evidence, Erskine did not immediately put it forward to the super soldier plan. For this reason, Steve Rogers, second only to Xiaozixuan in the quality of Erskine, has become the first choice. It's just that things happened too suddenly today, completely overturning Erskine's inference. Maybe Xiaozixuan's parents are stowaways? Therefore, he did not find the information. And if he is really a spy, it should not be possible to make such a low-level mistake of not identifying information. So, Erskine could not help starting to make up for Xiaozixuan's life. He looked at his scornful look at his Colonel Phillips. Erskine nodded slightly. Maybe adding an experiment body is also good, sometimes there are more experiment bodies and it is easier to perform data analysis. Looking at Dr. Erskine, who still had a dead duck's mouth, Colonel Phillips smiled. But no one saw it, after the two left. Xiaozixuan's mouth also outlined a strange arc. A physique that is 6 times the limit of ordinary people is not a good thing, even if Erskine and Phillips speak very little. Still has not escaped Xiaozixuan's ears. As night fell, Xiaozixuan did not go back to the dormitory immediately after dinner, but found a corner of no one and took a big crab from the storage space to nibble up. No way, Steve gave it up during the day. It is called turning grief and anger into appetite. Xiaozixuan must use food to comfort his injured heart. 1, 2, 3. After eating 5 large crabs in a row, Xiaozixuan barely suffered. Eat it dry and wipe it off. After ensuring that no crab yellow remained on his mouth, Xiaozixuan returned to the dormitory. Pushing the door open, it was Dr. Erskine who was talking about life with Steve. I saw that he was holding a wine bottle while pouring wine. Oh? It seems that our other hero is back. Seeing Xiaozixuan's arrival, Erskine even greeted Xiaozixuan. To be honest, Erskine felt a little guilty about Xiaozixuan, after all, he doubted him so much before. Have a drink together. Looking at Xiaozixuan who was burping while walking, Erskine suddenly felt that he regretted counting Xiaozixuan. No doctor, as a soldier, wine can only be used to celebrate victory. And my victory is no war. Secretly nodded, Erskine ran out of regret just now out of Juziaoun. As the so-called flaws do not cover you. In Erskine's view, the young man and Steve are different in front of him. Although they are somewhat indulgent, the kindness and integrity at the bottom of his heart are not lost to Steve. No matter what tomorrow, I hope you never forget who you are. What we need is not 2 good soldiers, but 2 good men. Xia Zixuan was also straight to Steve's side. At first, he gave Steve a fierce glance, expressing great dissatisfaction with the day's affairs. Then he poured himself a glass of boiling water. Jing, don't forget your original intention, you have to always do it. Don't forget the original intention, always have to. Erskine clearly understood Xia's language, and after a careful appraisal, he could not help blinking. Okay, Jing, Mo Wang's original intentions must always be the same. Steve on the side watched the two people speak extremely mouthful words, even clinking with each other and drinking. But he was neither a toast nor awkward. It was extremely embarrassing. Erskine didn't drink too much because of the problems related to tomorrow's experiment. He only asked a little and left Xia Zixuan together. The main purpose of this visit is because of Xia Zixuan. As can be seen from his performance in training, Xia Zixuan's physique is quite different from others. To ensure the success of the experiment, Erskine must do a comprehensive inspection of Xia Zixuan. After 2 hours. In the laboratory, Dr. Erskine looked at Xia Zixuan's inspection report in amazement. What a joke, Morris, who the are you? Looking at Erskine's expression of wanting to eat himself, Xia Zixuan was also secretly secret. Thousands of calculations, even before Erskine would actually give himself a whole body checkup. Just before Erskine took a blood test for himself, Xia Zixuan already realized that things were not good. Because Erskine almost exerted his strength to breastfeed, he stuck the needle into his veins. This body defense alone has shocked Erskine. After testing and comparison, Erskine found that the activity of Xia Zixuan's blood sample was high because www.bychugexx.biz to an amazing level. Even its DNA sequence is different from ordinary people. If Xia Zixuan told Erskine at the moment that he was an alien, Erskine would be convinced. Doctor, I think you are referring to this. After all, Xia Zixuan picked up an iron frame beside him and twisted it. Erskine, who saw this scene, was so shocked that his eyes were about to fall. You also saw that I am a yellow race. In fact, my ancestors were from Xiaguo. Xiaoquo has something called Naogong. Presumably you should have heard about it. Inner power. Yes. You can understand it as a method of exercise. My father used some herbal medicine to give me a medicated bath from childhood. You know what a Chinese medicine is? It's amazing anyway. Coupled with exercise since childhood, my physical strength is far beyond ordinary people's imagination. Xia Zixuan can only open his throat at the moment. Anyway, Xiaguo's martial arts dramas and martial arts novels are not rare. For a while, it seemed to be similar. The ancient East is really amazing. What's ridiculous is that Yingguo in that area of the projectile actually tried to provoke it. I think there are thousands of people like you, and the war on Xia's side is probably over. I'm sorry, Doctor, I am afraid that this is an example. After all, the dynasty of Xiaguo also knows for you that many things have been lost in the long river of history. Then why don't you give your method of internal strength to more people? I think your enhancement level is no worse than my super soldier serum. Xiaguo is old and mysterious, Erskine has heard of it for a long time. It's just that Xia Zixuan's situation still exceeds his cognition. It's not that I broom myself, but since the death of my father, those herbal formulas have been lost. I was young at that time and didn't learn these good things from the ancestors. After listening to Xia Zixuan's chaos, Erskine shook his head straight, but the secret path was pitiful, sad, and lamentable. But he also looked forward to the addition of Xia Zixuan's serum transformation. Chinese medicine is good, Western medicine is fast, the combination of Chinese and Western medicine has good curative effect, and it is still necessary to cure colds. Cough. Chapter 45, Injection Phobia. After Xia Zixuan flickered, Dr. Erskine was finally bluffed. This made Xia Zixuan secretly relieved. In case this Erskine is an old and stubborn, it is necessary to get to the bottom of it. I am afraid that this task will be suspended. After the inspection, Dr. Erskine began to prepare the super soldier serum needed for tomorrow. Xia Zixuan, who watched the whole journey, was also stunned. Especially after seeing the 6 thick and long syringes, Xia Zixuan was not calm. Gudong! With a spitting sound. Well, I'm sorry, doctor, to disturb you, but I don't want all 6 long and thick syringes to me. Dr. Erskine glanced at Xia Zixuan, who was calm in his side. Of course not. Hearing Erskine said, Xia Zixuan's heart finally dropped. Sure enough, what is the most terrible injection? These are for Steve Rogers, yours is over there. Having said that, Erskine pointed to 36 thick and long syringes inserted in another mechanical recliner not far away. Gudong! Guru! Ha ha ha! Doctor, you are so humorous. Finally Erskine also realized something and turned to look at Xia Zixuan seriously. I'm never kidding about science. Don't tell me that you are afraid of injections. It's already this time and I didn't look back at the bow. Looking at Erskine's cannibalistic expression, Xia Zixuan stepped back subconsciously. No no no. How could it be? I am a soldier, I am not afraid of grenades, how can I be afraid of such a thick and long syringe? Really? Since you are not afraid, why should you emphasize that it is thick and long? Apparently Dr. Erskine had already understood the source of Xia Zixuan's fear at the moment, and for a moment he couldn't help laughing. Know that your physique is at least 6 times the limit of ordinary people, and Steve has only 60% of ordinary people. He uses 6 of them and gives you 36. I am a little worried about whether it is enough. Should I go with more now? Xia Zixuan. Doctor, are you serious? Are you teasing me? Are you kidding me? Xia Zixuan's expression at this moment is even uglier than crying. Cough. Doctor, actually, I think I'm still young, only 16 or 7 years old. More injections of this thing may affect my growth and development. I assure you that 36 is definitely enough, absolutely. Looking at Xia Zixuan, who was trembling all over his body, Dr. Erskine's face was as bright as a chrysanthemum. Early the next morning, as a group of researchers and military officials have arrived one after another, this underground laboratory located in the Brooklyn antique shop also became lively. The dignitaries whispered to each other to discuss how to share the benefits of this super soldier plan. The researchers are busy doing the final equipment commissioning. Squeak! The door of the research room opened again. However, this time it was not the researchers or military gangsters who came in. I saw a pair of golden boys and girls dressed in military uniforms walked in together. The figure of the two immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. That's right, these two are exactly Steve Rogers and Peggy Carter. But when Steve found out that there were so many people present, he was a little stunned. Isn't this a super soldier transformation? How can I still watch the group? It was only after his eyes glanced around that he finally landed on Xia Zixuan, who was on the top of Chiguo. No wonder this guy didn't go back to the dormitory last night, it looks like he lives here. Thinking like this, Steve even patted Xia Zixuan and patted his shoulder. Hey, brother. Yeah, it looks like your face is not very good. Xia Zixuan looked at Steve, who was radiant, and then looked at the experimental bed with 6 syringes. Then his eyes fell back to the laboratory bed not far away with 36 syringes. Ugh! Tired. Soon under Erskine's guidance, Steve and Xia Zixuan lay on the experimental bed. Feeling the cold touch of the experimental bed and looking at the dense syringe, Xia Zixuan was very nervous. This is more exciting than playing against Iron Overlord. 36 syringes. This is entirely the rhythm of treating yourself as a hedgehog. Mr. Stark, how is the baseline prepared? Of course, no problem, we will consume half of the electricity in New York for this experiment. In case, I also equipped 30 high-power generators. Looking at the young people who are not like they used to be, they always look slutty. Xia Zixuan could not help clenching his fists. Howard Stark. I didn't expect to meet again so soon. It seems that this guy's face has completely recovered, and he can't see the trace of being stung by the Xia Zixuan hornet more than a week ago. After driving away irrelevant personnel by the test stand, Erskine picked up a microphone. And the right direction is precisely those who are important. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are not a step towards extinction, but a first step on the road to peace. The first is a series of minimally invasive injections. Serum is injected into the muscle group. After the serum is injected, it will cause rapid changes in the cells and then stimulate growth. Then it will penetrate the subject through life rays. At the same time, Xia Zixuan and Steve lay on the experimental bed after giving each injection of penicillin. With the countdown sounded, Xia Zixuan's heart also hung up. Student Xiaoi, can you block pain perception? Of course. Xia Zixuan. Don't you say so early? It makes me so nervous. The host didn't ask early. I don't know you are afraid of injections. Quickly, don't want to talk nonsense with you, quickly block my pain perception. Okay, host. Remember to ask early next time. As the countdown cleared, 36 super soldier serum syringes were inserted into Xia Zixuan's muscles, blood vessels, and spine. As the blue serum was slowly injected into the body, Xia Zixuan felt that his whole body was burning like a flame. However, it doesn't hurt at all. With the help of Xiaoi's classmates, Xia Zixuan not only did not feel pain, but rather enjoyed this peculiar feeling. After the injection of serum, the experimental bed sounded with a burst of mechanical sound. Immediately changed from lying down to standing, and the original bed has also become a metal closed cabinet. Immediately under the control of Howard Stark, all the machinery and equipment were operating under high load. The sealed metal cabinet began to release life rays in all directions without dead ends. 10%. 20%. 40%. Doctor, all indicators are normal. 50%. 70%. As the intensity of life rays increased to 70%, Steve only felt the pain of tearing the whole body. Every cell is roaring and shouting, protesting this pain. The roar immediately evoked the vigilance of those present. Carter and Erskine went to Steve for the first time, and began to ask about the situation. However, at the moment the extremely painful Steve has no spare time to answer them. Steve, hold on and think about why you should join the army. Are you willing to be mediocre in your life? Are you determined to defend your country and protect the country? However, just when Steve could not bear it, Xia Zixuan's voice remembered. In the metal cabinet, Steve heard Xia Zixuan's words, and immediately the clenched teeth inadvertently added a little force. The gums even leaked blood. But Steve didn't make any noise again. Persevere, persevere. At the moment Steve's mind kept echoing Xia Zixuan's words. That's right, I still have a mission to accomplish, and my dream is within reach at this moment. Please continue, I can carry it. Steve shuddered from the metal cabinet. And Xia Zixuan aside. Student Xiaoi, come out, let's chat. Host, if you are bored, I can restore your pain. However, before Xiaoi's classmates finished talking, they were interrupted by Xia Zixuan. Don't, I refuse. Sister, you are the boss and I will listen to you in the future. Don't do silly things. You have to know that you will always hate you if you stumble. Chapter 46, Serum Boosting, Recommended for Reward. At the moment when the experiment was completed, sparks that accompany the overloading of equipment. All the lights in the laboratory are dimmed. The only observation room left for those high-level officials is still brightly lit because of the independent power supply for lighting. After a while, the standby power is turned on. With the opening of the metal hatch, the two figures suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It's just that compared to Steve's huge size difference from 160 centimeters to 188 centimeters. Xia Zixuan had already reached 175 centimeters in height, but it had only risen to 185 centimeters, which was even a little shorter than Steve. But the pair's strong chest muscles and 6 angular abdominal muscles all told everyone that this experiment was very successful. The only thing that makes everyone else out of the box is Xia Zixuan, whose physique far exceeds that of Steve, and he is now in a coma. Steve, who is not favored by everyone, is just a little off. After confirming that Xia Zixuan's vital signs were normal, there should be a burst of cheers in the laboratory. And this also means that the super soldier plan is a perfect success. At a time when everyone was toasting, Xia Zixuan, who was lying on the laboratory bed and pretended to be unconscious, was enjoying a good news from Xiao Ai. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission, men should be so strong. Mission reward, the cup of life has been distributed into the host's storage space. Feeling the powerful power flooded in his body, Xia Zixuan even cheered secretly in his heart. Xiaoi classmate! Here I am. Call up the property panel. Host, Zixuan Morris. Strength, 100. Speed, 100. Endurance, 100. Intelligence, 7. Combat skills, 4. Energy emission. Energy tank, 600/1200. Natural energy recovery rate, 1.8 minutes. Activated spells, rabbit, rejecting, monkey, pig. Already possessed spell skills, space annihilation ray, pig. Comprehensive evaluation, rookie. After seeing the property panel, Xia Zixuan immediately blossomed. Of course, the most important thing is not because the strength, speed and endurance have increased from 60 to 100, but the intelligence has increased from 6 to 7. I'm so touched. Finally, I am not a mentally reluctant existence. Xia Zixuan has always been worried about the intelligence data given by Xiaoi. Well now, finally breaking through the magic palm of the passing line, and hit a new high. As for combat skills, from 2 to 4, this is not the role of super soldier serum, but the high-intensity shooting and fighting training in the past few days, which has given Xia Zixuan a lot of improvements. What surprises Xia Zixuan most is that the upper limit of the energy slot grows from 600 to 1200, which means that Xia Zixuan's high-intensity output can also persist for 20 minutes. In this way, the endurance of a normal man is almost approached. At the same time, the energy recovery speed increased from 9 points 1 point to 8 minutes 1 point. Silently admiring his brand new property panel, Xia Zixuan almost laughed out loud. However, the reason for pretending to be dizzy at this time was that Xia Zixuan also had his own considerations. Since Xia Zixuan was not too cold for Marvel in the past, he was mainly pulled by Hua Hin before going to see it. Therefore, the details of the plot are not too clear. But even so, some general conditions are still impressive. I am afraid that there will be a Hydra spy incident, and then the US team is on the news because of the rescue of the spy, so it is officially made into a stage hero and peddling national bonds. If Xia Zixuan does not play Halo at this moment, it is likely that this black history of the US team will repeat itself in Xia Zixuan. Let yourself dance with Steve Rogers? Don't even think about it, it is impossible. Since he didn't want to be this early bird, Xia Zixuan, of course, chose to simply pretend to be a coma and plan what he should do next. If you can't get on the battlefield. Anyway, your goal has been achieved at this moment, and there is no need to take this risk. If there is really no way, then it is better to go to a safer department. What logistics department? It's better to move things and beat something than to run around in the rain of bullets. But this thought flashed through Xia Zixuan's mind, and he was rejected. Because Xia Zixuan suddenly remembered that he still had a main task at this moment, collecting infinite gems. In 2008, the space gems were in the Snake Shield Bureau. If they hurriedly shot, they would not only tear their skins directly with Nick Fury, in case it was not handled well and the members of the Avengers were unhappy. Then it's more than worth it. But this space gem of space and time, which is the Rubik's Cube, should be in the hands of the Red Skull John Schmidt. That's very operable. It shouldn't be too difficult to grab space gems from John Schmidt with his current combat power. As a result, he will either find Schmidt's own track or continue to follow the story of Steve Rogers. Thinking in this way, Xia Zixuan couldn't help but get caught in a tangle. Follow Steve and dance to sell bonds, but you can't find Steve without him. At the time of Xia Zixuan's headache. With the explosion of boom. The observation room where the big bosses were located suddenly exploded. The power of the explosion was not great, but the shock wave still shattered all the glass. For a time, the fire was blazing and the glass fragments were splashing. The staff in the research room screamed. What's more, he directly found a bunker and hid himself behind. For a time, the laboratory fell into extreme chaos. The spy of the Hydra also rushed directly to the spare super soldier serum prepared by Dr. Erskine. Because Xia Zixuan's dosage is relatively large, Dr. Erskine fully prepared 5 super soldier serums this time. The spy grabbed the 5 super soldier serum without hesitation and was ready to turn around and run. However, Dr. Erskine, who had foreseen that the explosion was not easy, saw the scene with his own eyes. But when he was about to ask the security guard to stop the man's actions, he saw that the spy pulled out his waist pistol and pulled the trigger against Dr. Erskine's chest. Boom! With 2 gunshots. I saw Dr. Erskine's body shudder, and then saw the 2 blood holes in his chest continue to radiate bright red blood. Fortunately, Peggy Carter is not vegetarian. When even the pistol pulled out of the waist shot towards the spy. However, due to the chaos of the scene, coupled with the spy's long-awaited escape plan. After it broke several emergency lights, the light in the laboratory immediately dimmed. Through the faint lights, Steve came to Dr. Erskine's side just after he had eased from the state of being out of force. Watching this middle-aged man who fell in the pool of blood and helped himself realize his dream, Steve was sad for a while. Dr. Erskine smiled at Stevie's sad eyes. It seemed to be admiring his masterpiece, and it was as if looking at Steve's light of peace. After exhausting his last effort, Erskine raised his hand hard and poked Steve's chest with his finger. Steve nodded slightly, saying he already understood what Erskine wanted to say. No matter what happens tomorrow, remember who you are. Erskine's words echoed in Steve's mind, and they stayed for a long time. No, this murderer cannot be allowed to go unpunished. Thinking of this, Steve immediately followed Peggy Carter's pace and rushed out of the laboratory, trying to stop the spy. Erskine fell to the ground directly because of Steve's departure. It was just that his face came to stare at Xia Zixuan, who was wearing a halo. Seeing Xia Zixuan still secretly blinking at himself, Erskine finally looking away. Chapter 47, Give you a little gold man. Xia Zixuan is not a ruthless generation. In any case, Abraham Erskine also helped him increase his intelligence by 1. Xiaoqiuo said in a word, the grace of dripping water should be reported to Yang Chuan. Xia Zixuan did not want such a good old man who longed for peace and upheld justice to die like this. The reason why he didn't save his life is the pot of Xiao Ai's classmates. At the moment when the explosion sounded, the memories going west flashed through Xia Zixuan's mind like a slide. Xia Zixuan wanted to end pretending to be dizzy, to save this good old man who was kind to him. But Xiao Ai told him another way to save Erskine. That's right, the rat charm. As one of the 12 zodiac signs, the rat charm has the ability to turn static into motion. In Adventures of Jackie Chan, the rat charm has been resurrected with toys, idols, and sculptures. Especially in one of the episodes, the rat charm once resurrected a statue of the archmage who had sealed the demon lord in ancient times, and had an independent personality. According to Xiao Ai, as long as Xia Zixuan retains Erskine's body tissues and stores them in the storage space of the system. After Xia Zixuan activated the rat charm, he could use Erskine's statue and body tissue as a medium to revive it in disguise. Although it is not the real flesh and blood that is resurrected in this way, as long as the charm of the spell is regularly added to the statue, it can achieve eternal life in another way. For this reason, Xia Zixuan blinked at the dying Erskine. I just didn't expect this scene to be seen by Erskine, and he gasped. Xia Zixuan can only express frustration. A few years later, when Erskine was resurrected, he saw with his own eyes that Steve Rogers, who had always been optimistic, became a hero. Presumably he knows under the spring, and he will also consider his own hard work. Thinking like this, Xia Zixuan was relieved. At the same time, Steve flew frantically through the streets of Brooklyn, chasing the spy who fled with the super soldier serum. I saw that Steve was walking briskly at this time, although it was slightly inferior to the 1943 old-fashioned car, but because of his familiarity with the Brooklyn neighborhood, he could always overtake the spy car through alleys. After all, every lane here left a memory of Steve being beaten. Finally, after gradually adapting to the strength of the strengthened body, Steve jumped onto the roof of a galloping car in one kick. Immediately after a few jumps on the roof of the car along the road, he lay on top of the car where the spy was. The spy was also unexpected, and the little dwarf Steve Rogers, who only injected 6 super soldiers serums, could actually catch up with his car. This made him pay more attention to the super soldier serum in his arms. Of course, if you want to give these sera to John Schmidt, you must first solve the annoying guy on the roof. Thinking of this, the spy pulled out the pistol directly from his waist, did not aim, and fired at the roof. As a result, Steve suffered on the roof. Maybe today is its lucky day, or maybe a big brother bless. The spy shot several times but only scratched Steve's skin. And Steve finally looked at the opportunity. With the strengthened strength, he twisted the car and directly tipped the car to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the side mission, I am a mess, 1/2. Task content: help the Hydra spy to escape the pursuit of Steve Rogers, ensure his life is safe, and not be found by others. Mission reward: 5 encrypted super soldier serums. Task punishment: it is mandatory to host to accompany Steve Rogers to participate in the Bond promotion performance. Student ZIOI: what happens if I fail my task without attending a promotional performance? For mandatory requirements, if the host fails, the system will clean the host's thinking and memory, which means that you will no longer be you in the future. Xia Zixuan. Listen. This is human language. If you don't agree, you will kill and brainwash. How do I spread such a broken system? And this time it was too ridiculous to actually help Hydra yourself. Is Xiao AI not a superhero development system? Ding! Remind the host that Steve Rogers has caught up with the spy just now. Xia Zixuan. Alright. Life is like a play, all depends on acting. In this case, you can only perform acting. Ah, it hurts. With a scream, Xia Zixuan sat upright. With such a roar, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Colonel Phillips, not far away, saw this scene and embarrassed cancer. How can I be so fancy with one thing? How long has it been since the pain was delayed? Morris's reflection arc is probably able to circle the Earth 3 times. Looking at everyone's weird eyes, Xia Zixuan decided to continue to act silly. What's the matter, explosion? Hey? Professor Erskine, why are you cold? After all, Xia Zixuan even made it to the edge of Erskine's body and made a look like a dead father. P.S. Andrew, very good, Dad, remember. But the restless hand secretly chopped a small piece of floor tiles with Erskine blood on the ground and stuffed it into the storage space. Mr. Morris, be sad. The doctor knows that you are so sad for him, and I know that I will see you. One researcher couldn't bear to see Xia Zixuan so sad, even when he came over to comfort. It was just that he hadn't finished speaking. When he saw Erskine's wide eyes, he felt that what he had just said didn't seem appropriate. Who is it? Who killed the doctor? Xia Zixuan stared hard at his eyes and raised all his bloodshot eyes, then looked up at the researcher with a roaring voice. The researcher was also frightened by the appearance of Xia Zixuan, subconsciously took a step back, and then carefully said roughly what happened before. When his words fell, Xia Zixuan even maximized his speed. The whole person flew out like an arrow off the string. No way, time is too late. Xiao Ai has just told him that Steve is now confronting a spy holding a child. When he rushed out of the underground laboratory, even if he found a corner of no one, he urged the power of the monkey charm to fly towards the nearby port. According to Xiao Ai's reminder, Xia Zixuan quickly found Steve next to the port. At this moment, Steve has rescued the child and is ready to jump into the sea to chase the spy who escaped in the submarine. So far so good. It seems that the careless spy has not been ranted by Steve. At the same time, a golden eagle in the sky suddenly turned into a giant octopus and smashed into the water. Splashes of water. Port. Mom, I just saw a big bird turn into a big octopus and fell into the sea. Child, your mother told you that lying can turn into a long nose. Chapter 48, Naughty. Xia Zixuan's giant octopus just fell into the sea. Then he saw Steve swimming fast towards the submarine where the spy was riding. Just after being strengthened, Steve is still in a state of excitement at the moment, so it's hard to swim. It was as if I wanted to explode all my suffocation over the years. Actually caught up with the submarine still in the acceleration stage. Can Xia Zixuan watch Steve destroy his mission? Obviously impossible. So, just a breathing effort. The submarine and Steve were enveloped by a huge shadow. But the giant octopus 4 9-meter-long octopuses must securely lock the submarine. At the same time, another octopus whisker rolled directly towards Steve. The water is no more than the land. Even Steve has nearly 5 times the strength of ordinary people at this moment, but he is still a brother in the water. What's more, Xia Zixuan's own physical strength is not comparable to Steve, which has not yet counted the buff bonus brought by becoming a giant octopus. The sturdy Steve of the sturdy octopus mustard rolls, trying to break the shackles of the octopus whiskers. However, no matter how struggling it is, the octopus must not be shaken. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and the oxygen in Steve's lungs almost reached the limit. Just when Steve thought he would be drowned in the sea by the big guy in front of him. With the big octopus whisked violently. Instead, he threw Steve out of the sea and landed heavily on the coast. Simply didn't hit the reef, otherwise I would have to lie down for a long time even if it was not cool on the spot. After solving the younger brother of the American team, Xia Zixuan's 2 huge octopus eyes focused all their attention on the portable submarine in front of them. Boom! With 2 octopus whiskers yanked. The submarine's propeller and tail were immediately removed by Xia Zixuan. Immediately afterwards, he threw it in the direction of the shore. It can be used as an explanation for Steve. As for whether it will hit the younger brother of the US team, Xia Zixuan said that it was my fault. The younger brother of the US team is now growing up and always wants to face the world by himself. If this can't be avoided, then it should be deserved. At the moment, the spy in the submarine cabin is in a panic. He just faced Steve without fear. I saw this giant octopus with a length of more than 9 meters in this single tentacle, but it was terrified and swallowed. It seems that saliva has a calming effect. Goo, goo. One bite after another. Outside the submarine cabin, Xia Zixuan, who looked at the squirming throat of the spy through the tempered glass, laughed. He was really funny. Human beings are always the most fearful of unknown creatures. The giant octopus Xia Zixuan turned into was originally from the bottom of the sea. That kind of depth cannot be reached even with diving equipment in 2008, not to mention the current 1943. For this behemoth, especially the tentacles, one sucker bigger than the face. I am afraid that anyone who reads it will be frightened. To ensure that the spy will not be caught back by Steve on the shore, Xiaoxichuan did not immediately throw him ashore, but chose to drag the submarine towards the harbor. Xiaoxichuan found an unmanned beach and dragged the submarine to the near shore until he had traveled for nearly 100 kilometers. What's the situation? At this moment the Hydra spy face was dumbfounded. The huge creature in front of him doesn't seem to kill himself at all. Not only helped him get rid of Steve's pursuit, but also brought himself to a safe place. Of course, Xiaoxichuan's destruction of the submarine propeller was selectively forgotten. But it was just when the spy thought about it. Snapped. As Xiaoxichuan beat, the submarine's tempered glass hatch immediately turned into a pile of debris. Although it is already near the coast, the water depth is still 30 to 40 meters. For a time, the sea immediately poured into the submarine cabin. The Hydra spy was entangled by Xiaoxichuan with octopus tentacles. Feel free to go around for a few laps, so that he can feel the roller coaster and the pendulum clock service. Under Xiaoxichuan's violent flick, the spy who was thrown to the ground was only feeling a surge in his stomach. Even so, thanks to the results of rigorous training experienced over the years, the man still held it up and didn't spit it out. Because at this time, as long as you open your mouth, you will choke on water, and then you can finish your life. Xiaoxichuan didn't dare to play too much. If this person was killed in front of him, his task would fail. See the super soldier's serum in the spy's arms fall out of the flick. Xiaoxichuan immediately caught them one by one with an octopus, and smoothly stuffed it into the storage space. Then he threw the spy with the octopus whiskers to the shore. After a moment, oh! The Hydra spy climbed up on the shore, only to feel that his stomach turned over the river and the sea was rough and the waves were unstoppable. After vomiting for a long time, I only recovered. But his eyes always fall on the giant octopus. It seems to be thinking about something. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the spur task. I am a mess, 1/2. The mission rewards 5 encrypted super soldier serums, which have been sent to the host's storage space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the side mission, I am a mess, 2/2. Mission requirements: hand over 5 encrypted super soldier serums to the Hydra spy. Task reward: open the system mall module. Mission failure punishment: the host is required to accompany Steve Rogers to participate in the Bond promotion performance. At this point, Xiaoxichuan understood. It turned out that Xiao Ai didn't just want to blacken herself. 5 encrypted super soldier serums. Obviously this was premeditated, so he grabbed the original super soldier serum and replaced it with encrypted cottage goods. Small love student. You explain to me, what are you trying to do? I'm sorry, I don't know. It is not my decision to issue the task, I am only an intelligent program to connect the host and the system. In that case, forget it. Anyway, with his own strength, even if the Hydra took these 5 encrypted serums, it would be nothing more than to make a few more Steve. Since it is called encryption, it means that the recipe cannot be cracked through it. As long as mass production is not possible, everything is easy to say. Thinking of this, Xiaoxichuan slowly swam to the shore with the body of a giant octopus. Afterwards, the 5 encrypted super soldier serums that had been obtained and had not been covered were removed from the space package. The Hydra spy shook the shore. What's going on? The Hydra spy at this moment was completely ashamed. At first I thought this octopus was going to kill itself, but it saved himself. Not only did Steve run away, but he also brought himself to safety. But when he thought it was a friend, not an enemy, this big guy gave himself a set of roller coaster services, and almost killed himself. Not only did he throw himself ashore again now, it seemed that he had to return the serum to himself. Did this octopus deliberately play on its own? That's right. It must be so. This octopus must think I'm fun. So not only save yourself, but also return the serum to yourself. As for the roller coaster and big pendulum clock, they are playing with themselves. Now that I have played with myself, is it all right? In this way, octopus is really its own savior. It's a pity that it's too much trouble. Thinking of it, the Hydra's spy dared to swim towards the giant octopus again. Sure enough, as he thought, the giant octopus immediately returned 5 serums to him. Just hiss. I can't bear the enthusiasm of this octopus. The one I took just after giving me the serum was definitely more painful than the whip. Covering the swollen face, the Hydra spy returned to the shore and murmured secretly. P.S. I built a penguin group to understand the 3 martial arts. Chapter 49, Biao for recommendation and reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the spur task. I am a mess, 2 halves. The system will be upgraded soon, and the mall module will be activated. This upgrade will last for 1 hour. During the upgrade, the host will not be able to use the power of the spell. The countdown to system upgrade begins. 59, 58, 57. Lying. Come again. That's how I was pitted by Xiao AI last time, and this time I saw that Xiao AI would have to do it again. Xiao Zixuan was even alert. Without saying anything, Xiao Zixuan no longer ignored the Hydra spy. As soon as he turned around, a fierce man plunged into the sea and immediately turned into a sailfish. With the speed bonus of sailfish that dominates the ocean. Just 20 seconds later, Xiao Zixuan disappeared into the vast sea. Immediately after confirming that the Hydra spy could never find himself, Xiao Zixuan jumped out of the water again, turned into a peregrine falcon, and a nearby unmanned jungle flew away. After a set of SAO operations, Xiao Zixuan can be said to maximize the speed. 3, 2, 1. With the countdown of Xiaoi's classmates cleared, Xiao Zixuan's figure also just landed firmly on the edge of the jungle. Perfect landing. Call. With a sigh of relief, this time it didn't fall out of the air like last time. Although the current physical strength is much stronger than that, the situation last time can no longer cause any harm to myself. But the confusion after tumbling on the ground is inevitable. It seems that I will discuss it with Xiao AI next time. If there is any such thing as a system update, I must inform you in advance. Otherwise, if you are in an extreme environment such as high altitude or deep sea, and you have no time to react, it wouldn't be cool. Sitting alone on the edge of the jungle, he picked a few famous fruits. Xiao Zixuan gnawed fruit while thinking about what to do next. Back to the army. It's not easy to accompany Steve to dance. If you don't go back, you can't find the distribution of Hydra where John Schmidt is. Xiao Zixuan is struggling. With a flash of sparks passing by, a circular portal appeared beside Xiao Zixuan. Immediately afterwards, a man wearing a golden mage robe, with a white boiled egg on his head, and a solemn face came out of it. There is no doubt that this is the Supreme Master of Karma Taj Guyi, who once had a relationship with Xiao Zixuan. Sovereign Master Mage. Long time no see. Seeing Xiao Zixuan greet himself, Gu Yudang even showed his surprise. Young man, do you know me? Oh, sorry, I think you may not know me at this time. After listening to Gu Yi's words, Xiao Zixuan suddenly remembered, but now in 1943, it is normal for Gu Yi not to know himself. Hey? No, can Gu Yi see the past and the future? How could I not know that the future self has an intersection with her? Seeing that Xiao Zixuan was in a state of contemplation, Gu Yi didn't show an impatient look at all, quietly waiting for his reply. Of course, I came here in 2008. We have met before, when you gave me a gift. Xiao Zixuan's words made Gu Yi somewhat stunned. So, Gu Yudang even touched the eye of Agamo on his chest with one hand, and touched it on his temple with one hand. It seems to be looking at the future timeline. Young man, what's your name? I can't see your figure in the long river of time. There is no past or future in you. If it weren't for you to have the breath of Agomoto's eyes, I almost have to wonder if you are a person in this world. I'm sorry, Supreme Master, I am outrageous. Reintroduce yourself. My name is Zixuan Morris, you can call me Holy Lord, or Demon. The reason why I have the Eye of Agamotto on me is that it is because in the future you once lent me the Eye of Agamotto for a while. At this moment, Xia Zixuan is particularly counseled and super-counseled. Facing one of the supreme beings, even with a spell on her side, Xia Zixuan did not dare to be arrogant. What's more, at this time, Xiao Ai's classmates are still in the system upgrade, and they can't use the power of the spell. Hearing Xia Zixuan's answer, Gu Yudang seemed to be thinking about something even if his brows were frowned. Immediately afterwards, he stroked his hands against the void, and a portal suddenly appeared in front of the two. With a big wave of Gu's big hand, the portal instantly passed through Xia Zixuan and his own body. When the spark disappeared, Xia Zixuan's figure had appeared in a hall with a strong Southeast Asian style. Although I cannot see your future, you know that your behavior has changed history and at the same time created a new parallel universe. Time is not free to play with, and besides, you have another extremely evil breath besides the Eye of Agamo. Then Mr. Lord, can you explain it? Xia Zixuan felt a deep chill when he looked at Guyi and Wu Jingguo. Yes, Guyi cannot see his future now. And his own behavior has indeed changed history. For Guyi, who wants to maintain the balance of the multiverse, he is undoubtedly damaging this universe like a virus. Thinking of this, when Xia Zixuan looked at Guyi's indifferent eyes, he could not help feeling a little coolness from his back. Dear Supreme Master, I am deeply sorry for disrupting the timeline. This is purely an accident, and to be honest, I am also a victim myself. As for the evil breath you said, it may be related to the source of my strength. Speaking of which, Xia Zixuan paused, seeing Guyi as usual, without any slight fluctuations. Only then cleared his throat and continued. My strength comes from the Holy Lord, one of the 8 demons in the universe, so I am self-proclaimed by the Holy Lord. As for the reason, to be honest, I am not very clear. I personally feel that there is no difference between right and evil in power. If you use right, you are right, and when you use evil, you are evil. The key is to see the will of the power users themselves. After hearing Xia Zixuan's words, Guyi's body shivered violently. Strength has no righteousness and evil, use righteousness, justify, use evil, evil. After tasting this sentence carefully, Guyi suddenly opened his mind. Human life is limited, but the multiverse is always under the threat of the Lord of Darkness. In order to resist Dormammu's erosion of the multiverse, Guyi had to draw the dark power from the dark dimension to maintain his life. In order to better respond to the threat from the multiverse before the heir of the Supreme Master appears. However, this is after all the dark power she has always hated. For this reason, Guyi always had a knot in his mind. Countless times, Guyi questioned himself whether it was right or wrong to draw the power of darkness. Xia Zixuan's words were straightforward and hit the weakest point in Guyi's heart. Xia Zixuan was relieved when he looked at Guyi, who was slightly moved. If it had not been known for a long time that Guyi was using his dark power to continue his life, Xia Zixuan would not dare to use such words to stimulate this big man who was extremely sensitive to evil forces. Dear Supreme Master, I have sensed the abnormality of your vitality. It seems that you are using a special power like me. If Xia Zixuan was just testing the bottom line in Guyi's heart before, then this sentence is undoubtedly the realization of the pleasure of jumping on the grave on the bottom line of Guyi. Xia Zixuan, who has added 1 point of intelligence, has improved slightly in terms of both IQ and EQ. In addition, her knowledge of the original plot has given Xia Zixuan a lot of confidence. Chapter 50, Unspeakable Transaction. Xia Zixuan's remarks made Guyi's pupil suddenly shrink. A light wheel composed of a magic circle immediately appeared in his hand. Regarding drawing on the power of darkness, Guyi has thought that he has done it very confidentially. The man in front of him saw the secret he had concealed. In the unlikely event that this matter spreads, many mage of Karmatage will not be able to think about the dark power. At that time, if you do not have such a strong willpower, you will easily sink into the darkness and lose your heart. Xia Zixuan was shocked when he looked at Guyi, who wanted to kill him. Under his feet, he couldn't help but took 2 steps back. MMP, it's just fine, can't you calm down? Young people. Nonsense. Shouldn't the elderly calm down? Just thinking in this way, when it was time to counsel, Xia Zixuan still counseled quickly. No, respectable Supreme Master, please calm down and listen to me. Guyi looked at the man in front of him who kept waving at him, indicating that he was calm, and after thinking for a moment, he slowly retracted the magic light wheel in his hand. Just looking at Xia Zixuan's eyes again, it was a little playful. I know your responsibilities and mission, and you use taboo power not for your own lust. And I, like you, I continue to develop my own power is not for what rule the world or forever. You have the eye of Agamo and you should be able to foresee the future crisis. I just want to protect my family and friends. Of course, if I can save the world by the way, I don't really care. Xia Zixuan's words made Guyi a little moved, although in Guyi's view, Xia Zixuan's goals were somewhat narrow. But it can be seen from his sincere tone that it has not been lost to reason by the taboo power. However, in any case, his secret is still exposed. Thinking of this, ancient Yi couldn't help but eager to try again. Ah! Tired. This guy doesn't get in. Xia Zixuan collapsed at the moment. It is clear that his words did not completely impress Guyi. Think about it, think about it. Since the future self can persuade Guyi, let him give him a novice gift package. There must be a possibility. What is it? Power? Impossible, his own strength stems from the spell, and cannot be given away at all. Money? Oh, no kidding, he's not Tony Stark. That power? Xia Zixuan subconsciously glanced at his counsel, and then shook his head gently. Eternal life? That's right, this is it. After thinking for a while, Xia Zixuan finally guessed the unspeakable deal between himself and Guyi in the future. No wonder, then everything makes sense. No wonder, when Guyi came to find himself, he said what transaction was completed. Thinking of this, Xia Zixuan immediately took out the cup of life rewarded by the previous mission from the storage space. Cup of life, the water in the glass can make people younger and get eternal life, similar to the dog spell, but excessive drinking will degenerate into babies. Looking at this seemingly pure gold prop in his hand, it looks like a trophy. For a time, Xia Zixuan's advice did not even disappear. Guyi, I won't talk nonsense with you, feel it for yourself. Sure enough, after having the confidence, Xia Zixuan was more irritable. What a respectable Supreme Master, ah! Guyi, who was not far from Xia Zixuan, felt the unusual things when Xia Zixuan took out the cup of life. This rich life force is simply incredible. Feeling the thick breath of life spilling out of the cup of life, even Guyi couldn't help but think of something different. Guyi, this is the cup of life. As long as you drink a certain amount of water regularly, you will get immortality and longevity. As long as you have this thing, you can completely abandon the taboo power you hate and become a true Supreme Master. The water in the glass will be automatically generated, and the production speed of the water of life is enough for 10 people to sustain life. Sure enough, although Gu had guessed the role of this cup of life long ago, when Xia Zixuan really said it, he was still in shock. If you have this thing, as Xia Zixuan said, you can completely abandon the dark power. For the Karmatage, for all the mages, for the multiverse, and for myself. Okay, tell your purpose. Seeing Guyi slacken, Xia Zixuan shrugged proudly. A full-fledged pair of villains look like they are. Okay, then I will be straightforward. I want to make a deal with you. The cup of life can be used by you until you die. After all, this thing can only make you immortal, and if you are under external force, you will still die. So, first, after you die, I will reclaim the cup of life. Guyi could see the future through the eyes of Agamo, and of course he knew his future choices, so he agreed without thinking. Second, I want you to go to Morris Manor in Kansas in 2008 to find me at that time, and lend the time gem in the eyes of Agamo to me at that time. Gu Yudang even frowned when he heard that Xia Zixuan wanted to touch Karmatage's heritage to the eyes of Bao Agemoto. Just thinking that since the other person already had the breath of Agamotto's eyes, Gu Yi was relieved. Also, but I can only promise you to give you some of the power of Agamotto I. No problem. Third, I hope to learn the magic of Kamatage with you. The reason why Xia Zixuan wants to learn the magic of Kamatage is partly because the mirrored space and portal are so practical. Of course, the main reason is still a test. The spell itself is formed after the Archmage seals the Holy Lord and condenses its magical power. Since both are magic, presumably the spell magic and the Karmatage magic may have some room for mutual promotion and common progress. Hearing Xia Zixuan's last condition, Gu Yi also blinked. Stephen Strange is undoubtedly the best in the long history, but the teenager in front of him is full of infinite possibilities. There is no past, no future. Although it sounds ridiculous, it is undoubtedly another opportunity. Thinking of this, Gu Yudang even agreed to Xia Zixuan's conditions. So, please tell me your real name. Before you introduced yourself, I saw a trace of fluctuations in your soul. Wanting to come to Zixuan Morris is not your real name. Xia Zixuan. It seems that she still underestimated the old monster, although she can't trace her relevant information through the time gem in the long river of time. But the 600 years of experience are not vegetarian. In front of such an old monster, he has no secret. I am the adopted son of the Morris family. My real name is Xia Zixuan. Xia Zixuan? Xia Quaran? Sure enough, as expected. Among the yellow races, only the mysterious kingdom can appear like you. Chapter 51, System Mall. In this way, Xia Zixuan came to Nepal inexplicably and settled in Kamatage. What makes Xia Zixuan depressed is that it is more than 70 years since Drive Strange, Stephen Strange. At this moment, Nibi's film plot is even poorer and more chaotic than what Stephen saw. As an agricultural country, Nepal is now joining World War II as an independent country. The large number of conscriptions and the purchase of armaments have made people living in a country that is already so desperately poor even more miserable. When he was in the United States, Xia Zixuan didn't feel the breath of the times. After all, during World War II, the United States stood at the top of the pyramid both in terms of economic strength and military strength. But Nepal? Ugh! Not to mention. Master Langdon, Master Langton. I've run out of lamp oil, can you give me a little more? I can get seafood and change it for you. At the moment, Xia Zixuan was holding a kerosene lamp, asking for lamp oil everywhere. In the original impression of Xia Zixuan, Kamatage has Wi-Fi, which is keeping up with the times. However, reality always likes to hit the face inadvertently. No lights, no air conditioner, no refrigerator. Of course, food is also very scarce. If Xia Zixuan still has a storage space for seafood, I am afraid that he can only eat wauhutu or rice bran cake like other ascetic masters. Even more unacceptable to Xia Zixuan was that in the afternoon, he ate a handmade pilaf made by Master Langton. Xia Zixuan diarrhea. Then there was no paper in the toilet, only a corn cob with corn kernels peeled off. After some inquiry. Under desperation, Xia Zixuan can only take out a few poor soft seafood from the storage space, at least a little more comfortable than corn cobs. Oh my god, there are psychological shadows. The only thing to be thankful is that Xiao AI finally completed the system upgrade. Ding! The system upgrade is completed, and Xiao AI Classmate 3.0 is online. With a soft sound, Xia Zixuan couldn't wait to check the system mall module mentioned in the previous task reward. Click the virtual projection panel that only you can see in front of your eyes. The first thing that catches your eyes is the 4 suspended spheres. Each sphere represents a commodity category. In addition, it is a row of golden fonts. The host has a redemption point, 0. Jumping over that extremely unpleasant number, Xia Zixuan touched the first red sphere lightly. Pedigree, plate data is lost. Xia Zixuan? Just kidding, if you take off your pants, just show this. Jump over. Jump over. The next green sphere, props. Fortunately, this time did not disappoint Xia Zixuan as before. Eye of Aurora, after shouting a place name, the user can be taken anywhere on the planet. Need to exchange point 200,000. Shiva's bracelet, allows users to grow 2 more arms, and can be stretched and lifted at any time according to needs. Need to exchange point 30,000. God's armor, can double the attributes of speed and strength, and provide floating ability. After the system is strengthened, it has the ability to repair itself. Need to exchange point 200,000. Saint Warrior's Staff, it has extremely powerful power, and the righteousness contained in it can bring powerful power to the owner of a pure and righteous mind. Need to exchange point 100,000. In addition to the dazzling array of zeros, Xia Zixuan is very satisfied with this prop section. Next is the blue sphere, the consumption class. Copy medicine powder, daddy brand potion, but copy 100 avatars with the same physical attributes of the user, the effect lasts 10 minutes. Need to exchange point 10,000. Reduce powder, reduce the user's size to the size of an ant. Duration 10 minutes. Need to exchange point 3,000. Enlarged powder, the user will be transformed into a bumpy size. Duration 10 minutes. Need to exchange point 3,000. Super Soldier Serum, system enhanced version. It can be strengthened without the irradiation of life rays, improving the overall physical quality to about 5 times the limit of ordinary people, and there is a certain fluctuation according to the user's situation. Exchange point required, 30,000. Xia Zixuan. Are disposable items so expensive? Jump over. Jump over. The last sphere is black. Xia Zixuan still opened it on the principle that he didn't have any money to see no loss. Other, loss of plate data. Xiaoi classmate. Here I am. You don't want to explain? Why are there 2 sections showing data loss? How can I get redemption points? Host, I regret to tell you that through this upgrade, I found that the system itself is incomplete, just like your monkey charm. It is likely that something went wrong during initialization, or the system was split. As for the redemption point, the host can get it through the task reward, or it can be obtained through the lucky draw. Of course, if the host has good goods, then the system can also use the exchange point to recycle. Although Xia Zixuan was most concerned about the source of the exchange point before, when Xiao AI mentioned that the system might be divided, Xia Zixuan seemed to think of something. His pupil shrunk sharply, his hands and feet trembling unceasingly. Is there a way to find out where the missing part is? The system cannot detect beyond the search distance. Well, since this is the case, Xia Zixuan will not be in a hurry. If your guess is true, then as long as your strength improves to a certain level, one day you will personally verify this. Thinking of this, Xia Zixuan could not help but have a strong desire for power. At this time, looking at the things in the mall, Xia Zixuan's heart could not help burning flames. Earn redemption points and increase your strength. That's right, try every means to earn redemption points. Student Xiaoi, don't you eat seafood? There are a lot of seafood in my storage space, so I changed them all. Xiao AI. If you don't want to change, I don't ask for too much. Just give it a few thousand. It's finished. I'll catch it for you next time. Xiao AI. Host, don't make trouble, even gold is worthless to me. The bottles of super soldier serum in your bag can be exchanged a little, 5,000 exchange points per bottle. What? 5,000? Are you kidding me? You sell 30,000 in your own mall, and you get 5,000 from your recovery. The host, I'm not kidding, you can give one person a set of 5 bottles, and the enhanced version sold by the system not only does not require life ray assistance, but also a bottle. The recovery price of 5,000 bottles per bottle for you is already based on the benefits given by the host for the first time using the mall module. If I give it again next time, I will receive one at 1,000, and I will receive at most 100. Xiaozichuan. Cooperating with your own treasure, is it so garbage when you reach the system? 1,000 exchange points. Hey. Wool can't afford it. But what can be done without changing? Is it possible to give Andrew and Yura a shot? Not to mention the problem of life rays, think about the kind of pain brought by the strengthening process. There is no way but cheaper Zioi classmates. Thinking of this, Xiaozichuan was even a bite. Change it all for me. I see the serum getting angry. Good host. Ding. Super Soldier Serum *5 has been recovered, and 25,000 redemption points have been deposited into the host account. As Xiao Ai's voice sounded, the golden number in Xiaozichuan's interface also became 25,000. Chapter 52, Zhanggai, Part 1. Xiaozichuan, what are you doing? When you draw a knife and cut off the water will flow more. Listening to the noisy voice of Master Langdon, Xiaozichuan was already upset. A week has passed, a full week has passed. I thought that if I had spell magic, even if it was not easy to learn the magic of Karmatage, it would not be too difficult. However, reality has hit the face again. After a week of unremitting efforts, Xiaozichuan can only barely create a fairy stick light and shadow effect. No, Master Langton, I think I may not have this talent. I don't feel the magic power at all, let alone control it. I think fairy stick is already my limit. To be honest, Xiaozichuan has already renounced himself. In recent days, Xiaozichuan tried to draw magic from the multiverse according to Guyi. But the multiverse, magic. What is that? With 7 points of intelligence, Xiaozichuan said it was too difficult. Xiaozichuan, you need to know that the so-called multiverse includes the universe you are in now. Magic is everywhere, you have to learn to feel, learn to use force rather than control. This sentence again. Borrow? How to borrow? Where to borrow? Xiaozichuan heard the words from Master Langton's ears. However, no matter how meditative it is, he still can't feel the power of that mysterious side. As a person who has lived for nearly 40 years, the materialist worldview has had an indelible impact on Xiaozichuan. It is almost as difficult as it is to ask them to feel these illusory things. Just when Xiaozichuan had a headache, Guyi quietly came behind him. But she looked at Xiaozichuan with a little disappointment. For this mysterious one who cannot see the future and the past, Guyu Bao has very high expectations. It can even be said that this expectation is not lost to the future Stephen Strange. However, it can be seen from the original plot that Stephen Strange was unable to master magic at first, just because his inherent cognition limited his thinking. But its own sense of magic is no problem at all. Xiaozichuan is different. From Guyi's perspective, Xiaozichuan's power from demons has some similarities with magic power. It is precisely because of this that Xiaozichuan who can play the power of 6 to learn magic should be talented. However, judging from Xiaozichuan's current learning progress, there are too many factors restricting him. Xiaozichuan, now use all your means to play against me, I want to find the root of your problem in this way. Looking at Guyi's serious look, Xiaozichuan thought for a moment, but even if he nodded slightly, he agreed. Along with Guyi gently spread his hands in front of him. Xia Zixuan's extraordinary perception ability immediately noticed a distortion of space. However, the scene in front of him has not changed at all. This is mirror space. Oh? It seems that you are familiar with this trick. Then please do as you please. Gu Yi's words are still so calm, but in Xia Zixuan it sounds a little underestimated. Do as you please? Listen. This is like what people say. We are not interested in boiled eggs. However, Xia Zixuan did not dare to carelessly. Monkey charm. Gorilla. With the power of the monkey charm in the body, Xia Zixuan became even the strongest primate on earth. Just look at the strong limbs and developed muscles. I can imagine how amazing its explosive power is. What's more, Xia Zixuan itself has 100 points of power at the moment. With the support of the gorilla template, it has reached a level of nearly 120 points. Although there is no bunny blessing at this moment, Xia Zixuan's speed of 100 points is still not covered. Under a burst of muscle force, Xia Zixuan rushed towards Gu Yi even if it turned into a black afterimage. Boom! With the gorilla's full blow. With the sound of breaking the sky, the fist enough to bend the bumper of the car easily hit the direction of Gu Yi. However, looking at Gu Yi, his hands shook slightly, and the magic light wheel composed of 2 magic arrays suddenly appeared in his hand. Immediately after Xia Zixuan's heavy fist approached. But he saw his hands suddenly lifted, the magic light wheel easily blocked Xia Zixuan's devastating blow. Despite the punching wind, there was a burst of smoke. Gu Yi was not hurt in the slightest. It is good. Amazing. The punch that I just had was not much worse than the Hulk without anger, but the small body in front of me was so easily blocked. Come again. The resilience from the fist. Xia Zixuan jumped back and kicked his legs violently, and the body of more than 2 meters rose from the sky. Gorilla Meteor Fist. I saw that Xia Zixuan was in a high position and fell through the strength of his body. A punch from the sky made it out. However, this time Gu Yi didn't shake Xia Zixuan's blow. I saw a flash of sparks under his feet, and his footsteps moved slightly, and they appeared 1 meter away. Xia Zixuan's orangutan meteor punch directly hit the granite floor tiles of his original combat strength. For a while, the stone powder flew, and the extremely hard granite continued to spread out like a cobweb. Xia Zixuan's entire arm was completely submerged. Good. Very interesting ability. It's just that you should do more than that. Gu Yi on the side can be considered to have seen big winds and waves, and it is also unreasonable for Xia Zixuan to have such strength. Especially the transformation ability Xia Zixuan just showed, even Gu Yi has only seen it once in an alien civilization. Look down on people. Row. In this case, the monkey charm. Peregrine Falcon. With the power of the monkey charm running again, Xia Zixuan's figure should be transformed into a bird that is only about half a meter in size and looks like a golden eagle. However, if you look closely, you can find that there are many differences between the peregrine falcon and the golden eagle. Of course, the most obvious is the color and size of the feathers. Compared to a golden eagle more than a meter away, this peregrine falcon is obviously a younger brother, but if you look down upon it for that reason, it would be naive. You know that the flying speed of this thing is a lot higher than the golden eagle. With the perturbation of falcon's wingspan of more than 1 meter, Xia Zixuan turned into a residual image and rushed into the sky. Immediately. Afterimage fist. That's right, Xia Zixuan imitated the killing technique created by the trick of a little boy with a tail in a certain day scene in the previous life. Interesting. As Gu Yi's voice fell, the magic light wheel in his hand immediately turned into countless magic whips and attacked all the peregrine shadows of peregrine falcons. Since it is impossible to tell the difference between true and false, it's all done. In Gu Yi's opinion, this amount of afterimages is not enough. Chapter 53, Zhanggai, Part 2. At the moment, Xia Zixuan, who flew in the air as a peregrine falcon, was also taken aback when he looked at the sky. Obedient. Are you kidding me? This whip can only guess by looking at the sparkle's appearance, and once entangled with it, it will definitely not feel good. Never mind. That being the case. Pig charm. With the energy of Xiaozichuan, Yu Falcon's sharp eyes immediately blasted 2 energy rays. Nothing is cut where the rays pass. Guyi's sky-long magical whip was cut off by Xiaozichuan's continuous energy ray output immediately. After cutting off the magic whip, the energy ray fell on the granite floor as if it had not weakened. In a blink of an eye, 2 dark concentric circles were drawn on the granite floor by Xiaozichuan's energy rays. Of course, Xiaozichuan did not use rays to attack Guyi. After all, how powerful is this thing? Xiaozichuan still didn't clearly understand his own mind. In case if it is not good to hurt this big man guarding the multiverse. Let's not talk about Xiaozichuan's disappointment in his own heart. In case at this moment, Dormammu makes some small movements, then Guyi will be cold. Although the original book Middle Ages I lived until the appearance of Doctor Strange, Xiaozichuan could not guarantee that the wings of this little butterfly could fan her. After seeing Xiaozichuan's energy ray attack, Guyi's expression finally became serious. At the moment Xiaozichuan, Guyi felt a dangerous breath. Since it inherited the position of the Supreme Master, there have been very few things that can hurt it. Even though more than 600 years have passed, Guyi still only suffered losses at Dormammu. However, Xiaozichuan's energy ray is at this point. Feeling a dangerous breath does not mean that Guyi was afraid of Xiaozichuan's strength. As Guyi's hands flew into the air, a huge triple magic circle appeared in front of him. Unlike the magic light wheel that blocked Xiaozichuan's fist, the lines on the magic array at this moment are more complicated, and the intensity of the light is far from previously comparable. More importantly, the 3 layers of magical circles are interlocked. Although they are like 3 separate 2-dimensional pictures, there are many magical lines that are connected to each other, turning them into a whole. Try it. Zhao. It doesn't matter. I don't think your rays will break through. Xiaozichuan. MMP, do you understand bird language? What have you experienced over 600 years? So sullen in his heart, Xiaozichuan finally adjusted the angle slightly and shot an energy ray at Guyi's magic array. The moment when the crimson energy beam touched the golden magic circle, the space seemed to tremble faintly. And with the contact point as the center, an extremely hot breath spread out without hesitation. It's just that Guyi at the moment compared with the calmness at the moment, except for a little seriousness, it has no extra expression at all. Is that all? There seems to be a lack of power. Sure enough, after the energy ray was in contact with the magic array for 5 seconds, the magic array was really like Guyi said, blocking the energy ray's attack. Guyi, I have one last move. If you can stop it, I will admit defeat. P.S. Bird's word. Xiaozichuan, who refused to accept the defeat, is also coming. Understand that the Iron Overlord is not a united enemy under his own hands. In Xiaozichuan, I want Baichuwu www.baichuwu.biz to come. Even if I can't beat Guyi, I still have to lose face. The pig charm he was proud of, but now he ate it in front of Guyi. There are still some tricks. Hearing Xiaozichuan's words, Guyi also showed a stunned look. In Guyi's opinion, although Xiaozichuan's energy ray can't cause harm to himself, both the penetrating power and its own strength can be regarded as powerful moves. I just didn't expect that. Even so, this is still not Xiaozichuan's card. Yes, there is another trick. That is a force that I am very afraid of. P.S. Bird speak. Guyi, as a human being who has lived for so long, has long seen the true and false in this world. It is not difficult to see from the serious look of Xiaozichuan, then this trick may be as general as it said, with extremely terrifying lethality. P.S. God knows how she understands bird expressions. Immediately, Guyi didn't care too much, immediately drawn a 6-star array in front of him, followed by the Taiji 8 diagrams array, and then made a series of complex mysterious movements with his hands in front of him. The 6-star Mang array and the Taiji Bagua array actually merged with each other, and then changed from a 2-dimensional plan to a 3-dimensional figure. Looking at the 3-dimensional magic array in front of him, Xia Zixuan couldn't help but stunned. Can you still play like this with magic circle? Sure enough, the combination of Chinese and Western curative effect is good. But Xia Zixuan was surprised, but his actions were unequivocal. Looking at the 3-dimensional magic array with dazzling light in front of him, Xia Zixuan was also a little excited. Pig charm skills. Space annihilation rays. With a burst of energy, 2 beams of faint blue light radiated from Peregrine's pair of small eyes again. The energy weapon derived from the power of space gems, superimposed with the energy rays of the pig spell, its power is not a problem of 1 + 1 = 2. The degree of terror can be seen from the name Annihilation alone. Since acquiring this ability in Brooklyn, Xia Zixuan has never used it. If it weren't for Gu Yi to underestimate himself again and again, maybe Xia Zixuan would leave this trick to kill Leviathan. The blue beam of energy has just come into contact with Gu Yi's dazzling 3-dimensional magic array. A burst of powerful energy immediately spread out in an explosive way. Boom! The 3-dimensional magic array began to gradually collapse. The mirror space is broken. Under the bombardment of this extremely appalling explosion energy, the mirrored space persisted for less than 3 seconds, and the space dimension barrier was broken. And the energy storm generated at the moment of the explosion has spread to the real world. On this occasion, Gu Yudang turned into countless avatars, and took everyone including Xia Zixuan away from the explosion center. Simply Karmatage has the magic enchantment left by the first Supreme Master, which did not cause much damage. Only at this time, when everyone looked at Xia Zixuan again, there was no previous contempt. Are you kidding me? Witnessing Xia Zixuan and Supreme Master with their own eyes to the big move, how can they still not know the horror of Xia Zixuan's strength? Don't look at that little peregrine falcon that looks harmless to humans and animals. Under a burst of space annihilation rays, it is difficult to find a united enemy. Mr. Lord, I think I should call you that, you did bring me great surprise. Looking at the bird in his arms, Gu Yi's face did not disappoint. Even the name of Xia Zixuan has changed. So, the power of this world is respected. Without strength, who will respect you? But Xia Zixuan knew clearly that Gu Yi's means were more than that. After all, during the battle, the opponent did not have to fight with himself. With Gu Yi's skill, he escaped the moment he emitted an energy ray. Or, make a space portal in front of him to divert the attack. It's not difficult to think about it. No, Master Gu Yi has won the prize. I am afraid that this method is not enough to cause you trouble. Moreover, if you didn't save me, I was under the remnant of the explosion. I am afraid that I will be seriously injured even if I don't die. Hearing Xia Zixuan's words, Gu Yi smiled and said nothing. Xia Zixuan looked straight at MMP. Look, this product is arrogant again. Chapter 54, Be a Man. A discussion with Gu Yi made Xia Zixuan deeply aware of his current advantages and disadvantages. If the attack intensity. With the big move of annihilation of rays as the bottom card, Xia Zixuan feels that he is in this universe, and how to say it has a certain degree of self-protection ability. However, the single attack method is the biggest problem it currently faces. Simply put, Xia Zixuan is like an ordinary human with an AK-47. Although it seems to be able to despise everything, it is plain to say that there is no other means than shooting or shooting. If you encounter a high defense, or high sensitivity, or even a dazzling presence like Gu Yi. So even if Xia Zixuan has the ability to hurt the opponent, it is difficult to really hit the opponent. The most important thing is that the high-intensity spot annihilation of the space annihilation ray can only be maintained for 10 minutes, even if it is continuously output, it is only 20 minutes. Once a large-scale protracted battle is encountered, then Xia Zixuan can only choose to roll up his sleeves and do it. Because of this, Xia Zixuan became more coveted about the magic system of Kamatage. That night, after receiving the notice from Master Langton, Xia Zixuan pushed the door of Guyi's door in a state of uneasiness. After all, in the middle of the night, go to push the nun door. Cough. Well, although Guyi is not a nun, he is bald. I don't know why, Xia Zixuan had some little excitement in my heart. Squeak. A sound of friction sounded as the wooden door was pushed open. Xia Zixuan also walked into Guyi's bedroom. There is no imaginative atmosphere, a square table placed in the middle of the bedroom. A swaying oil lamp is emitting a dim light. At the moment, Guyi is sitting at the square table, savoring the tea in the cup. Seeing this, Xia Zixuan was finally relieved. Just say it. My worries are completely unnecessary. People are more than 600 years old and have never seen a big scene. How can you covet your little? Master Guyi, I'm sorry to bother you to rest at this late hour. I don't know why I was called here. Seeing Xia Zixuan's cramped expression, Gu immediately understood his sloppy mind. Fortunately, as Xia Zixuan thought, she hadn't seen any big winds and waves in the past. Although she was a little unhappy in her heart, she didn't show any sound. Please sit down. Guyi, who has always been polite, did not worry about the little guy in front of her, and invited Xia Zixuan to sit down after pouring a cup of tea. Mr. Lord, I have been thinking about your situation for a long time. I think your problem lies in knowing it but not knowing why. As for the use of power, although you are still extremely rough, you can also use your power to do great damage. But have you ever thought about what is the essence of this power? Speaking of which, Guyi stopped speaking. After gently sipping a cup of tea, he quietly stared at Xia Zixuan. Nature. The essence of power. Xia Zixuan never doubted the power of using spells. In this regard, Xia Zixuan had already asked Xiao Ai's classmates, and the 12 spells had long been integrated with Xia Zixuan. It is for this reason that every time when acquiring a new spell power, Xiao Ai classmates use activation to describe, rather than gain. Although it is just 2 words, it has a completely different meaning. Activation, as the name suggests. That means that the spells are all in Xia Zixuan, but Xia Zixuan cannot be used. What the system can do is to guide Xia Zixuan to Xia Zixuan himself after Xia Zixuan activates the spell power, so that it can exert the power of spells. It is for this reason that once Xiao Ai has a problem and does not have the power to assist the system to guide the spell, Xia Zixuan cannot use it. The thought of Xia Zixuan's pupil shrank suddenly. That's right, the problem is here. The 12 zodiac spells were originally the magic power of the Demon Lord. After being sealed by the Archmage, the power of the Lord was converged into 12 spells. But its essence is still magic. My current use of the spell is only achieved with the help of Xiao Ai. Just like when you study the magic of Karmatage, you can't feel the existence of magic, but just blindly use your usual thinking to control the magic of the Marvel world according to the method of controlling the spell magic. However, it is precisely because he is accustomed to the assistance of the system, so he cannot learn Karmatage magic. Thousands of thoughts passed by, and Xia Zixuan seemed to have grasped the key point, but he felt like he was so close. Master Guyi, I think I already understand you a little bit. But what should I do? Seeing Xia Zixuan's enlightened look, Guyi felt a little relieved. Sure enough, I still saw the right person. The mysterious person in front of me, although a little dull in qualifications, had a golden finger. Talent is not bad. But seeing that he slightly extended an index finger, poked in Xia Zixuan's heart. You are not asking me, it is you, it is here. Ask me? Ask my heart? What do you mean? With doubts all over his face, Xia Zixuan said goodbye to Guyi and went back to his room alone, lying on the wooden bed. Ask my heart? Looking at the already slightly moldy ceiling, Xia Zixuan couldn't help but fall into contemplation again. Grump. Very hungry. Should we have some supper first? What to eat tonight? Swordfish sashimi? Salmon sashimi? Lobsters? King crab? Forget it. Eat what you catch with your eyes closed. Thinking so, Xia Zixuan's hand subconsciously reached into the storage space. Just the next second, Xia Zixuan realized. That's right, the root of my own problem lies in dependence. For a long time, the help of Xiao AI made Xia Zixuan develop a habit of being extremely dependent. Whether it's using spell power, or other trivial things in life, Xia Zixuan never thinks about problems that can be solved by the system. When using spells, it is often only necessary to call the power of the spell in the body, and then an instruction in the heart. The move will be released under the guidance of Xiao AI. Xia Zixuan never thought of manipulating the power of the spell. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the spur task, the man will become stronger. Task requirement, the host independently developed at least one spell usage skill. Mission rewards, 10,000 exchange points, 1 random spell skill. Mission failure punishment, remove the spell annihilation ray space, pig. Mission time limit, 3 days. Go. Finished. Studying the magic of Karmatage is not done yet. At this time, Xiao AI will arrange for herself again. Life is bitter. But the temptation of 10,000 exchange points and spell skills is indeed quite big for Xia Zixuan. The most important thing is that Xia Zixuan already has an immature idea in his mind. The rest is to improve and try. Only this time, there is an extra time limit for the task. 3 days. The time is too short. Forget it. It's better to eat and sleep first. If you don't cultivate your spirits, you have the strength to develop spell skills. Thinking of this, Xia Zixuan even took out a big lobster from the storage space. 10 minutes later. Zzz. Zzz. There was a snoring sound in a room in Karmatage. Chapter 55, Women and Number 039, where. In the early morning of the next day, the bright sunshine had already spilled over the ruins of the Karmatage training ground. The yawning Xia Zixuan dragged his sullen eyes into this place of yesterday's struggle. Looking at the messy look in front of him, Xia Zixuan couldn't help but touch his nose. It's a bit embarrassing. Even if people inherited a 1,000-year-old ruined building, they were so ridiculous by themselves, that's how it looks. You know, these are antiques. Maybe antiques in wartime can't be sold at any price, but as long as they are put for a few more decades, the bricks and tiles here can be very expensive. Ugh! Impulse is the devil. Fortunately, Guy didn't find himself asking for compensation, otherwise. Xia Zixuan looked at the tens of thousands of dollars in his storage space for selling watches. For a time, I could only express the mood at the moment with the trembling corners of my mouth. Mr. Saint Lord, you seem to be a little late today. Hearing the sound from the high platform behind him, Xia Zixuan turned around even though he was sleepy. Ancient One. Can it be figured out? Want me to lose money? It's Guyi Master. Morning. Pretending to greet Guyi casually, Xia Zixuan ran away even if he was crippled and was going to turn around. Only in the next moment Guyi suddenly appeared a portal, and then saw that she took a step forward, came to Xia Zixuan. Oh? Is there anything urgent today? It seems that you slept well last night. I should have figured out my way forward. Xia Zixuan didn't know how to answer the big man who was pretending to be Yun Danfan lightly in front of him. After thinking for a moment, Xia Zixuan decided to carry the pot back down because of Guyi's sober eyes. Well, thank Master Guyi for waking up last night, which gave me a lot of inspiration. Yesterday was also too reckless for me. I didn't expect the mirror space to be able to withstand that trick and destroyed the millennium ancient temple of Karmatage. I am extremely sorry. Something should always exist, and something that shouldn't be forced. At the end of the day, I saw Guyi stroke Dagomoto's eyes with one hand, stretched forward with one hand, and twisted gently. But seeing a flash of forgiveness in front of me, the original ruins were restored as before. Haha! I seem to be worried about it. There is a bug such as the gem of time. No wonder Karmataj saw no signs of erosion even after thousands of years. Just in this way, is all of this still antique? Whether the value of antique is itself or the sense of the age, this Xiaozixuan dare not say. But since there is the eye of Agamo, Xiaozixuan is finally relieved. Ding! Friendly reminder, Guyi's physique has an absolute crushing advantage over the host's sense of magic and affinity. Xiaozixuan wanted to ask Guyi for further knowledge about magic induction. Xiao Ai actually spoke. It's just that this friendly reminder means a few things. Praise Guyi's talents and bury himself by the way. Mr. Saint Lord, I can feel the huge power in your body, which shows that you have this great opportunity, but unfortunately your talents, I have done my best. You should work harder. Go. Guyi's words for Xiaozixuan, it was a thunderbolt in the sunny day. How? Underestimate me? Are you stupid? We are also people with 7 points of intelligence now. 16-year-old received an admission letter from the Imperial University of New York to find out. Kill me like this again, be careful that I wait until you die and become Stephen Strange to give you Karmataj. Yes indeed. I didn't expect it before. The reason why the monkey charm can improve your combat power is because when you become an animal, you can get a bonus of its characteristics. For example, the agility of the black panther and the power of the bear. If you become an ancient one, will you also gain its affinity for magic power? Thinking of this, Xiaozixuan should be heartwarming. Student Xiaoi, immediately scan the parameters of Guyi. Guyi, parameter scanning. 1%, 2%, 10%, 50%, 100%. Ding! The scan is complete. It is found that Guyi's appearance has defects, whether it is necessary to optimize the image. Defective appearance? Several meanings. When I scanned Martha Hammer by myself, Xiao Ai reminded me that there was a defect in the shape, and then after the system was perfected, Martha had no scars on her face. Want to come to Guyi so much? Thinking of this, Xiaozixuan looked at the supreme mage admired by this audience even with a strange eye. Where is the flaw? Small breasts? This should not be counted. Broke in? This one. Ah, what do you want? Xiaozixuan put a on himself quietly. It's too dirty. Perform image optimization. With Xiaozixuan's order, the image of a naked woman immediately appeared in Xiaozixuan's mind. The most important thing is that this woman has long hair. Cough. It turns out that the so-called defect refers to baldness. However, Guyi this figure. Hiss. Amitabha. Amitabha. Color is empty and color is color. There is a knife on the color head, and the old one is woody. Student Xiaoi, didn't I tell you before? Remember to remind me not to scan young and beautiful women casually. Xiaozixuan even pushed the pot to the system. I'm sorry, Guyi is more than 600 years old and does not meet the premise of being young. Okay, you are my sister, you are right. After past lessons, Xiaozixuan learned well. Competing with the system has no good results. Since I can't say enough, it is better to counsel early. And at this time Xiaozixuan can't wait to experience the thrill of women's wear again. As the saying goes, women wear only 0 times and countless times. Thinking of this, Martha's figure came to her mind again. Guyi is not as good as Martha, and the appraisal is finished. After an hour, Guyi was wearing Xiaozixuan's clothes, sitting on Xiaozixuan's bed. Cough. Of course this is the ancient one with hair. Feeling the magic everywhere, Xiaozixuan's mentality collapsed. Even if you just enjoy Guyi's physical affinity for magic, can you achieve this degree? Take a look at the 7 displayed by the intelligence attribute on your own attribute panel. Ugh! Tired. It is no wonder that in the previous novels of self-cultivation, those martial arts have to select people with excellent qualifications to get started. After excluding the system, you may really only be dumb. Abandoning those messy thoughts, Xia Zixuan began to practice the Karmatage magic in accordance with the skills that Langton Master had given him before. As his hands danced in front of him, countless magical powers poured into Xia Zixuan's body like tide. A series of dazzling sparks began to show up with the trace of Xia Zixuan's hands. Only when the portal was about to take shape, Xia Zixuan felt a sudden agitation in the power of the spell within him. Immediately afterwards, all the magic power was eliminated by Xia Zixuan. The portal magic was forced to be interrupted. What the hell? Why the magic of the multiverse will be eliminated from the body? No, something must have gone wrong. Come again. After half an hour, Gu Yi, whose hair fluttered, was lying on Xia Zixuan's bed like a dead dog. Looking at his expression, it is full of sadness and despair. Chapter 56, First Glance. Why? Why? For now my body will automatically discharge the magic from the multiverse. Because the magic of the multiverse is worse than the magic of the spell itself, it is not a level in quality. Quality. Take an example that the host can understand. The host had seen a Ying animation in his previous life, called Kyu Ninja. Can ordinary chakra be compared with fairy chakra or tail chakra? You are now in the same situation as the protagonist in Friends Ninja. The chakra in the body will resist the lower quality chakra. Xiao Ai's words made Xia Zixuan immediately start. Only in this way, wouldn't Karmatage's magic not learn by himself? Thinking of this, Xia Zixuan even showed a great disappointment. With the addition of ancient unity, Xia Zixuan can clearly feel the vast magical power from the spell in his body. And the source of this magic power comes from the 12 spells embedded in one's own soul. Only 3 of the 12 spells were shining at the moment. Rabbit, monkey, pig. The rabbit charm is slightly different from the other 2. Although the rabbit charm at this moment is full of powerful energy, it cannot output energy like the monkey charm and pig charm. So is this that your own body is repelling rabbit charms? As for the green light next to the 12 spells, no need to think about it. Xia Zixuan can also guess that there is the time gem energy absorbed by himself. Hey? If you say that your magic rank is higher than that from the multiverse, what will happen if you use the magic of a spell to perform the magic of Karmatage? Remember that in Kyu Ninja, the protagonist can use ordinary chakra ninjutsu with fairy chakra. Thinking of this, Xia Zixuan even guided the magic of the pig charm and controlled it on his hands, drawing a portal in the air. However, boom! As Xia Zixuan's fingertips crossed, an energy ray blasted out, directly opening a large hole in the wall of Xia Zixuan's bedroom. Xia Zixuan! That's it, yesterday's training ground was destroyed, and today's guest room was destroyed. Congratulations to the host, you have touched the trick of developing spell skills, please continue to work hard. At the time of Xia Zixuan's melancholy, Xiao Ai's voice rang again. Immediately afterwards, Xia Zixuan's pupil shrank suddenly, then shrank again, and continued to shrink. Just now, this is the energy beam that the finger uses the pig charm? It turns out so. It turns out so. To know the guidance through the system, the energy rays of the pig charm can only be emitted by both eyes, but just emitted the energy rays from the fingers. In other words, I just skipped the step of system guidance, and I really used the magic of the spell. But then the question came again. Why did you want to release the portal, but the result was a hole in the wall? Thinking of this, Xia Zixuan's thinking immediately returned to the previous Friends Ninja. In that anime, the energy of the ninja is called chakra, but chakra also has attributes, such as wind, thunder, fire, water, earth, yin, and yang. Some attribute ninjutsu must be released by the corresponding attribute chakra. Then contact your own spell magic. The magic power of the multiverse has no attributes. If it is really necessary, the dark power of Dormammu may be different from the ordinary magic power. But his own magic has a clear distinction between attributes, such as rabbits, which represent speed, pigs, which represent energy rays, and horses, which heal and exclude external forces. If the characteristics of these spells are taken as their attributes. Thinking of this, Xia Zixuan drew the power of the Karmatage magic wand even if he guided the power of the pig charm again in the air. Bah! A moment later, a magic whip with the thickness of a finger suddenly appeared in Xia Zixuan's hands. Look, look! What is genius? This is called genius. Doesn't the spelling technique come out in this way? Zioi classmate. Here I am. I've completed the task, and I'll send a reward soon. It is recommended that the host change back to his body to try. Okay? Xia Zixuan glanced at himself. Lying trough, I forgot that I am still a big lady in women's clothing. Why does it feel so inconsistent and very used to it? Hiss. This idea is terrible. With the urging of the energy of the monkey charm, under the guidance of the system, Xia Zixuan changed back to his true body. And it happened that at this time, the door was knocked. Listen to the sound of boom. Xia Zixuan was shocked by the cold sweat. In case someone outside pushes the door straight in, or comes a few minutes earlier. At that time, I saw an ancient one with long hair. Hiss. Xia Zixuan did not dare to continue thinking. The sense of the picture came out. Opening the door, the first thing that rushed in was Master Langdon. At first he thought who had attacked Karmatage. Of course, he had the best relationship with Xia Zixuan. Of course, he immediately pulled Guyi towards this side. It was only when he saw that Xia Zixuan in the house was safe and sound, while the other side of the wall was opened by him. The old face twitched, so he slapped his hand back and slapped Xia Zixuan into the wall. What a coincidence! Master Guyi and Master Langdon met again so soon. Xia Zixuan looked at Langdon's incomparable expression, and he could only play a ha-ha. Mr. Saint Lord, I don't know what you are doing here. Do you think my room is uncomfortable? Do you plan to remodel it? Guyi was also somewhat irritated. Xia Zixuan demolished the house in such a disagreement, it was indeed too rude. Although there are the eyes of Agamo, these can be repaired instantly. But such a thing as time, even Guyi, is also very cautious, and how can it be used to wipe Xia Zixuan's buttocks in 2 days? Sorry, I was just studying magic, and something went wrong. I must pay attention next time. Or would I provide a batch of seafood for Karmatage? Can you improve the food for everyone? Xia Zixuan still counts a bit, but this time he did a little too much. Seafood? Master Langton couldn't help thinking of when he went to the toilet this morning. The sea fish that are slamming in the dunghole of the cottage. Vomit. Okay, just like that. I think a ton of seafood, Mr. Lord should get it. Although Guyi was not happy in his heart, he didn't care much about it, mainly because of Xia Zixuan's sincere attitude. As long as there is nothing wrong with this thing in front of him, Guyi does not mind forgiving him. Of course, as he said, it is also good to take some seafood to improve the food of Karmatage. After all, everyone followed her to eat with Guyi. Although Karmatage's wizards are like ascetic monks, they don't care much about their appetite. But it is also a beautiful thing to open up rare things. Of course, the premise of all this is that Guyi didn't know that pit. After a moment, Chef Karmatage. When Master Langton and the person in charge of the cooking saw the sea-like seafood in front of Xia Zixuan. Go! Vomit! The former is the guttural sound made by the head chef. This year, for Nepal, where Karmatage is located, let's not talk about seafood. If you have a mouthful of rice, you will be happy. Seeing so many delicious foods in front of me, it is natural that I can't stop swallowing. As for that vomit, It must have been from Master Langton. In his eyes, these seafood are just like those in the dung pit of the hut. It seems to carry some yellow residue. Chapter 57, Lin, for recommendation, for reward. The days at Comitage passed quickly, and 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. There are no wars, no separation of life and death, and no hunger and cold. Although the food is not good, there are no appliances. But this kind of isolated life has let Xia Zixuan enjoy it. Xia Zixuan, I must let you know why water is so red today. On the training ground, I saw a black-haired teenager, looking at Xia Zixuan with angry expression at the moment. The magic whip in his hand was even more eager to try. I said, Lin, I just took some paper from the library. I swear that I used all the white paper and absolutely did not destroy the inheritance of Comitage. Looking at the young man who had been entangled with himself for more than a month, Xia Zixuan had a feeling of meeting the emperor in 5 years. Nonsense! Xia Zixuan, those are all good papers I bought from the market with all my hard work, and they are all used to record our learning experience. What about you? You actually use these precious papers to wipe. In any case, I must give you a lesson today. Lin, suspected Xia Quaran. Xia Zixuan was originally very fond of this fellow. Only one day, Xia Zixuan suddenly found that Comitage actually had paper. Xia Zixuan, who learned of the news, even turned into a green fly fleeing into the library and began to look for paper. Regarding the paper problem, Xia Zixuan showed a special attachment. The fundamental reason is that Xia Zixuan, the corn cob of Comitage, is not used to it. Finally, after some twists and turns, Xia Zixuan found a thick stack of paper in a delicate wooden box. Fortunately, Xia Zixuan is also distinguished. I confirmed it one by one intentionally. These were all blank sheets before I accepted them with peace of mind. After all, this is the Comitage library, in case magic books are used to wipe the ass. Xia Zixuan did not dare to imagine Guyi's anger. Just walk by the river, how can you not wet your shoes? Xia Zixuan couldn't even dream of it. Lin found that dozens of control arrays were stacked on the paper storage box after he found the paper was lost. Then, a small green-headed fly was caught alive. In this way, Xia Zixuan and Lin started your non-inhalation for more than a month. Lin is different from other mages. As Comitage is the current librarian, his talent in combat magic is very general. But the talent in the magic circle is really amazing. Even the ancient pair of Lin's research on the formation is praised. This is the 16th time Lin has found himself in trouble. In the face of this Xiaoguo lad, Xia Zixuan has a headache. If you don't use space to annihilate the rays, you can't beat him. Use the available space to annihilate the ray. In case there is a good or bad result, you will lose your own money. Xia Zixuan was actually quite upset when stealing papers from others. In order to compensate Lin, Xia Zixuan also specially stuffed a few large pearls beside the box. This was all obtained by Xia Zixuan in the waters of the Caspian training camp. After some selections by Xia Zixuan, his size was also huge. It's just that Lin doesn't take these things at all. No matter how many pearls Xia Zixuan gives, these pearls will appear in Xia Zixuan's room one after another the next day. Lin, I was wrong. I promised you that I won't steal your paper next time. I believe you a ghost. You are a bad old man. I have heard your ears grow cocoon. Xia Zixuan. Hell, this little boy is smart now. I knew I was fooling him. Only, I am not easy. If it's not the touch of a corn cob, why should I steal your paper? Seeing Lin refused to do so, Xia Zixuan could only barely do a rare game with him. Pig Charm Skill Energy Light Wheel. Monkey Charm Skills Local Deformation. Yes, this is the result of Xia Zixuan's unremitting efforts over the past 3 months. Since understanding the essence of magic with Guyi's body, Xia Zixuan often switched between Guyi and his own body. It's just that even though Xia Zixuan studied and practiced in the 2 points and 1 line between the library and the training ground all day, in his main body posture, he can only avoid using magic wand and magic light wheel. In the words of classmate Xiaoi, the host is not only stupid, but also poorly qualified. Fortunately, it only took 3 days for Xia Zixuan to complete the spur task. The man became a self-improvement. The random spell technique of task reward is the local transformation of monkey spell. I saw at this time, a pair of huge white wings suddenly appeared behind Xia Zixuan. With the flapping of the wings, Xia Zixuan's body also slowly left the ground. White eagle wings. The reason is to choose the white carving instead of the golden carving. The white ones are angels, and the golden ones are birdmen. In order to install 13, Xia Zixuan properly gave up the more powerful and powerful golden eagle wings. I had expected you to fly up and throw a frisbee again. Do you think I am ha? Obviously Xia Zixuan's move was not the first time he showed it in front of Lin. I saw his hands waving for a while, and a magic circle he had never seen appeared before him. Then countless pieces of paper flew out of their sleeves. Try it, this is the new magic I developed to defeat you. As Lin Huayan fell, the pieces of paper flying in the air shone with cold light. Look at the piece of paper like a blade in the sky. A drop of cold sweat could not help but slip from Xia Zixuan's forehead. If you look closely, you can see that every piece of paper is covered with dense magic circles. Obviously, Lin made a lot of effort to deal with Xia Zixuan. After a while, those papers like blades wrapped Xia Zixuan in the air. Seeing this scene, Xia Zixuan couldn't help but think of 2 words. Thousands of swords. Ling Qi was executed. Lin, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I promise not to steal your paper in the future. No, you're right. I was wrong. I shouldn't believe you so many times. Rest assured, this trick I have been practicing hard for a long time, at most it will make you a little bit skinless, and it will never be crippled. Xia Zixuan. Listen, this is a human word. The most broken skin. Hundreds and thousands of your knives, even if each knife cuts a cut. Hiss. Think of Xia Zixuan, he felt pain all over. Feeling that the pieces of paper were getting closer and closer to him, Xia Zixuan panicked. The energy light wheel is even more airtight due to its dance. Supported by the speed of 100, even after images appeared. But even so, the moment the paper approaches, accompanied by a burst of sparks, there are still a lot of pieces of paper through the gap of Xia Zixuan's energy light wheel and drilled into it. What? Stop! Brother Lin! My dear brother! Lin, you bastard! Xia Zixuan hates at the moment. If the rabbit charm can still be used, with the speed of several times the speed of sound, these pieces of paper can't keep up with themselves. But now, it's useless not to call your brother or father. I am a dad you will never get. Looked at the smug Lin not far away. Xia Zixuan even threw the energy light wheel in his hand towards Lin. The paper controlled by Lin is like a hot knife cutting butter under the cutting of the energy light wheel, and it does not have any obstruction at all. Seeing that the energy light wheel is going to cut Lin, a space portal appeared abruptly in front of him. After passing through the portal immediately closed again. At the same time, Xia Zixuan also lost contact with the energy light wheel. Enough! Lin! Stop it! I don't think Mr. Lord will take your paper again next time. With a sound in the distance, Lin's paper flew back to his sleeve immediately. Fortunately, with the purpose of punishing Xia Zixuan, he started very lightly. Although Xia Zixuan left more than a dozen openings on his body, every one of them, as it said, cut open a wound of nearly 1 millimeter. Thank you Master Guyi. Big husband can bend and stretch. Xia Zixuan's 1-point intelligence has not risen in vain, and the situation is stronger than people. Now he can see clearly. Chapter 58, Superstar Steve. Until this time, Xia Zixuan didn't realize that he was too underestimated of this Karmatage. When he first saw Gu Yi, Xia Zixuan called him the Supreme Master. But when fighting against Gu, after breaking Gu Yi's defense, he immediately called her Gu Yi. In the end, Gu Yi rescued Xia Zixuan in the energy vortex. Xia Zixuan called him Gu Yi Master, to express his gratitude. But even so, in the eyes of Xia Zixuan, as long as Gu Yi can't resist the space annihilation rays, there is no need to respect him like before. But now, Lin is waking up Xia Zixuan fiercely. Gu Yi called him Mr. Holy Lord, not to fear his strength. Instead, Xia Zixuan first provided the cup of life, which solved Gu Yi's heartfelt knot. Plus the particularity of its taboo energy in the body. Gu Yi fancy its potential and hope to make good contact with it. Because of this, Gu Yi has always called Xia Zixuan Mr. Shenzhou, an equal attitude towards Xia Zixuan. Prior to this, Xia Zixuan regarded Gu Yi's tolerance as a wanton capital. Time and time again, to engage in things at Karmatage. Develop spell skills in non-training venues, steal library paper and wipe ass. The Karmatage chicken dog that was originally used for cleaning was restless. Fortunately, there was no major event, and Gu Yi chose to ignore them with one eye closed. Lin, unlike Gu Yi, is a rectum. Although this time and Xia Zixuan also played a friendship. But for Xia Zixuan's arrogant and unassuming character, he was also abnormally disappointed. This made it spend a lot of time, and a single study of Xia Zixuan's lack of defense capabilities and means to restrain it. Lin is not a man of care, but even so, as Xia Zixuan's few friends at Karmatage, he also decided to give Xia Zixuan a good lesson. At least let him know what respect is. This is the previous scene. However, since Gu Yi has spoken now, and his own teaching also obviously played a role, Lin didn't plan to pursue it anymore, so he immediately withdrew the pieces of paper around Xia Zixuan. Mr. Lord, I'm sorry, I think Lin also has an attitude of learning from you. I can feel from him that he has no intention of killing. Looking at Gu Yi, who still apologizes to himself in a breezy manner. Xia Zixuan also felt a little guilty. It seems that I really did a little too much. I want to apologize to me, Master Gu Yi. Lin did teach me a lesson. Looking at Xia Zixuan with a sincere look, Gu Yi couldn't help showing a gratifying smile. Did you see it right? Maybe, this person can really create a different ending. While the three were talking, Karmatage's hall shook suddenly. And Gu Yi's expression also became serious as never before. There was something wrong with the temple enchantment, and it seemed that Dormam was restless again. He murmured secretly, even Gu Yudang wanted to rush over to deal with it. It was only then that the hand that had drawn half of the portal stopped suddenly. Mr. Lord, I think your fate with Karmatage should end here. Lin's talent is outstanding, and I hope you can bring him when you leave here. Lin's personality is straightforward and impulsive. Karmatage's cleaning life is not suitable for him. Xia Zixuan. These are a few meanings. Is it necessary to monitor at any time? Gu Yi's words made Xia Zixuan's feelings of guilt immediately disappear. Is this appropriate? You know my situation. I will leave sooner or later and take Lin to me. I don't know if there will be any accidents. No problem, I think Lin will definitely be your best help. Gu Yi didn't pay any attention to Xia Zixuan, and drew the portal in the air. And many more. Xia Zixuan seemed to remember something, when even shouted Gu Yi. I saw it slowly approaching Gu Yi, and suddenly hammered at Gu Yi's boiled egg. Master Gu Yi, in my hometown, this is a blessing to the goodbye friends and a greeting to the reunion friends. Hope you have a smooth journey. Touching his swollen head, Gu Yi did not swell, but showed a strange smile to Xia Zixuan. Laugh. Laugh. Laugh your uncle. I all know that in 2008, you will give me a visit, I will be afraid of you? Don't lose with a hammer, make a profit with 2 hammers. Sample you. It just seemed that the force was a little too strong at that moment, and the white boiled eggs became red eggs. Despite this thought in his heart, Xia Zixuan's body did respond honestly for a while with a very comfortable feeling. We can't eat this kind of loss, can we? Xia Zixuan only felt a headache for a moment when he looked at Lin with a blank look on his side. It was already very difficult for me in 1943. Now I have to bring a tow oil bottle. The key is still a rib. God! On this day. 2 hours later, the temple in London, England. Xia Zixuan took Lin out of the gate of the London Temple. 177A Brick Street. Looking at the temple number, Xia Zixuan's eyes were full of envy. 3 months, 3 months. What Xia Zixuan wants to learn most is portal magic and mirror space magic. However, the irritable pig spell magic and the trick to become a monkey spell magic are unable to display the two successfully. In Xia Zixuan's opinion, the most suitable for casting the magic of the portal spell should be the rabbit spell. But the rabbit spell? Of course, Xia Zixuan regrets more than that. In order to learn more magic, he provides inspiration for studying spell skills. When Xia Zixuan was at Karmatage, there was no doubt that the library was the most diligent. However, most of those magic books use Vedic language, which is ancient Sanskrit. Stephen Strange can use Google to translate in real time, but to Xia Zixuan, there was no Google in 1943. Alas, if you don't say anything, you will cry when you say more. Sell newspapers, sell newspapers. Captain America's world tour goes deep into the front lines. The Italian battlefield faces a decisive battle between life and death. When Xia Zixuan was secretly sentimental, a child wearing a beret and overalls walked past Xia Zixuan. With a stack of newspapers in his hands, he was yelling, "Child, can you give me a newspaper?" Xia Zixuan stepped forward and stopped the child's figure. "Good sir, thank you for 5p. The child who sold the newspaper handed over a newspaper. "Penny." Xia Zixuan was a little stunned, and suddenly turned around and saw the house number before he reacted. "This is Britain." Embarrassed, the British currency should be sterling, and pennies are equivalent to small units such as horns or points. A pound is about 100 pence, and 5 pence is about RMB 50. Sounds like money is not expensive, but the problem is that Xia Zixuan now only has dollars. In the storage space, Xia Zixuan took out a $100 bill. "Sorry, I'm sorry, I only have this on me. Can you see this?" The child who sold the newspaper apparently had never seen a dollar bill, and was also curious to see this strange bill passed by Xia Zixuan. In the end, the child's strong collecting habit had defeated its principles. After receiving Xia Zixuan's $100 bill, Xia Zixuan was happily given the newspaper. Of course, when the kid was playing with this big bill at home at night, he was called directly by his mother, "Oh, my God! You know that $100 is a huge sum of money for an ordinary family in Britain at this time." The mother who sold the newspaper child did not expect that her child would go out to do odd jobs, and the accidentally made money would almost catch up with her 1 month's salary. Xia Zixuan didn't know it at all, because he gave a 100 yuan bill. So that the little boy who used to eat black bread sold newspaper not only drank milk, but also ate the cod he had dreamed of. Looking at the huge headline in the newspaper, Xia Zixuan couldn't help dropping 3 drops of cold sweat. Captain America, so many people. 3 months ago, New York discovered that Kui, the mysterious man, saved the children. Super idol Steve Rogers, the world tour went deep into the front line. Who improved the sales performance of U.S. bonds? Buffalo, Milwaukee, Philadelphia, Chicago, American style swept the world. Chapter 59, Go to the Front, Recommendation and Reward. The wheel of history doesn't seem to be misaligned because of his appearance. Sure enough, Steve still became a stage star. Maybe it should be a movie superstar. Ugh. Secretly relieved. Fortunately, he did not choose to stay in the Scientific Strategic Reserve team. Otherwise, there might be an additional American vice captain or something. Imagine the traversers of other people's homes, all the way to become haifu handsome, marry by fume, waiting for the peak of life. If you come to yourself, you are forced to go to the stage to twist your and become a Bond salesman. I can't bear to look directly at the picture. The face of the passing army was properly lost. Seeing Xia Zixuan's appearance as a spectator, he completely ignored him. Lin had no choice but to pull Xia Zixuan's sleeves. Xia Zixuan, do you know this big star? Lin pointed to the huge black and white poster in Xia Zixuan's newspaper. You said him? Steve Rogers? It is my idol, but it is also my brother. By the way, please call me Zixuan Morris in the future. This is my name in this world. Zixuan Morris? Why? Are you not a Xia Quarren? Xia Zixuan did not answer Lin, but shrugged slightly. The name Xia Zixuan did not want to use it again, not because he forgot his heels. It is because this is no longer his original world, and mentioning this name is nothing but sad. The filial piety of the previous life has not been fulfilled, and there is no family. Hua Hin. I don't know what happened to her. On the banks of the Thames, Xia Zixuan strolled in the thick mist. The sequelae of the First Industrial Revolution have not been resolved at this time. London in 1943 was shrouded in haze almost all year round, and there was a little pungent smell in the air. And then the Thames is famous. Okay, now it's just a stinking ditch. Dang! Dang! Not far away, the bells of Big Ben kept echoing in Xia Zixuan's ears. At this moment Xia Zixuan felt an unprecedented daze. There is also a journey of nearly a year and a half. It took Xia Zixuan 16 years to barely integrate into the Marvel world in 2008. Not as embarrassing as when he first came to 1943. At this moment, he can already say that he was able to settle down in 1943, but he was at a loss. John Schmidt's whereabouts cannot be found by himself. The younger brother of the US team is on tour again. What should I do now? Morris, I see confusion in your eyes and see loneliness. If you believe me, I think I can share it for you. Xia Zixuan glanced at Lin. I believe you? You are just the ancients who came to monitor me, how can I believe you? Yet, there really seems to be no trust in this world. Thinking so, Xia Zixuan couldn't help but get more frustrated. Hey Lucy, cheer up, believe me, your husband will be fine. No, you don't know. The latest news I got, the 107th Infantry Regiment was attacked by the Nakwi. The 200-person team only returned 50. I'm so scared, I'm so worried that he is not 1/50th. Lucy, cheer up. For you and the child in your belly, Jack will definitely be 1/50th. Not far away, a woman listening to her big belly was crying with a headache, while an elderly woman beside her was constantly comforting her. 107 Infantry Regiment? A familiar name. Is it? Yes, it must be Bucky's team. Xia Zixuan snapped his head. Steve toured the Italian front. How come I didn't expect it? This is not exactly the battle that Steve really became the US team. Suddenly, Xia Zixuan seemed to think of something, and the empty eyes before him no longer existed. Lin, I plan to return to the coalition forces to help my friends. Listening to Xia Zixuan's firm tone, Lin couldn't help but stunned. Back to the army? Are you serious? Master Guyi asked me to protect you. You know the cruelty of the battlefield. I have no confidence in keeping you safe. No, my friends need me, and I must go. And I will go alone. When the words fell, Xia Zixuan turned into a peregrine falcon straight towards the sky. Forest. Just kidding, I just promised Master Guyi not long after. You want to slip away from my eyes? There are no doors. Thinking of this, countless pieces of paper, even if they flew out of Lin's sleeves, would soon be combined into a paper plane. As Lin's feet set foot on the paper plane, the paper plane composed of countless pieces of paper should catch up even if Xia Zixuan left. However, Lin's roar came from the air for a moment. "Morris, you bastard! No way!" On the speed of flight, Lin is far behind Xia Zixuan, who turned into a peregrine falcon. Even if there is no rabbit charm, Xia Zixuan's current physique, plus the addition of the falcon form, although it is not enough to achieve the speed of sound, it is almost the same. And Lin's paper plane is just as lost as a sports car. Fortunately, Lin had long prevented Xia Zixuan from slipping away. When he was not paying attention, he secretly hit a positioning magic circle on Xia Zixuan. As long as Xia Zixuan appeared within 10 kilometers of him, Lin would immediately sense his location. Since you can't catch up, you can only find it slowly. Anyway, the Italian battlefield was so big, as soon as Lin gritted his teeth, he urged the paper plane under his feet and ran towards the front of the battlefield. "Zioi classmate! Here I am! Retrieve my memory! Where did Steve save the coalition captives? There is no way. It has been almost 20 years since Xia Zixuan accompanied Hua Hin to watch the Captain America movie. Some details have long been forgotten by Xia Zixuan. Otherwise, I wouldn't think of it when I saw Steve's newspaper on the Italian frontline tour. Fortunately, this kind of thing should be given to Xiao AI. The potential of the human brain is terrifying. Even if I can't remember it, but as long as I have seen it, the cerebral cortex tissue will leave a mark. Rummaging through these forgotten information is just a trivial matter for the system. Ding! Relevant information has been retrieved. The battle took place in Austria, 30 miles behind the enemy. To optimize the best route for the host. As the system's prompt fell, a two-dimensional map appeared in Xia Zixuan's mind. Excellent! I didn't expect Xiao AI to be a virtue. This is beyond the expectations of Xia Zixuan. London is about 1,100 kilometers from Austria, with Xia Zixuan's speed close to 250 meters per second at the moment. It takes about 1 hour to reach the destination. So far so good. Judging from the time, I should be able to catch up. At that time, just compile a reason that he was captured by Hydra. Then shut down for 3 months, and finally escaped. I think I should be able to fool the younger brother of the US team. Then find a chance to grab Schmidt's cube. As long as the power of the space gem is absorbed, the repulsive effect of the rabbit charm should be able to be contained. At that time, with the technological level at this point of time, I am still afraid of a chicken feather. Thinking so, Xia Zixuan flapped his wings a little faster. Chapter 60, Goodbye Steve. Austria's Western European countries are close to Italy, Germany, and Switzerland. The land area is only less than 1% of the Xia country, which is a typical small European country. Generally speaking, many people are relatively unfamiliar when referring to Austria, but if it is mentioned that Vienna, the capital of Austria, few people are unaware. As the music capital, Vienna's fame is a household name in the world. And this country full of artistic atmosphere is now completely in the hands of Adolf Hitler. As a subsidiary country of Germany, Austria is not the main force of the Axis powers at this moment, but it also happily accepted the rule from Nazi. What is unacceptable is that the Austrian people not only did not stand up to resist Nazi's high-pressure rule, but also strongly supported Hitler, the culprit that caused the Second World War. At this time many people did not pay attention to the sky, but it was hovering a strong peregrine. Xia Zixuan is not a historian, nor is it clear what the land underfoot has experienced. What he cares about is where is the Hydra barracks of Hydra leader John Schmidt. According to the memory display found by Xiao AI. At the moment, Bucky was imprisoned 30 miles from the front line between Italy and Austria. P.S. About 50 kilometers. Because the Fort Claus mentioned in the plot is not marked on the map of Xiao AI's classmates, Xia Zixuan can only gradually check around the border between Italy and Austria with the body of the peregrine falcon. Fortunately, the peregrine falcon was not big, and no one noticed that there was so much bird in the air. Moreover, Italy and Austria are very small, and have gone through more than 2 hours of investigation. Xia Zixuan finally found a building as strong as a factory in the canyon of the two mountains. At this time the sky was already dark, and under the cover of night, Xia Zixuan planned to descend some distance and turned into a green head to lurk in and explore the reality. But God always likes to joke with Xia Zixuan. No, it was just preparing to act. The air defense artillery on the ground rang ping-pong. In an instant, the shells hit the sky like raindrops. Boom! 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 With a loud explosion. The whole night sky is also illuminated by fireworks formed by the explosion of shells like daylight. Lying. What's the situation? This can be found. Has Schmidt's air defense system been so powerful that even a poor bird never let go? However, after only a few breaths, Xia Zixuan knew that he was affectionate. A roar of aircraft propellers sounded. An airplane flew straight from Xia Zixuan's side. Then the door of the plane opened. A figure didn't care about the sky-high gunfire and jumped off the plane. Needless to say, this man must be Steve Rogers. Xia Zixuan was also excited for a moment when he saw Steve's falling figure. After more than 3 months, the teenager who once pushed his buttocks has finally grown up. Look at the pectoral muscles, look at the abdominal muscles. Look at that hips. Cough. Secretly throwing away the mess in his head. Even if Xia Zixuan turned into a green head, he stuck to Steve's iron shield. Through the fly's perspective like a surveillance room. The stars and stripes painted on the iron shield made Xia Zixuan look embarrassed by the onset of cancer and almost slipped from above. If this is a human form, Xia Zixuan really wants to slap the younger brother of the US team. You are a latent rescue operation. Can it not be so high profile? See what you did? Red, white, and blue. Are you planning to open a shampoo? Dongjian? Yankee? Or you cut it? Low burst, there is wood. Fortunately, Steve Rogers, who has always dreamed of joining the army, has gone further and further on the road of stage performances in recent months. But in his spare time, he did not relax. Learning tactics, as well as training and fighting techniques have become his daily compulsory content. Seeing Steve skillfully open the parachute and land on the ground with extremely standard movements. Not bad. If you go to the Olympic floor exercise at this level, you should get 10 points. Thinking in this way, Xia Zixuan did not relax his vigilance. At the moment, his 5 senses were fully open, and with his sensory ability 10 times the limit of ordinary people, he was constantly watching the surrounding trees and trees. It must be said that the sensory system of flies is simply too practical at this time. Under the vision like a multi-screen monitor and the fluff of the whole body, Xia Zixuan at the moment has become a biological radar. Xia Zixuan is awesome, Steve is not bad. No, with his agile skill and sophisticated technique, it didn't take long before Steve came quietly to the cordon near the Hydra barracks. Okay? The vibration frequency of air seems wrong. While Steve was thinking about how to sneak into the barracks, through the fluff on the body surface, the abnormal Xia Zixuan sensed that even flew to Steve's neck. Gently pulled a few of Steve's exposed hair. Of course, the reason why he didn't pull his hair down was not because Xia Zixuan couldn't move it. It's just that Steve made a noise when he couldn't hold back one. Cooling the US team in the wilderness is another story. Feeling a weird feeling from the back of the neck, Steve subconsciously gently touched the back of the neck. At the next moment, a roar of the car engine came into his ears. 1, 2, 3. Counting down roughly there are about 6 cars. Steve saw more of this kind of troop carrier in the Caspian Sea camp. Normally, 4 to 12 soldiers range in size. After thinking secretly, Steve finally quietly followed the last car. As the car passed a bump in the mud, it saw a jump in its figure and jumped directly onto the car. Xia Zixuan, who entered with Steve, thought if there were too many soldiers, would he want to expose himself and do something for him? It wasn't until the roller blind of the troop carrier was lifted that only 2 soldiers sat inside. Not scientific, not scientific. This is definitely the protagonist role of the US team. Say good to 4 to 12 soldiers. This is too fake. At this time, Steve jumped into the rear compartment of the car and the 2 enemy soldiers were opposite. For a time, the atmosphere fell into a strange silence. Fortunately, Steve responded fast enough. He took a big step forward and rushed forward, covering one of the soldiers' mouths with one hand and holding his back firmly with the other. With Steve twisting gently. Gotcha. One got it. At this time, another soldier had raised the gun in his hand and took aim at Steve. Xia Zixuan did not know how the younger brother of the American team killed him silently in the original plot, but now it seems that if he does not shoot, I'm afraid as long as the soldier shouted, Steve would be cold. Pig Charm Skill Energy Light Wheel. On the occasion of a sudden attack, Xia Zixuan flew out from behind Steve. The 2 front legs lifted slightly. 2 mini versions of the energy light wheel immediately appeared on their legs. Puff. The next second, the soldier's eyebrows appeared a piercing blood hole through which only one fly could pass. Red, white, red and white. Dang, even ate Steve. But until the soldier fell straight to the ground, Steve did not react from the shock. What's the situation? Could Peggy Carter use a sniper rifle to help himself in the distance?